The final battleship clash. The effectiveness of the destroyer attacks made the gunnery phase of the battle anticlimactic. American radar from the cruisers and battleships in the northern portion of the strait detected the approaching Japanese at 03:23 and steadily tracked their progress north. Every advantage was in the hands of Oldendorf. Possession of radar gave him excellent situational awareness, opposed to Nishimura's very incomplete knowledge of his own forces and those of the enemy. Only 3 Japanese ships had survived the destroyer gauntlet, and now faced 6 battleships and 8 cruisers. And the Americans had managed to create the much-sought and rarely attained tactical advantage of capping the Japanese T, that is, being able to fire full broadsides, while the Japanese could only use their forward weapons. Having gained radar contact at 33,000 yards, Admiral Weyler ordered his battleships to fire at 26,000 yards. This was beyond the range agreed before the battle, but Weyler did not want to squander his advantage against the seemingly oblivious Japanese. Yamashiro was proving much tougher than her sister ship Fuso. By 03:37, she had restored speed to 18 knots. Mogami trailed Yamashiro by 3,000 yards, and Shigure took up position on the battleship's starboard quarter. As his force neared the northern part of the strait, Nishimura ordered a reduction in speed to 12 knots. His last message at 03:52 instructed Fuso to make her top speed to join the fight. The last major gunnery duel in naval history opened at 03:51 when Oldendorf ordered his cruisers to open fire at the lead Japanese ship at a range of 15,600 yards. He would have preferred to wait until Destroyer Division 56 completed its torpedo attack, but the rapidly reducing range forced him to delay no longer. 2 minutes later, Weyler's battle line joined the fray from 22,800 yards. The 3 battleships equipped with the Mark 8 fire control radar were the first to open fire, and the ones firing the most during the action. For some 30 minutes before the order was given to open fire at 03:53, gunnery crews on West Virginia had been tracking the Japanese and had already gained a fire control solution for the first salvo. The same was true aboard California and Tennessee, as these ships also carried the Mark 8. California fired her first salvo at 03:55 from 20,400 yards, followed by Tennessee at 03:56. 3 of Weyler's battle wagons carried the much less capable Mark 3 fire control radar. These ships struggled to develop a fire control solution and consequently played a lesser role in the battle. Maryland opened fire at 03:59 by ranging on the shell splashes around Yamashiro. Mississippi fired only a single salvo at 04:12 from 19,790 yards. Pennsylvania was unable to find a target, so did not fire a single salvo. All of the battleship salvos were directed at Yamashiro. The effects of the hurricane of fire will never be precisely known. West Virginia shot 93 16-inch rounds. California and Tennessee shot 63 and 69 14-inch rounds, respectively. To conserve their limited supply of armor-piercing rounds, they used 6-gun half-salvos. Maryland shot 48 rounds of 16-inch shells. Mississippi's single 14-inch salvo was 12 rounds. Hers was the last battleship salvo fired during the battle, and the last big gun salvo directed at an enemy warship in naval history. The cruisers used their much greater rates of fire to add to the weight of fire directed at the Japanese. Initially, all 5 of Oldendorf's cruisers directed their fire at Yamashiro. Even before the battleships opened up, hits were observed on Nishimura's flagship. In all, the 5 left flank cruisers fired a total of 3,100 6- and 8-inch shells. Light cruiser Columbia accounted for an incredible 1,147 rounds in 18 minutes. This meant she was dispatching a full 12-gun salvo every 12 seconds. The right flank cruisers also opened up at 0351, firing 1,077 6- and 8-inch armor-piercing shells and 104 high explosive rounds. Most of these were from Phoenix and Boise, with their 15 6-inch guns. Both opened up on Yamashiro at 16,600 yards and were soon firing 4 full salvos per minute. Shropshire began firing at 0356 after some radar fire control issues were resolved, but she shot slowly and deliberately. The gunnery phase of the battle lasted only 18 minutes. For the first 7 minutes, Yamashiro was the only target. Hundreds of 6, 8, 14, and 16-inch shells splashed around her. West Virginia's first salvo hit Yamashiro's forward superstructure. Nishimura was not wounded and remained on the bridge until the ship capsized. The number of actual hits suffered by Yamashiro will never be known, but by 0356 Yamashiro was observed to be burning amidships, aft, and in her bridge area. Yamashiro was able to maintain 12 knots and put up a brave fight using her 2 forward 14-inch turrets and secondary battery. At 0356 hours, she targeted Phoenix. At 0359 hours, Columbia was subjected to near misses from 14 salvos. At 0401, she straddled Shropshire with several salvos. Yamashiro conducted a turn to unmask her 2 middle 14-inch turrets and proceeded to engage Denver, achieving a straddle at 0407. Given the storm of fire she was being subjected to, her shooting was remarkably good. However, no American ships were actually hit by any of Yamashiro's 14-inch shells. Yamashiro's secondary battery was also active, engaging enemy destroyers. Its accurate gunfire contributed to the damage inflicted upon Albert W. Grant. As American gunfire ravaged Yamashiro's topside, it was the final 3 torpedo hits on her starboard side from the destroyers of Destroyer Division 56 that proved mortal. After it was apparent his destroyers were being subjected to friendly fire, Oldendorf ordered a ceasefire at 0409 hours. Yamashiro used this lull to turn south and increased speed to 14 knots. After the final 2 torpedo hits at 0411, Yamashiro came to a stop and developed a severe list. Her captain ordered the crew to abandon ship. Yamashiro's brave but futile fight came to an end at 0419 when she capsized to port. Both Nishimura and her captain went down with the ship. Only 3 survivors of the approximately 150 men in the water chose to be picked up by an American destroyer. In what was another disaster, only 10 of the 1,636 men aboard saw Japan again. Mogami also took tremendous punishment. In the early phase of the battle, she took several 5-inch hits from destroyer Bache. More 5-inch hits followed at 0354 from American destroyers that were mistaken for Japanese ships. Starting at 0358, the Allied cruisers shifted their fire from Yamashiro to Mogami. Damage from 8-inch shells immediately ensued. One knocked out turret number 3, and another hit the starboard engine room air intakes, creating a fire and forcing one of the engine rooms to be evacuated. The ship was reduced to 3 operational shafts. Mogami turned to the west to unmask her torpedo battery, and at 0400 fired 4 torpedoes at gun flashes from enemy ships to the north. These were spotted by an American destroyer, prompting Whaler to order evasive action by his battleships. Portland found the range at 0402. 2 8-inch shells hit the bridge, killing the captain and the executive officer. 2 more rounds knocked out 2 more engine rooms, leaving the ship with a single operational shaft. The acting captain ordered the ship to withdraw, which she did at 8 knots. On this new course, the battered Mogami encountered the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. Enter the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. At 0200 on October 24th, the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force departed Coron and headed to Surigao Strait. Shima's force was detected by aircraft during the day as it transited the Sulu Sea, but was not attacked. Shima did not coordinate his movements with those of Nishimura and planned his advance so that his force would attack separately from Nishimura's. The gap between the 2 forces was originally 5 hours, but Shima reduced this to 2 hours by increasing speed twice by the time his force began to enter Surigao Strait. At 0101, Shima informed all other commanders of his precise intentions. In this message, he stated his intent to enter the southern part of Surigao Strait at 0300, bypass the southern beachhead at Dulag, and then proceed to the northern beachhead at Tacloban, where his force would attack American shipping. Following this, the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force would withdraw by way of Surigao Strait and arrive at its southern approaches at 0900. As his force entered the strait, Shima had no real idea regarding the fate of Nishimura, though Nishimura had issued status reports during the first phase of the battle, which Shima received. When he met serious resistance, the reports stopped. The only information available to Shima were gunfire flashes in the distance and pieces of radio traffic from Nishimura's embattled ships. The first firm indication that a second Japanese force was approaching the strait was a contact report on Shima's force from the PT boats at 0038. Oldendorf now knew he was dealing with 2 widely spaced Japanese forces. Against Nishimura, the PT boat attacks had proven to be just a nuisance. The story was different against Shima's force. The action opened at about 0315, when PT-134 mounted an ineffective torpedo attack. Disaster struck Shima's force 10 minutes later, as Shima's force steamed off the southern tip of Pannon Island in the southern approaches to the strait. PT-137 crept to within 900 yards of one of the Japanese destroyers and launched a torpedo attack. The torpedo passed underneath the destroyer, but continued toward light cruiser Abukuma. It struck the ship in its forward boiler room. The explosion killed 30 men and reduced Abukuma's speed to 10 knots, forcing her to leave Shima's formation. Shima's remaining 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers increased speed to 28 knots. Shima was still oblivious of Nishimura's fate, but sighting ships on fire prompted him to assume that Nishimura's attempt to force the strait had not been successful. Shigure emerged out of the darkness and continued to head south at high speed. Nachi's radar picked up contacts 13,000 yards away, and Shima ordered his 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers to prepare for gun and torpedo action. Without Shima's approval, his chief of staff ordered the 2 cruisers to maneuver for a torpedo strike against the distant and indistinct radar contacts. Shima decided not to countermand the order, so at 0422, Nachi and Ashigara Each fired 8 Type 93 torpedoes at the radar contacts. The targets of this attack were heavy cruisers Louisville and Portland. Though the Japanese had gained surprise, and no evasive action was taken by the American ships, none of the Japanese torpedoes found a target. Immediately after firing her torpedo broadside, Nachi faced disaster. The burning Mogami had loomed out of the darkness minutes before. Nachi's skipper failed to see that Mogami was advancing at a slow speed rather than being stationary, and he failed to take proper measures to avoid the damaged cruiser. When Nachi failed to pass forward of Mogami, the two ships sideswiped each other at 04:23. Frantic last-second maneuvers lessened the impact of the collision, but the result was still dramatic. Nachi took the brunt of the collision, suffering a large gash in her bow at the waterline on her port side. This serious damage reduced her top speed to 18 knots. Shima's 4 destroyers advanced at high speed to the north in search of targets for their torpedoes. Since the American ships had ceased fire, there were no flashes of gunfire visible indicating potential targets. At 04:35, Shima gave his destroyers orders to break off and head south. As his damaged flagship worked up to 18 knots, Shima contemplated his options. Senior officers on his staff advised that he suspend the attack, fearing they were headed for certain destruction. Without much debate, Shima agreed. Well after the war, he stated that his withdrawal was driven by a desire not to fall into a trap. Unable to gauge the enemy's strength, and having seen the destruction of Nishimura's force, Shima's decision was eminently logical. A short message to Mikawa indicated his plans. This force has concluded its attack and is retiring from the battle area to plan subsequent action. Just like Kurita would do several hours later, Shima declined the opportunity to condemn his men to a pointless death. Oldendorf's lackluster pursuit. Saragao Strait was obviously an American victory, but the lack of an aggressive pursuit allowed Shima's force to escape. As Nachi was running into Mogami, Oldendorf ordered his forces south to finish off the fleeing Japanese. Since the battleships were too valuable to risk in the dark, confined waters of Saragao Strait, Oldendorf only committed cruisers and destroyers. Denver, one of the left flank cruisers, reported 3 large contacts, the 3 Japanese heavy cruisers, 14 nautical miles to the south. Oldendorf tasked his last 6 destroyers with a full torpedo load to lead the pursuit. These were from an improvised unit called Destroyer Division X-Ray, under an inexperienced commander. Oldendorf's order for them to head south was issued at 04:32, but the 6 destroyers did not leave their screening position near the battleships until 0500. In addition to Destroyer Division X-Ray, both the left and right flank cruisers belatedly headed south at a leisurely 15 knots, accompanied by 7 destroyers from Destroyer Division 56. With as many as 8 cruisers and 13 destroyers, Oldendorf possessed a much superior force compared to Shima and the remnants of Nishimura's force. In spite of this, Oldendorf never pressed his advantage. He chose to fight a very cautious battle, primarily because he was uncertain as to the size of the force he was facing and because pre-battle intelligence suggested there could be additional Japanese forces operating in the area. This abundance of caution resulted in Shima making good his escape. At 04:41, Shima instructed the surviving ships from Nishimura's force to follow him south. The escape of Nishimura's survivors looked uncertain, even given the uncertain American pursuit. Mogami could only make 15 knots, so she fell behind Shima's force by 3,000 yards. Without her bow, Asagumo could not keep up and fell some 6,000 yards behind Shima's cruisers. With the top speed of about 9 knots, her escape looked most doubtful. Only Shigure, still able to steam at top speed, looked likely to make an escape. Given her position and large radar signature, Mogami was the first ship encountered by Oldendorf's pursuing cruisers. At 0529, Portland opened fire with her 8-inch guns from 19,500 yards, though her target may have been nothing more than a pool of burning oil. Within minutes, Louisville and light cruisers Denver and Columbia also opened fire, targeting Mogami's real radar return. This resulted in at least 10 more hits on the battered cruiser that created fires amidships and on the aft flight deck. Minneapolis gained contact on Asagumo at 0533 and hit the destroyer's stern with an 8-inch shell, resulting in a fire and a reduction in speed to 7 knots. Shima saw Mogami come under fire but continued to head south. He had abandoned Mogami and Asagumo to their fates. The retreating Japanese were given a respite when Oldendorf ordered his cruisers to head north at 0537 to avoid possible torpedoes from Mogami. This was followed by a ceasefire order at 0539. During the few minutes the cruisers had engaged Mogami, 197 8-inch and 356 6-inch shells were expended. The profligate expenditure left Minneapolis with a mere 15 armor-piercing rounds and Denver with only 113. The ceasefire provided another reprieve for Mogami. Incredibly, she was able to restore speed and continue south. She fought off an attack by PT-491 at 0600 with her 2 remaining 8-inch turrets. At 0610, Mogami sighted Shima's cruisers ahead. Against all the odds, it looked as if Mogami would reach safety. But just minutes later, 3 more PT boats, PT-150, PT-190, and PT-491 appeared and began their attack runs. Against the combined firepower of Shima's force, the Americans broke off the attack at 0637. Subsequently, Mogami faced another PT boat at 0645 and 3 more just 5 minutes later. These were driven off with the assistance of destroyer Akibono that Shima had detached to escort the wounded cruiser to either Coron Bay or Cagayan. Oldendorf's decision to cease fire and turn his cruisers north essentially brought the pursuit to an early and unsatisfying end. Shima's force was now out of radar range and suffered no more attacks from American surface units. Belatedly, Oldendorf turned south again at 0617 and at 0643 ordered 2 light cruisers and 3 destroyers to finish off any Japanese cripples still in the area. The last ship sunk by American surface forces was Asagumo. At 0600, the ship's captain decided to stop the destroyer's engines and abandon ship. With fires raging on board and dawn approaching, there was no hope of saving his ship. PT-323 attacked the destroyer as the crew was abandoning ship, and one of her torpedoes struck Asagumo aft at 0702. Denver, Columbia, and an eventual total of 8 destroyers arrived and took Asagumo under fire just minutes later. The Japanese ship replied with her aft 5-inch turret before sinking at 0721. Most of her crew, 191 men, perished, but 39, including her commanding officer, got ashore and were later turned over to the Americans. As Asagumo slipped under, hundreds of survivors were left in the water. American destroyers were also coming across other groups of Japanese survivors, including a large number of those from Yamashiro. Oldendorf instructed the destroyers to pick up survivors as long as the destroyers did not become overloaded. These efforts were largely in vain, as few Japanese accepted rescue. Only 3 Yamashiro sailors were brought out of the water. Some of those refusing to be rescued eventually reached the shore, where they were most often killed by vengeful Filipinos. Only a handful survived to be handed over to the Americans. Later in the morning, when one of Oldendorf's destroyer skippers asked at 07:35 what to do with the hundreds of men still in the water, Oldendorf simply replied, "Let them sink." By this time, Kincaid and Oldendorf had much more pressing concerns than the fate of Japanese sailors that refused rescue. Just before 0700, Kurita's 1st Diversionary Attack Force encountered the most northern of Kincaid's 3 escort carrier groups off Samar. This was Taffy 3, under Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, who almost immediately issued requests for help. Oldendorf recalled his units in the southern part of Surigao Strait at 0723 to prepare to move north to render assistance. As the pressure on Sprague grew and his pleas became more urgent, Kincaid ordered Oldendorf to bring his entire force north at 0847. Accordingly, Oldendorf formed a task force of battleships California, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania, because they had the most armor-piercing shells remaining. The battleships were escorted by 3 heavy cruisers and 20 destroyers, with a total of 165 torpedoes. While Kincaid was begging Halsey for intervention by Task Force 38, his orders to Oldendorf demonstrated a lack of alacrity. Final blows against Shima. Of Kincaid's 3 escort carrier groups, the one located furthest to the south was Taffy 1, under Rear Admiral Thomas Sprague. After 2 of his escort carriers departed for replenishment at Morotai on the afternoon of October 24th, Sprague was left with 4 carriers: Sangamon, Suwannee, Santee, and Petroff Bay. Each carried between 26 and 31 aircraft. Though Taffy 1 carried the burden of conducting missions against Japanese remnants in the Strait and in the Mindanao Sea, Taffy 2, under Rear Admiral Felix Stump, was also able to contribute a small number of additional sorties. However, the majority of Taffy 2 sorties were devoted to the support of Taffy 3, after it came under heavy attack from Kurita's force. During the night, word of the clash in Surigao Strait had reached the escort carriers, and assignments were made for the following day. Preparations for attacking Japanese ships included loading torpedoes on the Avengers. 4 Avengers from Petroff Bay were launched at 0552, but larger strikes from Santee and Sangamon had already begun to depart their flight decks at 0545. The 4 aircraft from Petroff Bay were the first to find the Japanese. They passed up attacking Shima's force and instead settled on Mogami and Akibono at 0741. The cruiser put up a strong barrage of anti-aircraft fire from her remaining guns, and all the aircraft missed with their bombs. At around 0840, Nachi, Ashigara, and destroyers Shiranui and Kasumi were attacked by Avengers and Hellcats from carriers Santee and Sangamon. Santee contributed 9 Avengers and 4 Hellcats, with another 2 Avengers and 6 Hellcats coming from Sangamon. The Avengers all carried torpedoes. The aviators decided to go after Shima's 2 cruisers, which were misidentified as Fuso-class battleships. Mogami and her escorting destroyer were also spotted, but were left undisturbed. The attack on Nachi and Ashigara was not well conducted. Santee's 9 Avengers attacked the ships from astern, so launched their weapons from unfavorable angles. Even in her damaged condition, Nachi successfully evaded all the torpedoes aimed at her. One of the Avengers from Santee was shot down. The 2 Sangamon torpedo bombers came in from Nachi's port bow and pressed their attacks to about 1,000 yards before dropping their weapons. Despite the pilots seeing columns of water around the cruiser, these were also evaded by Nachi. The only damage suffered was to destroyer Shiranui. She was heavily strafed by the Hellcats and suffered 9 dead and 25 wounded. Mogami and her sole escort were the target of the next attack by the escort carriers. A force of 10 Avengers, each with 2 500-pound bombs, and 5 Wildcats had launched from Omani Bay, part of Taffy 2, at 0650. At 0859, they began their attack against Mogami. The Avenger pilots claimed 5 hits on the cruiser. In fact, only 3 bombs struck the ship. New fires broke out on the ship, and the last turbine ceased to function. When the Americans departed at 0910, Mogami was dead in the water, and the fires were out of control. 1 bomb started a fire near the forward 8-inch turret barbette. The acting captain tried to flood the magazine, but the valves necessary to do so were damaged. A potential explosion of the forward 8-inch magazine put the entire crew in danger. Not wanting to jeopardize his crew, at 10:30 the acting captain gave the order to abandon ship. Destroyer Akibono came alongside, braving the possibility of a magazine explosion, and took off the remaining crew. The destroyer then proceeded to fire a single Type 93 torpedo to scuttle the cruiser. Mogami sank at 13:07 with the loss of 192 men, including 1 civilian. But 700 were rescued by Akibono. 4 more wounded Mogami crewmen later died of injuries. Mogami had put up an epic fight. In spite of the fact she had been hit by an estimated 100 shells, suffered an explosion of her own torpedoes, taken 3 bomb hits, and collided with Nachi, casualties had been relatively light. Shigure was the only ship of Nishimura's force to survive. During the gunnery phase, her small radar signature allowed her to escape attention. However, being close to Yamashiro did not allow her to entirely escape damage during the first minutes of the American barrage. The destroyer was buffeted by near misses. At 0358, she was targeted directly and took a single 8-inch hit aft that knocked out equipment, making navigation temporarily impossible. Her commanding officer decided to retreat and never ordered a torpedo attack, though there were targets only 12,000 yards distant, well within the range of the Type 93. After withdrawing, Shigure was subjected to a PT boat attack at 0445, but used her 5-inch guns and her limited maneuverability to escape damage. Her skipper decided to bypass a refueling stop at Corone Bay and head straight to Brunei Bay, where the destroyer arrived at 1700 on October 27th. The remnants of Shima's force, 2 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers, had survived a major surface action and a series of air attacks to make good their escape on October 25th. But the fate of Abukuma was not decided until the next day. After getting hit by the PT boat torpedo early in the battle, the cruiser had restored speed to 20 knots and headed north to rejoin the fight. At 0515, she spotted Shima's force headed south and was ordered to join his formation. In her damaged condition, Abukuma was ordered to head to Cagayan, escorted by destroyer Ushio at 0830. The cruiser was diverted at 22:30 to the small port of Dapitan, on northwest Mindanao, where the crew made repairs throughout the night. At sunrise the next morning, Abukuma and Ushio departed for Coron Bay. After only 4 hours of undisturbed transit, they were spotted by a group of 21 B-24 heavy bombers from the 5th Bomb Group, 13th Air Force. Trying to hit maneuvering ships from the usual operating altitude of heavy bombers was hopeless. So on this occasion, the B-24s conducted their attack from about 6,500 feet altitude. This made a huge difference in accuracy. 2 bombs hit the cruiser at 10:06, one in the bridge area and another aft. Even greater damage was done by a series of near misses. A second group of 22 B-24s from the 5th Air Force's 22nd Bomb Group immediately followed. These scored 2 more hits, one near the bridge and a second that penetrated into the aft engine room. The bombs created fires which raced along the deck. The captain ordered that the Type 93 torpedoes be jettisoned, but damage to one of the torpedo mounts prevented it from being trained, leaving 4 torpedoes in the mount. When the fires reached the area of the torpedo mounts, 4 of the huge Type 93s exploded at 10:37. The resulting explosion destroyed the forward engine room, bringing the ship to a halt. A third B-24 attack at 10:44 only accounted for more near misses. Abukuma was beyond saving, but remained afloat long enough for 283 of her crew to be rescued by destroyer Ushio. The veteran cruiser, part of the Pearl Harbor attack force, sank at 12:42 with the loss of 220 men, added to the loss of 37 from the torpedo hit from the PT boat. During the action, Abukuma and Ushio shot down 3 of the low-flying bombers. Akebono brought the survivors to Manila. Surigao Strait was the last major night surface battle of the war. Predictably, it resulted in a decisive American victory. Nishimura's diversionary force was almost entirely destroyed, save for a single destroyer. Using radar and better tactics, the Americans defeated the Imperial Navy at its own game. A night surface engagement. Nishimura's force fought bravely, but almost totally ineffectively. After the battle, Japanese survivors believed that PT boats, not destroyers, were responsible for the many successful torpedo attacks, indicating the Japanese never understood what they were facing. Perhaps most puzzling was the lack of aggressiveness displayed by both Nishimura's and Shima's forces. Destroyer Shigure left the battle with all her torpedo tubes full, as did Shima's 4 destroyers. The performance of Nishimura's 2 old battleships was mixed, with Fuso sinking after taking only 2 torpedoes, and Yamashiro taking a sustained pounding before succumbing. The toughness displayed by Mogami confirmed the courage of Japanese sailors, but even this display of tenacity made no contribution to victory. The decision by Shima to avoid destruction and retreat foreshadowed Kurita's almost identical decision later in the day. After fighting hard to get the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force into the fight, Shima did almost nothing with the opportunity he had worked to create. His decision to retreat and avoid destruction was certainly the correct one. Sacrificing his men would have contributed nothing toward a Japanese victory. Kincaid and Oldendorf fought a cautious battle that left little room for error. Their plan maximized superior American firepower and used geography to full advantage. The key to victory was superior use of radar. It provided the Americans with superior situational awareness and critical targeting data for torpedoes and guns. Only the lackluster pursuit of Shima's force tarnished the American victory. An aggressive pursuit could have caught Shima's retreating units and likely destroyed them, but in the process, Oldendorf's ships would have been exposed to a high-level torpedo threat in the confined and dark waters of Saragao Strait. Chapter 7. The Misunderstood Battle off Samar. The battle off Samar is the most important of the 4 major engagements that made up the Battle of Leyte Gulf. It is certainly the least understood. In a battle pitting Kurita's force against a group of slow, unarmored, and lightly armed escort carriers, protected only by light units, the outcome was surely preordained. In fact, the battle off Samar was an event unique in naval history. For the first and only time, a force of heavy surface combatants was faced with a situation in which it had to engage an enemy surface force while also contending with persistent air attack. The inclusion of American air power into the equation made the battle far from a predictable Japanese walkover. With the addition of uncertain Japanese leadership, combined with decisive American leadership, the result was an American victory against what seemed impossible odds. The battle off Samar will always stand as an example of the tenacity and bravery of the American sailor. But its outcome should not surprise anybody who examines the action in detail with an analytical rather than an emotional mind. The battle off Samar was set up by Halsey's decision to go after Ozawa's carrier force. This key decision will be examined in a subsequent chapter. Task Force 38 finally located Ozawa's carriers at 1640 on October 24th. With this discovery, Halsey had to make a choice. He could defend San Bernardino Strait against what he thought was a crippled Japanese force that had taken a pounding for much of October 24th in the Sibuyan Sea, or he could move to the north and attack the newly discovered Japanese threat from that direction. Given the immense resources at his disposal, he also had the option of doing a combination of both. As was almost inevitable, he decided to attack the Japanese carriers. Since Kinkaid also had made no provisions for guarding or even watching the key strait, it was undefended. This allowed the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to transit the strait around midnight. From there, Kurita headed south and headed to Leyte Gulf with a planned arrival time of 1100 hours on October 25th. With 4 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 11 destroyers still at his disposal, it looked as if Toyoda's intention of getting the combined fleet's heavy units into a position to wreak havoc inside the Gulf would be realized. The question of how San Bernardino Strait, one of only 2 choke points leading from Philippine waters to Leyte Gulf, was undefended, needs to be addressed. Obviously, control of the strait was critical to the success of the American invasion of Leyte. If control was not possible, it absolutely had to be monitored to ensure the American naval forces operating to the east of the Philippines weren't surprised. Despite this, neither the Third Fleet nor the Seventh Fleet ensured that the critical function of guarding or monitoring the strait was performed. Third Fleet left the strait totally unwatched by surface ships to attack what Halsey believed was a greater Japanese threat. He has been roundly criticized for this ever since. Nevertheless, there was another force with responsibility for defending the amphibious forces inside Leyte Gulf, the Seventh Fleet. Kinkaid had been monitoring Third Fleet communications throughout October 24th. These seemed to indicate that Halsey was creating a force, the heavy units of Task Force 34, to guard the strait. In fact, Halsey only issued a preparatory order to make formation of Task Force 34 an option. and he never issued the execute order to formally create Task Force 34 on October 24th. So Kinkaid was guilty of assuming, rather than ensuring, that a vital avenue of approach into Leyte Gulf was covered. The responsibility of leaving San Bernardino Strait undefended is almost always left on Halsey's doorstep, but Kinkaid rightfully shares the blame. Kinkaid did make some arrangements for at least monitoring San Bernardino Strait, but these proved inadequate. At 01:55, Kinkaid issued orders to Rear Admiral Thomas Sprague, commander of the escort carrier group, to execute 3 searches, one extending 135 nautical miles north from Suluan Island in the eastern approaches to Leyte Gulf. This would have covered the strait. Sprague gave this responsibility to Taffy II at 03:30. This order was received by Rear Admiral Stump, commander of Taffy II, at 04:30. In turn, he gave the responsibility of flying the search mission to Omani Bay in an order at 05:09. Preparing for this mission was not easy on the small deck of an escort carrier, especially in dark and rainy conditions. This resulted in the 10-aircraft mission not being launched until 06:58. By this time, the battle between Taffy III and Kurita's force was already underway. A planned search of the strait by 7th Fleet Catalina flying boats based in Leyte Gulf was also botched. Even if Taffy II's search had been executed as planned and had discovered Kurita's fleet sometime earlier in the morning, there still would have been a major Japanese force loose in the Philippine Sea, with no American force in a position to stop it. This is where Kinkaid's placement of Taffy III can be questioned. Even if Task Force 34 was in place off San Bernardino Strait, as Kinkaid believed, in a major surface engagement, some or all of the Japanese force could have forced their way through or somehow leaked through unengaged. Had this happened, Taffy III was right in the path of a Japanese force headed to the Gulf. Since the Japanese detected Taffy III by visual means, just a few miles' difference in its placement might have been enough to prevent its detection by Kurita's force. Leaving Taffy III potentially exposed in this manner was another oversight by Kinkaid and his staff. Surprise off Samar. Between Kurita and Leyte Gulf lay Taffy III. As the Japanese approached, Taffy III was 60 nautical miles east of Paninihian Point on the island of Samar. Even before dawn, Taffy III had begun its morning flight operations. 12 Wildcat fighters were sent to provide combat air patrol over the ships inside the Gulf, and these were joined by 4 Avengers and 2 more Wildcats flying anti-submarine patrols inside the Gulf. There were also aircraft launched to provide combat air patrol and anti-submarine patrols to protect Taffy III. One of these aircraft, an Avenger from Katashan Bay, sighted a force of Japanese warships 20 nautical miles north of Taffy III at 06:47. The pilot identified them as 4 battleships, 8 cruisers, and many destroyers. An amazingly accurate report. He immediately conducted an attack on one of the cruisers and was fired upon. Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, on his flagship Fanshawe Bay, first thought the pilot was attacking part of Task Force 38, since it was inconceivable that a Japanese force could have transited undetected to within a few miles of his force. Within minutes, though, the identity of Japanese ships was confirmed, this time by lookouts aboard his flagship. Whatever doubt there still may have been over this incredible turn of events was quashed at 06:59, when shell splashes were noted astern of Taffy III. North of Taffy 3, the Japanese were going through a similar process of surprise. At 0644, lookouts aboard Yamato spotted an American force to the southeast. Within minutes, the Lone Avenger made its attack. It was quickly apparent that the American formation included aircraft carriers. There are many descriptions by different Japanese observers as to what they saw, but all agreed they were looking at carriers with an appropriate screen. Kurita's operations officer put the American force at 5 or 6 carriers, with the screen including 4 or 5 heavy cruisers. Vice Admiral Ugaki, on Yamato's bridge as commander of Battleship Division 1, finally settled on 6 carriers, 3 cruisers, and several destroyers. Some reports also indicated the presence of battleships. From the start of the action, the Japanese could never correctly identify what they were looking at. All of Taffy 3's carriers were Casablanca-class escort carriers commissioned from July 1943 on. They were so new that they were unknown to the Japanese. According to Kurita's operations officer, there were no photographs of these ships in Japanese recognition materials. After deliberation, the Japanese decided they were looking at regular, that is, light or fleet carriers. No observer identified them as escort carriers. While the Japanese inability to identify the hitherto unknown Casablanca class might be understood, the misidentification of Fletcher-class destroyers and John C. Butler-class destroyer escorts as cruisers and even battleships was unexplainable. Even as the battle developed over the course of the next 2 hours, the Japanese never corrected their mistake and continued to fail to identify the composition of the American force they were facing. This failure was one of many reasons leading to Kurita's defeat. As the first reports of an American force to the southeast were received, Kurita was in the process of changing from his nighttime steaming formation of 4 major columns to a daytime steaming formation of a circular formation suitable for anti-aircraft protection. Before the transition could be made, the discovery of the enemy carriers prompted Kurita to order general attack at 0703. Such an order committed his subordinate commanders to execute an immediate attack as they saw fit. Kurita's alternative was to form a battle line and subject the enemy carriers to concentrated fire. Forming a battle line and assigning targets would have taken time. Kurita selected the immediate attack option with one thought in mind. He had to disable the flight decks of the enemy carriers as quickly as possible, so as to neutralize their ability to launch aircraft. This is why the misidentification of the composition of Taffy 3 was so critical. If the correct identification of escort carriers had been made, the slow speed of those ships gave Kurita the option of fighting a more methodical battle. However, with the identification that the carriers were fleet units, Kurita had no option but to order a general attack. Had he waited to form a battle line, fleet carriers could have readily escaped, since their speed, over 30 knots, was significantly greater than Kurita's battleships. The slowest was Nagato, capable of only 24 knots. Japanese heavy cruisers possessed the speed to chase down even fleet carriers, but in a controlled attack scenario, these would have been tied to the battle line. Kurita has been criticized for his general attack orders, but under the circumstances, he had no choice. In his mind, failure to attack immediately would have permitted the American fleet to escape, thus bringing the battle to an end even before it had started. The general attack order did have significant implications. It increased the level of confusion for Kurita and his staff, and this was further exacerbated by communications issues and reduced visibility. Kurita quickly lost control of the battle and never regained it. Any pretense of coordination between the various elements of the first diversionary attack force was lost. When the battle was joined, Kurita's force was split into 6 parts. 2 of these consisted of the 4 battleships. Yamato and Nagato operated together for most of the battle, but the other 2 battleships, Kongo and Haruna, operated individually for much of it. The 6 heavy cruisers made up 2 more groups. Cruiser Division 7 started the battle operating together with Kumano, Suzuya, Tone, and Shikuma. Cruiser Division 5, with Haguru and Shokai, made up the other cruiser elements. The last 2 groups were composed of the 2 destroyer squadrons. Light cruiser Noshiro led the 7 destroyers of Destroyer Squadron 2, and Yahagi led the 4 destroyers of Destroyer Squadron 10. Kurita kept the 2 destroyer flotillas to the rear. This was a serious blunder, since these powerful ships played no role for most of the battle. They were not in position to screen Kurita's heavy ships from American torpedo attack and were too far back to execute a torpedo attack against the enemy. Kurita's thinking on deploying his destroyers was undoubtedly influenced by a desire to preserve their fuel to the maximum extent possible. He probably held them back to preclude any confusion on the part of his heavy ships as they conducted their gunnery attacks on the American carriers. Once the heavy ships had shattered the American formation, Kurita probably intended to have his destroyers mop up. As Kurita's initial orders turned the battle into a melee, Sprague's first moves were decisive and effective. His aviators correctly identified the composition of the Japanese force, 15 nautical miles to the north. 4 battleships and 6 heavy cruisers possessed the firepower to lay waste to the escort carriers unless immediate steps were taken. From 0657, Sprague began issuing orders to save Taffy 3 from destruction. He first ordered a change of course from the southwest to the east. This was done to increase the range from the Japanese, and because it was in the general direction of the wind. The slow escort carriers had to conduct flight operations into the wind to get their aircraft into the air. Fortunately for the Americans, the direction of the wind allowed them to launch aircraft and not have to steam in a direction that decreased the distance to the Japanese. To open the range as much as possible, Sprague increased speed to 16 knots, and then to 17.5 knots. The escort carriers could go no faster. At this point, the escort carriers were in a circular formation about 2,500 yards in diameter, with the escorts forming another circle about 6,000 yards from the center of the escort carriers. Beginning at 0655, Sprague ordered every available aircraft into the air. Every ship in Taffy 3 was ordered to lay smoke. Ships began to produce black smoke from their stacks and white chemical smoke from smoke generators. Again, the Americans benefited from a fortunate weather condition. The hot and humid air kept the smoke on the surface of the water ideal for concealment of anything behind it. There were also rain squalls in the area that would prove useful in concealment. Having done all that he could do, at 0701, Sprague began sending clear text messages reporting his predicament and asking for all possible assistance. With the critical exception of airstrikes from Taffy 1 and 2, Sprague was on his own. Taffy 2 was operating just to the south, and Taffy 1 was approximately 130 nautical miles to the south. Thomas Sprague responded immediately to Clifton Sprague's call for help, and within minutes had received Kincaid's approval to launch every available aircraft. Taffy 2 responded by launching all aircraft, and some of the aircraft already airborne were retasked to come to the assistance of Taffy 3. Taffy 1 was already under orders to strike Japanese surface units retreating from the action in Surigao Strait, which limited its ability to provide immediate help to Taffy 3. The last source of potential assistance for Taffy 3 was the one farthest away. After demolishing Nishimura's force and forcing Shima to turn back, the 7th Fleet's battle line was some 100 nautical miles away when the battle off Samar began. Oldendorf's cruisers were farther away, since they were in the middle of their uncertain pursuit of Japanese forces remaining in Surigao Strait. Given the time required to assemble a task group and the speed of the American battleships, there was no prospect that the heavy ships could offer any immediate assistance. Contrary to myth, Taffy 3 was far from helpless. Immediate assistance was available, in the form of 95 aircraft from its own flight decks and another 35 aircraft from nearby Taffy 2. By 0730, the 6 carriers of Taffy 3 had launched aircraft. A list of these are found in the companion PDF in your library in a table named Surprise Off Samar. Taffy 2 was better prepared for surface strike operations, since the night before Stump had ordered his carriers to be ready to load torpedoes at short notice in expectation of attacking retreating Japanese units in Surigao Strait. When news arrived that Taffy 3 was under attack, the deck crews worked feverishly to rearm the Avengers with weapons suited to attacking ships. This accomplished, at 0737, Taffy 2 turned into the wind to begin its launch. Within 8 minutes, 20 Wildcats and 15 Avengers were in the air. All of the Avengers carried torpedoes. Taffy 2 launched a second strike beginning at 0833. It took only 11 minutes to get the 8 fighters and 16 Avengers in the air. Again, all of the Avengers carried torpedoes. Despite being committed to attack Japanese units retreating down Surigao Strait, Taffy 1 was also able to contribute to the defense of Taffy 3. When the battle began, 8 Wildcats from Petrov Bay and Santee, 6 Hellcats from Sangamon, all carrying 500-pound bombs, and an Avenger with 100-pound bombs were over Leyte waiting to be called to strike ground targets. These aircraft were retasked to fly out to assist Taffy 3. Another Taffy 1 strike was launched at 0725. It was a large effort consisting of 40 aircraft, 4 Wildcats and 6 Avengers from Petrov Bay, 5 Hellcats from Sangamon, 7 Hellcats and 5 Avengers from Suwannee, and 8 Wildcats and 5 Avengers from Santee. As the strike group was assembling, Taffy 1 came under kamikaze attack. The fighters were recalled to defend the carriers. 11 were subsequently released to accompany the Avengers to the target. Departing at 0910, they did not arrive over Kurita's force until about 1000 hours. The combined efforts of the 3 Taffys accounted for a total of 196 planned sorties during or immediately after the period encompassing the battle off Samar. The inclusion of a handful of other aircraft already airborne and retasked to assist Taffy 3 brought the total number of sorties flown against Kurita during the battle to over 200. This was a considerable level of effort and had a significant impact on the battle. The battle opens. The opening portion of the battle featured long-range Japanese battleship gunnery trying to neutralize the escort carriers. Beginning at 0658, with the first salvo from Yamato, the salvos increased in frequency and gradually in accuracy. Fanshawe Bay and White Plains were the most exposed, and so came under fire first. White Plains was targeted by both Yamato and Nagato. The carrier was straddled by large-caliber salvos. Though shaken, she suffered no critical damage. Haruna and Kongo targeted Fanshawe Bay with a similar lack of success. Without any weather or smoke to deal with at this point, initial Japanese gunnery was generally accurate, as evinced by the many straddles of the two carriers. Though the Japanese claimed success from the extreme range of almost 30,000 yards, no direct hits were scored. As this spectacle was unfolding, American flight deck crews worked under fire to launch aircraft. The growing pressure from the battleship gunnery ended when Sprague took the opportunity to steer Taffy 3 into a rain squall from 0706 until 0715. This and the smoke issuing from all American ships provided about a 15-minute respite. Coming out of the squall, Sprague changed course to the south and then to the southwest, which was in the direction of any help coming from Leyte Gulf. This was a risk, since it gave Kurita a chance to close the range if he had steered directly toward Taffy 3, instead of continuing on a course almost due east. Kurita did not take the opportunity to close the range to Taffy 3. For the first hour of the engagement, he thought it was more important to stay upwind from the American carriers, to prevent them from turning into the wind and launching aircraft. This meant the range to Taffy 3 was actually increasing, despite the speed difference between the two forces. Even after Taffy 3 was observed to leave the squall at about 0716, Kurita maintained course to the east until about 0750, when his ships were north of Taffy 3. Only at this point did he change course to the south. The effects of the weather and smoke on Japanese gunnery should not be underestimated. Japanese gunnery was dependent on good visibility, since it used optical rangefinders for ranging and direct observation to correct the fall of shells. Japanese accounts state that they used radar for range-finding purposes, but it was not good enough to direct fire. Proof of this is provided by American accounts that Japanese salvos were well wide of their targets when the carriers were concealed by weather or smoke. Kurita stated after the war that American use of smoke was exceedingly well used tactically, and this view was shared by his operations officer. By steering to the south, Sprague had actually opened the range against the Japanese. The providential rain squall had bought some time, and the first air attacks against the pursuing Japanese had begun. More had to be done to gain additional time. The best option Sprague had was to use his screening destroyers and destroyer escorts as aggressively as possible. 3 destroyers were available to Sprague: Hole, under Commander L.S. Kintberger; Heerman, under Commander Amos Hathaway; and Johnston, under Commander Ernest E. Evans. All 3 were Fletcher-class ships with 5 5-inch guns and 10 torpedoes. At 0716, Sprague ordered them to conduct a counterattack to cover the escort carriers as they emerged from the squall. The actions of these destroyers have entered naval history. The actions of Johnston were particularly noteworthy. Commander Evans was a made-for-Hollywood combat leader whom history had placed in the exact right place at the perfect time. He needed no orders to attack the Japanese as aggressively as he could. As fate would have it, his ship was the nearest to the Japanese when the action began. Evans immediately charged out of formation to lay smoke and engage a column of heavy cruisers with 5-inch gunfire at 0710. The target of this attack was Kumano, flagship of Cruiser Division 7, with Vice Admiral Shiraisi Kuzutaka embarked. Johnston engaged Kumano with some 200 rounds of 5-inch shells, of which several were observed to hit. Johnston was taken under fire by several heavy cruisers and soon was surrounded by a forest of 8-inch shell explosions. Having received Sprague's orders to conduct a torpedo attack, Evans headed right for Kumano at 25 knots. Closing to within 10,000 yards of the cruiser, all the while under fire, Evans unleashed all 10 of his torpedoes. After launching his weapons, Evans prudently retreated behind his own smoke. At 07:27, one of Johnston's torpedoes struck Kumano and tore off a section of her bow. The ensuing flooding was controlled, but her speed was reduced to 12 knots. This was a critical early blow in the battle. Unable to maintain speed, Kumano was knocked out of the action. Making matters worse for the Japanese, Shiraisi ordered heavy cruiser Suzuya to come and get him and his staff. By the time this was accomplished, Suzuya never got back into the fight. Kurita ordered the wounded Kumano to make for San Bernardino Strait without escort. Johnston's effective counterattack brought Kurita's heavy cruiser force down to only 4 effective ships. Despite the fact that Japanese gunnery was not at its best on October 25th, it was inevitable that Evans would eventually pay a price for approaching so close to a mass of enemy cruisers and battleships. At 07:30, 3 large shells from Yamato and 3 6-inch shells from Yamato's secondary battery struck Johnston. The huge armor-piercing shells failed to explode as they ripped through the unarmored destroyer, but damage was extensive. The aft machinery room was destroyed, which reduced speed to 17 knots. Most of the 5-inch 38 guns were knocked out, but after repairs, during a providential 10-minute respite as a squall passed over, 3 were brought back online. Evans was wounded, but remained in command. Johnston was damaged, but was definitely not out of the fight. Engaging this target from just over 20,000 yards, Yamato claimed she had sunk a heavy cruiser. Hull also responded to Sprague's orders to go after the Japanese. Kintberger selected battleship Congo for attack. The destroyer opened fire with her 5-inch guns at 14,000 yards and closed to within 9,000 yards, before launching 5 torpedoes. Congo evaded the torpedoes at 07:33. As Hull made its approach, the battleship and heavy cruiser Haguro wreaked havoc on Kintberger's ship. Shells knocked out 1 of the 2 engines, 3 5-inch guns, and the ship's radars. This damage did not prevent Hull from responding to Sprague's order at 07:42 to conduct a second torpedo attack. This time, Kintberger went after heavy cruiser Haguro, which was leading a column of 2 cruisers. After closing to within 6,000 yards, he fired Hull's last 5 torpedoes at 07:50. Though the Americans were sure they had scored based on large columns of water observed around the cruiser, all the torpedoes missed. The third of Sprague's destroyers, Heermann, was on the far side of the formation and did not get Sprague's 07:16 order to conduct a torpedo attack. Heermann raced through the carrier formation to execute Sprague's 07:42 order for a second attack. Hathaway joined on Hull as she conducted her torpedo run against Haguro. At 07:54, Heermann launched 7 torpedoes at Haguro from about 9,000 yards. But these also missed. The cruiser took Heermann under heavy fire, but the destroyer was untouched. Next, Heermann spotted battleship Haruna and then Yamato and Nagato off her port bow. Hathaway went after Haruna with his last 3 torpedoes at 0800. Despite launching from only 4,400 yards, none of the torpedoes scored. The destroyer also banged away at the behemoth with 5-inch fire aimed at her superstructure. The duel between Heermann and Haruna lasted 8 minutes. During this time, by using smoke and chasing shell splashes, Heermann was not hit by a single Japanese shell. Hull was the first destroyer to succumb to the Japanese barrage. After her torpedo attacks against Kongo and Haguro, she was only able to make 17 knots. This was too slow to withdraw from her exposed position with Kongo on one side and 4 heavy cruisers on the other. Skillfully maneuvering to evade the storm of shells directed against his ship, Kintberger survived for over an hour after the first hit on Hull was recorded. Hull took as many as 23 hits, but the actual number will never be known, since many passed through the ship without exploding. At 08:30, the second engine was knocked out, and the ship came to a stop. Minutes later, Kintberger ordered the crew to abandon ship, as the Japanese continued to shell her. Hull finally rolled over at 08:55. Only 86 of her crew survived, including her skipper. Another 253 were lost, either as a result of the Japanese barrage or in the water awaiting rescue. None of Sprague's 4 destroyer escorts were ordered to take part in the first torpedo attack. With their slow top speed and weak armament of 2 5-inch 38 guns and only 3 torpedo tubes, they were not suited or trained to engage enemy surface ships. Nevertheless, destroyer escort Samuel B. Roberts, under Lieutenant Commander R.W. Copeland, joined Hull and Heermann in the second torpedo attack. Using smoke, she got to within 4,000 yards of the Japanese heavy cruisers to launch her 3 torpedoes at 07:52. All missed, but Samuel B. Roberts used her 5-inch guns to engage another cruiser. Amazingly, the destroyer escort was unscathed by her close encounter with the quartet of Japanese heavy cruisers. The skipper of destroyer escort Raymond also decided that Sprague's 0742 order for a torpedo attack applied to him. He headed toward Haguro, then the leading cruiser in a column north of Raymond. Getting to within 6,000 yards of Haguro through heavy fire, Raymond fired her 3 torpedoes at 07:56. Again, all missed. Haguro fired some 15 salvos at the destroyer escort, but failed to score a single hit. Dennis also answered the call to make a torpedo attack, and also selected the Japanese heavy cruisers to the northwest as her target. At 07:59, she fired her 3 torpedoes at Tone from 8,000 yards. This salvo was no more successful than the others fired by the destroyer escorts. And again, despite being under heavy cruiser fire for 7 minutes, Dennis was undamaged, as she retired with Heermann, Johnston. Despite having no torpedoes left, Evans joined the second attack to provide gunfire support, and Raymond. After more than an hour into the action, the Japanese had failed to deliver a crushing blow against Taffy 3. But by 08:20, Sprague's position was becoming more serious. Taffy 3 remained on a southwesterly course, but was under pressure from the 4 Japanese heavy cruisers, operating in 2 groups of 2 to the northeast and east. Kurita's battleships were within range and targeted the carriers when visibility permitted. The most serious threat was the heavy cruisers which were on the port quarter of Sprague's carriers. At 08:26, Sprague ordered 3 of his destroyer escorts to get between the carriers and the Japanese heavy cruisers on their port quarter. Responding to Sprague's orders, John C. Butler and Dennis moved from the starboard side of the formation to join Raymond, which was already engaging the cruisers with 5-inch gunfire. John C. Butler, the last destroyer escort to join the fray, looked to use her torpedoes but was unable to get into a favorable firing position. The destroyer escorts did engage the cruisers with gunfire, with Raymond closing the range to 5,900 yards. Tonne was forced to briefly shift her fire from the carriers to deal with the brazen destroyer escort. The cost of distracting the Japanese cruisers began to mount. At 0850, Dennis received the first of 3 hits, but her speed was unimpaired. After both of her 5-inch mounts were knocked out of action, Dennis retreated behind smoke. John C. Butler also came under 8-inch fire, but was not hit. As directed by Sprague, she continued to lay smoke on the port side of the carrier formation. Samuel B. Roberts was not so lucky. At about 0850, she took her first hit, possibly from Chokai. Subsequent damage was possibly caused by shells from Nagato. Congo delivered the killing blow at 0900, when she hit the destroyer escort with 2 or 3 14-inch shells. These turned the aft part of the ship into wreckage, tore a huge hole in the side of the ship, and knocked out all power. At least 6 shells of various sizes hit the ship. Copeland ordered the crew to abandon ship at 0910, but handling the many wounded meant the evacuation was not completed until 0935. At 10:05, Samuel B. Roberts sank by the stern. Losses were heavy. Of the crew of 178, more than half, 89, did not survive. Not until late in the battle did Kurita's destroyers threaten the carriers. This attack was not ordered by Kurita, but was due to the initiative of Rear Admiral Kimura, commander of Destroyer Squadron 10. At 0845, from his flagship Yahagi, Kimura ordered the light cruiser to lead 4 destroyers into a torpedo attack. Kimura's intentions were quickly discerned by Evans on the wounded Johnston. He charged out of the smoke to engage the approaching Japanese with gunfire. Yahagi was taken under fire at 10,000 yards. As the range closed to 7,000 yards, the Americans claimed several hits on the cruiser. Japanese records indicate she was hit by a single shell forward on the starboard side that damaged an officer's stateroom. Johnston shifted fire to the first and then the second destroyer in column. Evans thought he had forced the Japanese ships to break off their attack when he observed they turned right 90 degrees and opened the range. In fact, the Japanese were turning to execute a torpedo attack. However, Evans's bold attack did prompt the Japanese to launch early and from an unfavorable target angle. When the torpedoes went in the water, they were 10,500 yards astern of the nearest carrier, Kalinin Bay, and the targets were headed away from the Japanese. Yahagi launched 7 torpedoes at 0905, followed by 3 destroyers, beginning at 0915. Urakaze fired 4, Isokaze 8, and Yukikaze 4. No hits were scored, though Kimura fancifully claimed 3 carriers and a cruiser sunk. The largest Japanese torpedo attack of the battle had ended in total failure. Earlier in the engagement, Haguro and Tonne had already fired 8 and 9 torpedoes respectively, but without success. Failure to gain even a single torpedo hit during the battle denotes Kurita's failure to bring a critical component of his combat power to bear, and was another element leading to the Japanese defeat. After launching their torpedoes, Kimura's ships concentrated on Johnston. Yahagi and the 4 destroyers took Johnston under fire, joined by as many as 3 heavy cruisers. As the damage mounted and the bridge was set afire, Evans was reduced to conning the ship by yelling orders through an open hatch on the fantail to men below turning the rudder manually. With all power lost, at 09:45, Evans finally gave the order to abandon ship. Japanese destroyers closed in and continued to pound the wreck. Johnston's epic fight ended at 10:10, when she rolled over and started to sink. Most of the crew of 327 got into the water, but 186, including Evans, were lost. Escort carriers under fire. Though the Japanese were forced to deal with the counterattacks of the American destroyers and destroyer escorts, Kurita's real focus was attacking and sinking Sprague's carriers. At the start of the engagement, the carriers came under fire from Japanese battleships, and as the range closed, Japanese heavy cruisers also targeted them. This bombardment, lasting over 2 hours, was only marginally effective. There were several reasons for this. Foremost is the difficulty in hitting distant targets even under the best conditions, and conditions for Kurita's heavy ships were far from ideal. Their targets were obscured for much of the battle by rain squalls and smoke screens. When visibility permitted targeting of the carriers, the Japanese ships were often harassed by air and surface attack. Constant maneuvering to avoid these hazards made it difficult to formulate gunnery solutions. The battle opened when Yamato fired her first salvo at 06:59. This was the first time during the entire war that the pride of the Imperial Navy had fired her 18.1-inch guns at an enemy surface ship. 4 more salvos followed by 07:09. The second and third salvos straddled White Plains. Nagato also selected White Plains as her target. She fired 4 salvos before checking fire. No hits were registered, but the target was straddled. The carrier was shaken, and all power was lost for a few minutes after some circuits tripped open. The third salvo from Yamato was the most damaging, since it included a shell that exploded under the ship's keel. The severe shaking and the mining effect of the underwater explosion caused minor flooding and minor structural damage. Very luckily for White Plains, it did not hit closer to the aft engine room. Had it caused damage to the ship's machinery, White Plains would have most probably fallen behind the rest of Taffy 3 and been sunk. To be fair to the Japanese, Yamato and Nagato gaining straddles from between 34,000 and 36,000 yards was impressive gunnery. This accuracy was impossible to maintain as smoke covered the battle area. At 07:15, both battleships shifted fire to Johnston, and about 15 minutes later, Yamato hit the destroyer and claimed it sunk. At 07:54, lookouts on Yamato spotted torpedoes, which forced her captain to order a hard turn to port, taking her to the north, away from Taffy 3. The battleship was forced to continue north for almost 10 minutes until the torpedo tracks disappeared. This placed her at the rear of Kurita's formation and effectively took her out of the battle for a significant period. Back in the fight, Yamato was challenged to find targets in the midst of the ever-present smoke. At 08:22, Yamato resumed fire and within minutes placed a 6-shell straddle around Gambier Bay. Overall, Yamato's performance was disappointing. The tough visibility conditions reduced her main battery to only sparing use, with only 100 armor-piercing rounds being expended during the entire action. Even her secondary battery fired only 127 rounds. Nagato faced the same challenges. After engaging White Plains at extreme range in the opening minutes of the action, her main and secondary batteries were only able to engage destroyers. She was also forced to take the same evasion course as Yamato at 0854 for 10 minutes. Her combat log is marked by continual air attacks and references to smoke screens. Nagato was only able to fire 45 16-inch armor-piercing and 52 high-explosive 16-inch rounds during the action, with her 5.5-inch secondary guns firing another 133 rounds. Kongo and Haruna, comprising Battleship Division 3, operated separately during the battle. Haruna, despite having her speed slightly reduced the day before from near misses in the Sibuyan Sea, had advanced the farthest south of any Japanese battleship by the end of the battle. Her first targets were carriers at 0702. After 5 salvos at extreme range, her main battery ceased fire. Not until 0813 was she able to resume firing at a carrier, but again, this was at extremely long range. At 0854, Kurita ordered her to fire at a second group of carriers to the south, Taffy 2. This fire was totally ineffective. Only 95 14-inch armor-piercing were expended during the battle, but the 353 6-inch shells fired demonstrated Haruna was active in targeting Taffy 3's escorts. Kongo steamed the farthest east of any of Kurita's units during the battle. According to her combat log, it does not appear that she was able to engage any of the escort carriers until 0803. She was the most active Japanese battleship during the battle, firing 211 14-inch rounds and 272 6-inch shells. At 0722, her main battery rangefinder was damaged by strafing, and repairs were not completed until 0900. Her gunnery performance was mixed. At one point, Heermann approached to within 4,400 yards of the battleships without harm, but later in the action, Kongo inflicted fatal damage on Samuel B. Roberts. She claimed the destruction of one Enterprise-class carrier, cooperating with other Japanese ships, and one Craven-class destroyer, Roberts, during the battle. The biggest threat to Sprague's carriers were the 4 Japanese heavy cruisers that used their superior speed to approach Taffy 3 from its port quarter. They worked around to the port beam of the carriers, where they were in position to engage them from fairly short range while shooting through a reduced level of smoke. Late in the action, the heavy cruisers had closed the range to only 8,000 yards and were south of Taffy 3 in a position to cut off Sprague's retreat to Leyte Gulf. Despite the best efforts of Kurita's battleships and destroyers, for almost an hour, the combined efforts of Taffy 3's escorts, smoke, and air attacks had protected the carriers from severe damage. Smoke generated from all 6 carriers, and from the destroyers and destroyer escorts on their starboard quarter succeeded in hiding the carriers from direct Japanese observation for much of the battle. During the engagement, the Japanese shot slowly and deliberately, using half 4-gun salvos. This made it easier for the carriers to use the tactic of chasing salvos, moving to the location of the last salvo to evade the corrections made for the next salvo. Nevertheless, 4 of the 6 carriers were eventually hit. Of these, only 1 was sunk. As Sprague steered to the southwest, Kalinin Bay was in the rear of the formation. At 0750, she became the first carrier to be hit when a probable battleship shell went through the hangar deck and then out her unarmored hull. As many as 13 other hits followed. all probably 8-inch rounds from the cruisers working around her port side. Damage was limited, since some of the armor-piercing shells literally went through the ship, and others broke into 2 or 3 pieces and failed to detonate. The shells that did explode caused considerable chaos, including fires, flooding, and disabling the forward elevator. The damage control personnel performed well, putting out the fires and making sure the flooding did not knock out the forward engine room. It was critical to maintain speed, as falling behind would have meant almost certain destruction. The flooding did create an 8-degree starboard list, but luckily this allowed the holes on the port side to be plugged. Despite all the carnage, only 5 men were killed and another 55 wounded. In return, Kalinin Bay used her aft, and only, 5-inch 38 gun to engage the heavy cruisers from a range of 18,000 yards. Fanshawe Bay took 4 8-inch hits and 2 near misses, all forward, that killed 4 men and wounded another 18. Damage included some small fires and light flooding, all of which was quickly controlled. The carrier remained capable of conducting flight operations. She too used her 5-inch gun to snap back at the Japanese cruisers. White Plains took only a probable 6-inch hit and suffered light damage. In return, she fired back with a total of 127 rounds from her single 5-inch gun. Beginning at 0849, she opened up at a succession of Japanese cruisers which had closed to within 6 miles of the carrier. Kitkun Bay was not hit, but recorded several personnel casualties from the shrapnel from near misses. St. Louis suffered no damage during the battle. Gambier Bay was in the greatest danger, since she was located in the rear of Sprague's formation and was the closest to the Japanese heavy cruisers. She was also unprotected by smoke for an extended period. As the Japanese cruisers worked into a position on Sprague's beam, they were less impeded by smoke. Beginning at 0741, Gambier Bay used her 5-inch gun in a desperate attempt to ward off the cruisers. The escort carrier's captain successfully chased salvos for 30 minutes as the range fell to 10,000 yards. At 0810, Gambier Bay recorded her first damage when a shell struck the aft part of the flight deck and started a fire. Much worse followed at 0820, when a probable 18-inch shell from Yamato hit alongside on the port side and exploded underwater. The explosion ruptured the hull and water poured into the forward engine room. This was a critical hit. With her speed reduced to 11 knots, Gambier Bay fell behind the rest of the formation and became the focus of Japanese attention. 4 minutes after the deadly underwater hit, another shell hit the ship in the same area. Flooding increased and a port list developed. Heermann closed Gambier Bay at 0841 to find her burning and listing 20 degrees. After at least 26 hits from Yamato, Haruna, and several heavy cruisers, Gambier Bay went dead in the water at 0845 when the aft engine room was abandoned. Within 5 minutes, her captain gave the order to abandon ship. Of her crew of 854 men, about 750 were still alive to go into the water. Gambier Bay capsized at 0907. By about 0900, the last 2 Japanese heavy cruisers, Haguro and Tone, were off Taffy 3's port beam at a range of 8,000 yards. From this range, and largely unhindered by smoke, their fire was increasingly accurate. To deal with this threat, at 0910, Sprague ordered his remaining escorts to make another attack. Before this could be executed, Tone and Haguro ceased fire by 0917. Haguro was the most persistent tormentor of Taffy 3, firing 108 salvos during the battle and a total of 345 8-inch shells. Minutes later, the torpedoes from Yahagi and 3 destroyers began to appear around the carriers. None hit, but some exploded prematurely nearby. Just as the Japanese appeared ready to finally close in on Sprague's carriers, Kurita called off his attack at 0911 with an order for his remaining ships to head north and join with flagship Yamato. This amazing turn of events was confirmed at 0925 when one of the signalmen on Sprague's flagship issued the immortal remark, "God damn it, boys! They're getting away!" The impact of American air attacks. The battle off Samar was much more than a lopsided fight between Sprague's escort carriers and light escorts and the heavy ships of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. As the surface ships battled, there was also an air-sea battle unfolding. The scale of American air attacks on Kurita's ships from 0730 until about 0930 by over 200 aircraft was one of the heaviest onslaughts of the entire war. Unrelenting American air attacks were the main reason for the Japanese defeat. Success by the escort carriers' aviators was achieved in spite of several constraining factors. Taffy air crews were not highly trained for maritime attack, and the torpedoes or armor-piercing bombs needed to tackle heavily armored ships were in short supply. From Taffy 3, most Avengers were launched with bombs instead of more effective torpedoes, for 2 reasons. Torpedoes took more time and preparation to load, which the deck crews on Taffy 3 did not possess. Once loaded with a heavy torpedo, Avengers could only be launched if the escort carrier steamed into the wind. Steaming to the southwest, as Taffy 3 was forced to do for most of the action, did not result in enough wind across the flight deck. Even though few Taffy 3 aircraft were properly armed to attack Japanese ships, and none of the FM-2 Wildcats carried anything more than machine guns, the pilots made unceasing strafing runs in the case of the Wildcats or dummy bombing runs in the case of the Avengers, forcing the Japanese ships to take evasive maneuvers. Because Taffy 3 could not steam into the wind while being pursued by Kurita, recovering aircraft during the battle was impossible. When Taffy 3's aircraft ran out of ordnance or fuel, they had to land on a flight deck in Taffy 2 or fly 100 nautical miles to the newly opened airfield at Tacloban. In the eyes of the Americans, these attacks were driven by desperation and were poorly coordinated. However, the Japanese, on the receiving end of incessant attacks, saw it much differently. After the battle, Kurita and other officers in the 1st Diversionary Attack Force commented that the attacks were well coordinated, skillful, and aggressive. They viewed these attacks as more effective than those delivered by Halsey's aviators the day before in the Sibuyan Sea. Air attacks began as soon as 0645. When 4 Fanshawe Bay Wildcats on combat air patrol reported that they strafed Yamato. 4 more Wildcats strafed another battleship and a heavy cruiser. After expending their ammunition, they flew to Tacloban to rearm. At the start of the battle, Sprague ordered all available aircraft launched from his 6 flight decks. By 0730, all operational aircraft were airborne. This was a considerable force of 51 Wildcats and 44 Avengers. Aboard the Avengers was an assortment of weapons, but only one carried a torpedo. The first attacks by Taffy 3 aircraft were conducted in small groups. The first attacks from the newly launched aircraft were recorded at about 0710. Congo was subjected to what was described by the Japanese as a severe air attack from 0713 until 0728. Damage was light from a near miss on the port side near the stern. Haguro came under attack at 0717 from 4 Gambier Bay Avengers, but suffered no damage. Kalinin Bay aircraft reported attacking 2 battleships and a cruiser around 0740, with the Wildcats strafing 2 destroyers. The first properly coordinated strike did not occur until 0830, when 6 Avengers and 20 Wildcats already airborne on various missions were joined by aircraft from Taffy 2. With Taffy 3 under constant pressure, it should not be surprising that Taffy 2 mounted the most aircraft sorties during the battle. Admiral Stump ordered his aviators to cripple as many Japanese ships as possible instead of focusing on 1 or 2. The first of 6 strikes, consisting of 15 Avengers with torpedoes and 20 Wildcats, was launched in just 8 minutes. The second, launched at 0833, included 16 Avengers with torpedoes and 8 Wildcats. The third mustered 12 Avengers, 5 with torpedoes, and 8 Wildcats. The fourth, launched at 11:15, was the biggest of the day, with 37 Avengers and 19 Wildcats. The fifth consisted of 11 Avengers, with the last 3 available torpedoes, and 8 fighters, and launched at 13:31. The last strike, launched just after 1500, included 26 Avengers and 24 Wildcats. Total ordnance used by Taffy 2 in these strikes included 49 torpedoes, 76 tons of bombs, and 276 rockets. Though it was operating just to the southeast of Taffy 3, the only time Taffy 2 came under fire was around 0854, when Haruna's 14-inch guns briefly fired on the 3 destroyers screening the rear of Taffy 2's formation. The incessant attacks by Taffy aircraft did more than just harass the Japanese. They were responsible for sinking 3 heavy cruisers and damaging many other ships. The first real damage was to Suzuya, when at 0735 she was attacked by about 10 Avengers from Taffy 3. The Avengers managed to score a near miss aft that knocked out one of the propeller shafts, reducing the cruiser's speed to 20 knots. Another attack against Suzuya was mounted at 10:50 by as many as 30 aircraft. This time, a near miss amidships turned deadly. Shrapnel from the bomb ignited the torpedoes in the starboard forward mount, starting a fire that caused other torpedoes to explode at 1100 hours. The explosion caused extensive damage to the secondary battery and the machinery room located below, which left the ship unmaneuverable. For the second time that morning, Vice Admiral Shiraishi had to transfer, this time to Tone. When the fires reached the remaining torpedoes, a large explosion resulted at 1200 hours. This caused the magazine of the secondary battery to explode, and soon the entire ship was an inferno. Some 620 surviving crewmen were taken off by destroyer Okinami after the order to abandon ship was given at 1300. At 1320, Suzuya sank. 247 men were lost. Another of Kurita's cruisers to be sunk by air attack was Chokai. Her fate is difficult to retrace, since all her survivors were lost when destroyer Fujinami was sunk by Task Force 38 on October 27th. Beginning at 0850, Chokai was hit by shell fire and crippled, then attacked by aircraft. At about 0905, she was surprised by 4 Avengers from Kitkun Bay. Attacking against no anti-aircraft fire, the American strike leader claimed the unlikely total of 9 hits by 500-pound bombs. Several bombs did hit the ship, causing severe damage. The forward engine rooms were knocked out, and heavy fires took hold. Destroyer Fujinami was sent to her aid at 10:18. By then the cruiser was unmaneuverable, so the destroyer took the crew off and scuttled Chokai with torpedoes. Chikuma was the last heavy cruiser sunk by Taffy aircraft. A group of 4 Avengers from Taffy II's Natoma Bay caught the cruiser in an anvil attack at 08:53. One torpedo hit the cruiser on her port quarter that knocked out her rudder and reduced her to a single screw and a top speed of 18 knots. When Kurita gave the order to break off the action at 09:11, Chikuma could not comply. Kurita ordered destroyer Nowaki to go to her aid at 1100 hours. Before the destroyer arrived at 12:30, Chikuma's condition was made much worse by 2 more torpedo hits in her port side in her machinery spaces. This was the result of another well-conducted anvil attack by Avengers from Kitkun Bay. This new damage resulted in both engine rooms being flooded, and the cruiser coming to a stop at about 11:10. Now dead in the water, Chikuma was helpless when 3 Avengers from Omani Bay detected her on radar through the clouds. They commenced their attack at 14:15, all coming in on her port side. All 3 crews claimed a hit, and all 3 saw the cruiser capsize to port and sink stern first within 10 minutes. Nowaki was able to pick up about 100 men out of the water. The fate of Chikuma's crew was equally tragic as Chokai's. After picking up the crew, Nowaki headed north toward San Bernardino Strait. When she was sunk early on October 26th, only a single member of Chikuma's crew survived. The sole survivor had declined rescue by Nowaki and eventually reached shore to be captured by American troops. Aguro fought an aggressive battle and was also selected by Taffy aviators for attack. At about 08:25, Aguro was hit by a 500-pound bomb from a Fanshawe Bay Avenger that penetrated the roof armor of turret number 2. The turret was knocked out, and 30 men were killed, but further damage was avoided by the quick closure of the anti-flash doors leading to the magazine. Strafing attacks disabled the main battery rangefinder, located above the bridge. Just after 0900, the cruiser reported being strafed. After ceasing fire, she was subjected to an attack by torpedo-carrying Avengers at about 0930. Many other Japanese ships were damaged by strafing during the battle. Among these was Yahagi, who incurred many casualties to her exposed anti-aircraft gun crews. After Kurita broke off the action, Taffy aircraft continued to attack. The delayed strike launched by Taffy 1 at 0725 finally headed north at 0910. Not until about 1000 hours did they arrive in the area of Kurita's force. Now short of fuel, the strike commander ordered an immediate attack on Yamato. Despite 5 torpedo-laden Avengers setting up for an anvil attack on Kurita's flagship, no hits were scored. Other Avengers went after Kongo and Haruna, but these also failed to score. At 1240, Kitkun Bay Avengers attacked Tone. A single hit by a 500-pound bomb temporarily affected the cruiser's steering gear, but she was able to escape. Noshiro was attacked at 1243 by aircraft from Taffy 2 and suffered minor damage from near misses. The weight of air power directed at Kurita's force by the escort carriers has few parallels in naval history. In total, The escort carriers flew 441 sorties on October 25th, 209 by Wildcats and 232 by Avengers. 68 of the Avengers carried torpedoes. This was more aircraft than Task Force 38 brought into action the previous day during the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea. In addition to sinking 3 cruisers and inflicting other damage on many other ships, the incessant Taffy air attacks had slowed the Japanese advance and introduced concern in Kurita's mind over the growing scale of attacks. Throughout the day, Japanese anti-aircraft fire was heavy and fairly effective. 12 Avengers and 11 Wildcats from Taffy 2 were shot down. Losses from Taffy 3 are unknown, but were likely as high. The Japanese view of the battle off Samar. Just as Kurita's force was shifting to an anti-aircraft formation, lookouts on Yamato spotted masts on the horizon to the southeast. Within minutes, other ships sighted the enemy, which was recognized as a gigantic enemy task force, including 6 or 7 carriers accompanied by many cruisers and destroyers. Kurita's first estimate of the situation acknowledged mutual surprise on the part of both his force and the American task force, and assessed that the Americans would maneuver into the wind to launch aircraft. To counter this, in his after-action report, Kurita stated, "So that we could take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity, we should take after the enemy in pursuit formation and at top speed. We planned first to cripple the carrier's ability to have planes take off and land, and then to mow down the entire task force." Just as Kurita had hoped, instead of engaging empty transports, the first diversionary attack force had been given a chance to engage the enemy's main task forces in decisive battle. His immediate concern was to preclude the battle against enemy carriers from becoming a one-sided action in which his force would get pounded by aircraft. This was the basis for his general attack order. Kurita's decision to fight a pursuit battle was based on sound logic, but the execution of the attack was poor. Since the Japanese were in the process of changing formations when the battle began, there was confusion and delay in executing Kurita's plan. All of the battleships opened fire immediately. Congo moved to the right flank of the formation and conducted her operations independently for the rest of the battle. The other 3 battleships fell behind and remained in the rear of the formation, with Haruna's aggressive captain later pressing his advance. The lead elements of the attack quickly became the 2 cruiser divisions, with 6 heavy cruisers. Destroyer Squadron 10, with Yahagi in front, assumed a position behind the battleships. Destroyer Squadron 2, a powerful force with Noshiro and 7 destroyers, was ordered at 0706 to assume a position in the rear of the formation. Kurita's use of his destroyers was extremely conservative during the battle. In fact, they hardly played any role at all. The reasons for this remain unclear. As always, Kurita was worried about the fuel status of his ships, especially the short-legged destroyers. Perhaps he wanted to avoid them using fuel at prodigious rates maneuvering in battle. More likely, Kurita planned to cripple the carriers with long-range battleship and heavy cruiser gunnery, and then conduct a mop-up attack with his destroyers. However, for various reasons, the battle never developed as Kurita anticipated. Because of the smoke and squalls, the battleships could only fire at the carriers spasmodically. By 0710, Yamato, Nagato, and Haruna had checked fire because they lacked targets. Congo, now located to the north and with a better view of Taffy 3, was able to continue firing until 0725. Thereafter, for most of the battleships were reduced to firing at cruisers or destroyers that emerged out of the smoke. Another factor was the beginning of American air attacks at 0710. According to Kurita's operations officer, the air attack was almost incessant, but the number of planes at any one instant was few. The bombers and torpedo planes were very aggressive and skillful, and the coordination was impressive. Even in comparison with the great experience of American attack that we already had, this was the most skillful work of your planes. Added to the air attacks were the attacks by American destroyers. The observer quoted previously indicated that the activities of the destroyers were effective, caused confusion, and delayed the Japanese advance. Kurita's communications during the battle reflected the confusion endemic to the Japanese during the entire Battle of Leyte Gulf. At 0702, he sent a message to Nishimura that an engagement was underway and that he should join up. Of course, by this time, Nishimura was dead, as Kurita should have surmised based on reporting from Shima. At 0730, Kurita's next message indicated that his force was engaging 6 carriers, including 3 fleet carriers. 5 minutes later, he sent word that one of these carriers had been sunk. By 0730, Kurita was already unhappy with the progress his force was making. To prevent the Americans from escaping, he ordered his 6 cruisers to pursue at full speed on course 110 degrees. Keeping on this course shows his determination to keep the weather gauge. About the same time he unleashed his cruisers, Kumano was hit by a torpedo from Johnston and fell out of formation. Suzuya went to her aid and never rejoined the fight. An hour into the battle, the first diversionary attack force was well spread out and had not delivered any decisive blows against the fleeing Americans. Kumano and Suzuya were to the west, out of the battle. Taffy 3 was now headed southwest, but Kurita was slow to react, and he did not order a change of course to the south until 0750. The 4 remaining heavy cruisers formed the vanguard of Kurita's force. Steering south, they were for the most part clear of the smoke and located on the port quarter of Taffy 3. Haruna was still operating with Yamato and Nagato. Haruna and Yamato were busy engaging destroyers, identified as cruisers, from Sprague's second torpedo attack. Just before 0800, Yamato and Nagato were forced to turn to the north to evade torpedoes. This cost critical minutes and forced Kurita and his flagship 7 more miles behind Taffy 3. From about 0800 to 0830, Japanese pressure on Taffy 3 mounted. By 0810, Kurita's entire force was headed south, Yamato and Nagato having completed their torpedo evasion. Haruna was not forced to head north to avoid torpedoes, so she was now the closest battleship to the American carriers. After dealing with attacking American cruisers and destroyers, she was able to get a clear shot at the carriers and reported engaging one at about 22,000 yards. Kongo was now the Japanese ship farthest to the east, and she too was engaging the carriers at extended ranges. The 4 heavy cruisers continued to close on the carriers while firing deliberately. On the left of the formation was Destroyer Squadron 10, while Destroyer Squadron 2 remained astern of the battleships. Had Kurita been aware of the location of his forces, and had the benefit of reliable communications, this was the period he could have closed in for the kill. His cruisers were pulling ahead of Taffy 3 and were ready to cut them off from the south. His destroyers were positioned to attack from the north, and his battleships were maintaining pressure in the center. But as soon as the situation appeared to look promising for the Japanese, events changed. Haruna sighted Taffy 2 to the south and shifted fire onto this new target. At 08:54, Kurita ordered her to pursue the new threat, which effectively took the battleship out of the effort against Taffy 3. Meanwhile, Yamato was struggling to get visual contact on the carriers, so was forced to engage them mainly with inaccurate fire using radar. Kongo remained a real threat to Taffy 3, since she was clear of the smoke and was able to engage both the carriers and their escorts. However, she was located well to the east of Taffy 3, so had failed to close the range. At 08:30, the weight of air attack increased as the Americans began to coordinate their attacks. Their focus was directed against the cruisers, which were the most immediate threat to Taffy 3. Gaining surprise by coming out of a nearby squall, American aircraft succeeded in knocking out both Chokai and Chikuma by 0900. This left just Tone and Haguro. But these were scoring heavily against the carriers as the range closed. On the initiative of its commander, Destroyer Squadron 10 moved to make an attack, but was challenged by a single American destroyer and forced to launch torpedoes at fairly long range. The attack failed, though the commander of the unit reported sinking an Enterprise-class carrier, mortally wounding another, and dispatching 3 destroyers. Kurita never understood the kind of battle he was fighting. The Japanese could not even decide what kind of carriers they were facing, since the silhouettes they observed were not in their recognition material. They decided they were facing regular carriers, and this assessment was supported by the fact that they had failed to gain much ground on the fleeing Americans after more than 2 hours of effort. This is a key point. Despite the much faster speed of Kurita's ships, the Japanese had difficulty closing the range on Taffy 3. This was attributable to the combined efforts of Taffy 3's escorts, and especially attacks from Taffy aircraft. Only after the battle did the Japanese change their mind and assess that the carriers they had fought were converted escort carriers. The escorts were identified as cruisers and destroyers, so this was clearly a first-line American task force. Kurita essentially fought the battle blind. Given the heavy smoke hanging on the water and the intermittent squalls, he lacked reliable information beyond his line of sight. Communications with his other elements, especially the cruisers, was poor. He tried to improve his situational awareness by launching a scout aircraft from Yamato at 08:12. Communications with this aircraft was suddenly lost at 08:30. A second aircraft was launched at 08:51, but after only 13 minutes, it reported being chased by American fighters. As a result, Kurita failed to recognize the increasingly desperate situation of Taffy 3. Kurita breaks off the action. Kurita made more than his share of controversial decisions during the battle. His next one was made as the intensity of American air attacks seemed to increase and the American carriers seemed to be escaping. With no reliable information beyond that which he could discern from his immediate field of vision, Kurita had no way of knowing his cruisers had closed to within 8,000 yards of the American carriers and were methodically shooting them up. Photographs from the period show both American and Japanese ships in the same frame. The only time during the war this was the case. Without information to the contrary, Kurita had to assume the American carriers, estimated to be making 30 knots, had escaped. There were other reasons why Kurita thought it was time to bring the battle to a close. A great victory had been won against a formidable enemy. Though given the opportunity to deal heavy blows to an American carrier task force, Kurita's primary mission was to penetrate into Leyte Gulf. He had to prepare his force for an expected aerial counterattack and then proceed with his primary mission. About the same time Kurita was making this decision, his battleships came under the heaviest air attack of the battle. The intensity of these attacks was only expected to grow. Regrouping his scattered force would increase its ability to withstand air attack. As always, the fuel condition of his destroyers was a concern. All these factors convinced Kurita he needed to regroup his force and assess the situation. At 0911, he began sending the message to his dispersed forces to assemble on Yamato, which had assumed a northerly course. With his force spread out over 25 nautical miles, it took a while for all units to respond. It was not until 0930 that Haruna broke off pursuit and headed north. Despite all the factors creating concern in Kurita's mind, in retrospect his decision makes little sense. His forces were locked in battle with main elements of the American fleet. Another American carrier task force had been sighted to the south, but had yet to be engaged by other than long-range gunnery. In this ongoing battle, Kurita had the clear opportunity to inflict a severe defeat on the Americans. By breaking off the action against these carrier forces, the scale of air attack was certain to grow, whereas continuing the engagement had the potential to reduce it. In any event, withdrawing to regroup would not bring the 1st Diversionary Attack Force out of air attack range. By breaking off one action, Kurita was left to pursue a much more dangerous course of action, breaking into Leyte Gulf under air attack, while contending with other American naval forces gathering to destroy him. At this point, Kurita had gotten little, if any, rest for 3 days, and was undoubtedly fatigued. This decision evinced his inability to mentally respond to a complex and dynamic situation. In any event, the battle off Samar was over, and the way into Leyte Gulf seemed wide open for Kurita's force. But an even more dramatic decision was at hand. Chapter 8. Kurita's Decision. Kurita's order at 0911 for his ships to rendezvous my course north, speed 20, essentially ended the battle off Samar. When the order was issued, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was badly dispersed and took some time to reassemble. The last to receive Kurita's orders and break off the pursuit were the heavy cruisers Haguro and Tone, and battleship Haruna. Kurita, on Yamato, continued north until 10:55, then came to the west and southwest until at 11:47 the flagship was headed for Leyte Gulf. At 12:05, Kurita informed Toyota of his intention to penetrate into the Gulf. Accordingly, at 12:15, he ordered a course change to 240 degrees, which was directly toward the approaches of Leyte Gulf, now only some 45 nautical miles away. As the 1st Diversionary Attack Force meandered off Samar, the Japanese tried to take stock of what they had accomplished in the just-completed engagement. It was a hard-fought action, but the Japanese were sure they had gained a major victory. At 1000 hours, Kurita sent a message outlining the results of the battle. He claimed that 2 American carriers had been sunk, one of which was a large regular type, along with 2 heavy cruisers and some destroyers. When the results of Destroyer Squadron 10's torpedo attack were received, Kurita boosted his claims to 3 or 4 carriers, including one of the Enterprise class. In return, Kurita admitted that Chikuma, Chokai, and Kumano had been seriously damaged. Even after the losses incurred in the battle against the main American carrier fleet off Samar, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force remained formidable. Kurita's fleet, now down to 15 ships, was built around 4 battleships. Yamato led the fleet. Despite some minor damage, she retained all her combat capabilities and could steam at full speed. Nagato had suffered damage, which reduced her secondary battery, and her speed was no greater than 24 knots. Kongo and Haruna also retained their full combat capabilities, though Haruna's top speed had been slightly reduced. The magazines on all 4 battleships were well stocked, since main battery expenditure during the Battle off Samar had been relatively low. The 2 heavy cruisers retained their full speed, but Haguro's main battery had been reduced to 8 guns. Tone, in spite of being in the forefront of the pursuit, was essentially undamaged, but had fired 419 of her original stock of 1,000 8-inch rounds. The cruisers had only used a small proportion of their torpedoes. Haguro had fired 8 of her 34, and Tone had fired 9 of 24. Light cruisers Yahagi and Noshiro led a force of 8 destroyers, this number having been reduced after Kurita dispatched 3 destroyers to assist the cruisers crippled by air attack. The light cruisers were fully combat effective, but Yahagi had fired 7 of her 16 torpedoes. The 7 remaining destroyers were also in full fighting trim, but Yurikaze, Isokaze, and Yukikaze had fired between 25 and 50% of their full torpedo load of 16 weapons. Considering what they had been through the last 2 days, Kurita's remaining ships were in good shape. Kurita did have concerns with the fuel status of his destroyers and a growing shortage of ammunition for the fleet's 25mm anti-aircraft guns. Though his force appeared in good condition to fight another battle, Kurita was obviously having doubts about his original orders to storm into the Gulf. His maneuvering between 0911 and 1215, when he finally made his move toward Leyte Gulf, indicates a lack of certainty how to proceed. From the time the American carriers had been spotted, little progress had been made toward the Gulf. When the Japanese first sighted Taffy 3 at 0645, Kurita's force was 64 nautical miles away from Suluwan Island, in the approaches to the Gulf. At 0911, when Kurita ordered his force to break off the action, the distance was down to 43 nautical miles. By noon, it was still 45 nautical miles. It took Kurita a full 3 hours to mull his options over. When he changed course at 12:15, it looked certain Kurita had decided to make a thrust into the Gulf. But only 20 minutes later, at 12:35, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force dramatically changed course and headed north. By 1310, the Japanese passed the site of the battle with Taffy 3 and continued north. On the cusp of achieving his seemingly impossible mission, Kurita decided to disobey orders and break off the attack into Leyte Gulf. By doing so, he eliminated the entire purpose of Show 1 and threw away the sacrifices of thousands of Japanese sailors that allowed the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to reach this position. It was almost inconceivable that a Japanese naval officer could act in this manner, especially when the stakes were so high. By not pressing the attack, Kurita eliminated any chance that the Imperial Navy would gain some sort of Pyrrhic victory in its last great operation. In fact, Kurita had good reasons for turning back. The myth that Kurita threw away a chance for victory has survived largely intact to this day. This mythology has gone unchallenged, partly because Kurita never fully explained his actions on October 25, 1944. As Kurita knew better than anybody, It was not simply a matter of storming into the Gulf and achieving the objectives of Show 1 as laid out by Toyota. Nevertheless, Kurita's retreat was the most controversial decision by any Imperial Navy officer during the war, with the salient exception of Admiral Yamamoto's idiotic decision to attack Pearl Harbor. As we examine Kurita's thought process on the late morning of October 25th, it needs to be kept in mind that he was under extreme pressure, and had been so for at least 3 days. It is very unlikely he got any rest during this time. After the war, he admitted to suffering from extreme mental fatigue during this period. Anybody would have been hard-pressed to successfully process the situation that faced Kurita after having experienced what he had for the last 3 days. On October 23rd, his flagship sank from under him, and he was forced to swim for his life. The following day, his force had come under relentless aerial bombardment, which had been so fierce it forced him to temporarily abandon his mission. On the day of decision, October 25th, he had been shocked to find an American carrier force barring his way to Gulf. After a confused battle, during which his fatigue was already evident, he was faced with the ultimate decision: either press on into the Gulf, where he believed his force would face annihilation, or break off the attack and save his force to fight another day. He opted against annihilation. At 12:36, he informed Toyota of his decision. First Striking Force has abandoned penetration of Leyte anchorage, is proceeding north searching for enemy task force, will engage decisively, then pass through San Bernardino Strait. Several key factors shaped Kurita's decision. Perhaps the most important was his assessment that overwhelming American forces were gathering to annihilate his force. A battle had just been fought with an American carrier task force. During the battle, a second carrier task force had been spotted to the south. In an 11:15 message, Kurita and his staff learned that American carrier aircraft were using Tacloban Air Base. During the just-concluded engagement, American commanders had been active in communications, pleading in the clear for help. Kincaid's 0940 message, being attacked by 4 battleships, light cruiser, and other ships, request dispatch of fast battleships and a fast carrier airstrike, was intercepted and relayed to Kurita at 11:20. Another unencrypted message from Sprague requesting help be sent to Leyte at once was also intercepted and relayed to Kurita. As he struggled with his decision, Kurita was suffering from a severe lack of situational awareness. His efforts to see beyond the visual range of the massive bridge of Yamato had been thwarted when both search planes launched from Yamato on the morning of October 25th were shot down. From the time the first diversionary attack force departed Brunei Bay, Kurita had not used his aircraft well. Of the 44 float planes available when the first diversionary attack force sortied from Brunei on October 22nd, 36 were transferred to the 901st Air Group on Mindoro over the next 3 days. 5 were lost when Musashi was sunk, and 3 were on Yamato. This left Kurita almost totally dependent on reconnaissance of Leyte Gulf by Japanese land-based aircraft, and they had failed to provide any information. The best intelligence received by Kurita of American forces inside Leyte Gulf was provided by a Mogami float plane in a report received at 1400 on October 24th. Kurita's decision to place almost all of his float planes beyond his operational control was a mistake. Communications problems and delays meant that Kurita knew little of what was transpiring with the other elements of Show 1. Nothing had been heard from Ozawa. Since the success of Ozawa's decoy mission was unknown to Kurita, it made sense that the carriers he had just tangled with were part of the main American carrier force. At least Kurita was aware that his third section had been annihilated trying to enter Leyte Gulf that morning, and that Shima had been forced to abandon his efforts to penetrate into the Gulf through Surigao Strait. He was also uncertain what success, if any, Japanese land-based air forces had gained. Based on what he knew, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was fighting alone. In the midst of this process, according to Kurita's battle report, sometime before noon a message was received on Yamato. An American task force had been located bearing 5 degrees distance 113 miles from Suluan Leyte at 0945. This could only have been a report from a land-based aircraft. Kurita's staff assessed it to represent another American carrier force lurking to the north. The contact was only 60 nautical miles from the 1st Diversionary Task Force. Here was a chance to avoid an inglorious death against empty transports, fighting a suicidal battle while trapped inside Leyte Gulf. The new contact represented a chance to sink carriers while maneuvering in the open ocean. There is a massive amount of mystery and doubt associated with the 0945 location report. No record of its origin or its receipt on Yamato has been found in Japanese records. There is suspicion that the message never existed among Japanese scholars and Imperial Japanese Navy veterans. If it didn't exist, then why was this fiction invented? The reasons are simple. It provided an excuse to break off the advance and head away from certain destruction in the Gulf. If it was just a fiction to save face, neither Kurita nor any of his staff ever confessed to it. In his later years, Kurita stated that the message came from his old Itajima, the Imperial Navy's Naval Academy, classmate Mikawa, in order that he be given a glorious chance to die against a worthy opponent. The mystery behind this key message may explain Kurita's reluctance to fully detail his decision. Kurita and his staff had never hidden their preference to fight American fleet units rather than transports, and even worse, empty transports. The carrier force located to his north offered a chance to engage in decisive battle. There was no point trying to re-engage the carrier forces to his south, since they were comprised of regular carriers with the speed to simply outrun him if he moved in that direction. On the other hand, the carrier force to the north probably included the fast battleships that the Japanese believed were moving toward the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, based on intercepts of open communications. If this was the case, then this task force would likely accept battle, giving Kurita another chance to strike a decisive blow. Whatever mental gymnastics Kurita and his staff attached to the 0945 contact report, it was fatuous to believe the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, steaming around blind in the Philippine Sea, could find an American task force spotted 2 hours earlier, when even then it was 3 hours steaming time away. The Americans had been foolish enough to have their carriers surprised once by battleships, but it was unlikely that they would allow this to happen again. According to Kurita's statements after the war, he made the decision alone to retreat from Leyte Gulf. He told his chief of staff of his decision, and Rear Admiral Koyanagi Tomiji implemented it. On the other hand, Koyanagi stated after the war that there was a conference with Kurita, and that he and the entire staff decided on the plan unanimously. Given the consensus-driven Japanese style of decision-making, this is the more likely scenario. This is how Koyanagi put the situation. Under these circumstances, It was presumed that if our force did succeed in entering Leyte Gulf, we would find the transports had already withdrawn under escort of the Seventh Fleet. Even if they remained, they would have completed unloading in the 5 days since making port, and any success we might achieve would be very minor at best. On the other hand, if we proceeded into the narrow gulf, we would be the target of attacks by the enemy's carrier and Leyte-based planes. We were prepared to fight to the last man, but we wanted to die gloriously. We were convinced that several enemy carrier groups were disposed nearby and that we were surrounded. Our shore-based air force had been rather inactive, but now the two air fleets would surely fight in coordination with the first striking force. If they could only strike a successful blow, we might still achieve a decisive fleet engagement, and even if we were destroyed in such a battle, death would be glorious. There is no doubt that Kurita held a fatalistic view of his prospects for survival under the Show One plan. Many of his officers expressed similar views. Kurita and his men did not mind dying in battle, but they wanted their deaths to count for something. Even before the departure of the first diversionary attack force from Brunei, there was open discontent of having to sacrifice the fleet, which represented the cream of the Imperial Navy, for mere transports. Kurita shared this sentiment. His greatest fear, which was shared by Koyanagi, was that his force would find itself in Leyte Gulf with nothing valuable to attack, and then be trapped and annihilated by American air power and surface ships. To Kurita, his decision came down to practical matters. As he stated after the war, there was no consideration of fuel. There was no consideration of how to get home. We had enough ammunition. It was not a question of destruction. That was neither here nor there. It was a question of what good I could do in the Gulf. Looking at the situation from Kurita's perspective, he felt the best option was to order a retreat from Leyte Gulf. Within the context of his extreme mental and physical exhaustion, he must also be given credit for carefully analyzing the situation. From his perspective, he believed the following were true. There were two American carrier groups to his south. American carrier aircraft were operating from Tacloban airfield. Nishimura had been smashed, and the American forces responsible for this were available to contest his entry into the Gulf. The American invasion of Leyte had occurred 5 days before. Thus, the amphibious transports had already unloaded and departed the Gulf. Whatever transports remaining in the Gulf were empty transports were not a strategic objective. No friendly forces were assisting him. American air attacks continued after he ordered his force to disengage at 0911, and the level of air attacks could be expected to increase. An enemy carrier force was located to his north, possibly with fast battleships. American naval and air forces surrounded the first diversionary attack force and were closing in. Given what Kurita knew, and his belief that his death and that of his men should not be meaningless, there should be absolutely no surprise that Kurita decided to head north and seek action with the supposed American carrier group there. Once he had made the decision, Kurita indicated after the war that his concerns shifted to the state of his fuel supply and the prospects of enemy air attacks in the Sibuyan Sea the following day. He never had a thought of turning back toward the Gulf. Giving Kurita the benefit of the doubt in whether he carefully considered all options may be missing the bigger point. Was he up to the moment? His record throughout the war had been mixed, and he had already made some tactical errors in the hours leading up to the final decision to halt the advance into the Gulf. Among these errors was his decision to break off the pursuit of the carriers because the Americans had escaped, when in fact the American carriers were still in sight of his force. Breaking off the pursuit gave no guarantee that this would result in lessening the scale of air attacks. In fact, the opposite would probably be true. Kurita had reformed his force, headed away from Leyte Gulf instead of toward it. This was a mistake if he really intended to press the attack into the Gulf, but actually may have revealed his true intentions. In the end, Kurita had no good choice. He could either follow orders and press into Leyte Gulf, where he would have been in all likelihood annihilated for little or no gain, but in the process he would have fulfilled the intent of Show 1 and entered naval Valhalla. The other choice was to seek battle against another American force, knowing it was unlikely he could engage it and avoid meaningless suicide. He declined a meaningless death. Only a Japanese admiral could be condemned for such an enlightened selection. Had he been an American or British admiral, the choice would have not been remarkable in any way. In the 1950s, during an interview with Ito Masanori, a respected Japanese journalist on naval issues considered to be friendly with former Imperial Navy officers, Kurita changed his tune and stated that he had made a mistake by not attacking into the Gulf. In 1978, Kurita told an old schoolmate that he ordered the retreat just because he did not think it was right to sacrifice his men. The real reason or reasons for Kurita's decision will almost certainly never be known. The author believes that Kurita made the correct decision, and that there was no likelihood he could have acted any differently. Kurita never signed on to the suicide pact that was Show 1. From the earliest point in the planning process, he expressed his skepticism over it, and his preference to seek a more meaningful death against the United States Navy's main force. His reluctance to die without purpose came through on the afternoon of October 24th, when he retreated in the face of unrelenting air attacks in the Sibuyan Sea. When the air attacks stopped, he resumed his mission. Kurita expected to have to fight his way through the San Bernardino Strait, but, incredibly to him, this fight did not occur. When he encountered Taffy 3 off Samar, Kurita fought a half-hearted battle which he broke off prematurely. When given the chance to achieve a glorious sacrifice by attacking into Leyte Gulf, Kurita declined. Given that this gesture would have meant the annihilation of this force for only the possible opportunity to destroy empty transports, there was no question what he would do. The mystery message describing an American task force to his north, probably a fabrication, gave him an honorable alternative. The myths surrounding Kurita's choice. The controversy of Kurita's choice is driven by two key myths. The first is that Kurita had nothing in his way, and once in the Gulf he could have destroyed everything in sight. This is a constant theme ever since the dean of American World War II naval historians, Samuel Morrison, declared there was nothing to prevent Kurita from charging into Leyte Gulf. The corollary to this supposition is that once inside the Gulf, Kurita could have proceeded to sink everything in sight, including all transports in the Gulf. The second myth, even more prevalent and pernicious than the first, is that the destruction of all the American shipping in the Gulf would have constituted a major setback to future American advances. Thus, by foregoing his attack into the Gulf, Kurita threw away a chance for a decisive victory. The first myth is the easiest to deal with. There was no guarantee Kurita could have fought his way into the Gulf. In fact, it is unlikely that he would have succeeded in doing so. To block the entrance of a Japanese force into the Gulf from the east, Kincaid and Oldendorf had assembled a force much larger than what remained in Kurita's force. They decided that this force would wait for Kurita at the approaches to the Gulf, rather than charge east and meet Kurita's force in the open sea. Using a plan like that at Surigao Strait, the 7th Fleet would ambush the Japanese on the way into the Gulf. This force would have been supported by the remaining aircraft of the escort carriers, and, later in the day, by the approximately 330 aircraft of Task Group 38-1. Given its performance against Taffy 3 just hours earlier, it is very difficult to construct a scenario in which Kurita's force would have been able to brush aside the 7th Fleet and enter the Gulf. Had any of the Japanese force been able to do so, finding the American shipping in the northern part of the Gulf and then systematically destroying it, all the time under intense air and surface attack, would have been beyond imagination. The battle off Samar provided empirical evidence of how Kurita and his force would have conducted a large-scale surface battle, and the evidence shows that the Japanese would not have performed well. The odds against Kurita's 15 ships would have been great, since the Americans would have held a significant advantage in every category of combatants. As detailed in more depth in the final chapter, the nature of a hypothetical battle inside the Gulf is not hard to discern. Given the correlation of forces, it is unlikely the Japanese would have penetrated into the Gulf. Assuming the possibility that some of Kurita's ships had made it into the Gulf, it would have been extremely unlikely that the Japanese would have been able to methodically identify, engage, and destroy a significant number of the 28 Liberty ships and 23 LSTs present. It might have been possible the Japanese would have had fleeting opportunities to target a small number of transports, leading to the destruction of a handful. The elimination of a handful of Liberty ships, or LSTs, could have been shrugged off by the Americans. Even in the extremely unlikely event that divine assistance gave Kurita the opportunity to sink all the Liberty ships and LSTs present, and Kurita executed this opportunity flawlessly, their destruction, while not entirely unimportant in the short run, could also have been overcome and would have had little impact on future operations. To put these hypothetical losses into context, the United States built 2,710 Liberty ships and 1,051 LSTs during the war. Had the Japanese reaped a rich harvest of shipping at Leyte Gulf, American shipyards would have made up the losses in short order. The myth that the Japanese could have successfully attacked into Leyte Gulf, and that this attack had the probability to generate strategic effects, is ridiculous on every level. Kurita's flight. Even after deciding to forego an attack into Leyte Gulf, the survival of the first diversionary attack force was not assured. The first threat to Kurita's fleet was continued attacks from Taffy aircraft. At 1100 hours, the commander of Kitkun Bay's air group took off from Manila Bay in Taffy 2 and headed north to attack Kurita's retreating force. This attack consisted of 16 Avengers escorted by a similar number of Wildcats. Another group of equal strength, under the command of the Kadashan Bay's air group commander, also took part. After coming across the obviously doomed Suzuya, the Americans pressed on and spotted the Japanese fleet at 12:20. The attack began at 12:45. Minor damage was inflicted on Nagato. Tone was hit by a bomb at 12:49 that temporarily disabled her steering and reduced speed to 15 knots. Taffy 2 launched its sixth and final strike of the day just after 1500, with 26 Avengers and 24 Wildcats. Only some of the Avengers carried torpedoes. By this point, Kurita's force, with several ships trailing oil, was 135 nautical miles to the north. This attack wave was even less successful than the previous one. No hits were recorded against any Japanese ship. Better results were expected from Task Group 38-1. This was the most powerful of Halsey's carrier task groups, with fleet carriers Wasp, Hornet, and Hancock, and light carriers Cowpens and Monterey. After breaking off from refueling, it was steaming west at high speed to get within range of Kurita's fleet. When its strike was launched at 10:45, Kurita was some 335 nautical miles away, making this one of the longest carrier strikes of the war. The strike consisted of 48 Hellcats, 33 Helldivers, and 19 Avengers, with bombs instead of torpedoes. Reaching its target at about 13:15, the strike placed only a single hit on Tone, but the bomb failed to explode. Hornet and Hancock launched another strike at 12:55, comprised of 20 Hellcats, 20 Helldivers, and 13 Avengers. This attack had to cover 320 nautical miles to reach its target. Beginning at 1500, this failed to hit or damage a single Japanese ship. McCain's aviators had flown over 150 sorties, with nothing to show for their efforts. Losses were high, with 14 aircraft being lost to combat or to operational causes. This dismal performance puts the results gained by the Taffy aviators earlier in the day in a much better light. As the Japanese continued to dodge bombs and torpedoes, they were still looking for the American task force, reported to be to their north. 6 hours after turning north, Kurita had found nothing. The contact north of Suluan had turned out to be illusory. With no aircraft remaining to search and no reliable communications with land-based air forces, Kurita realized there was no hope of finding the enemy. Toyota and his staff received Kurita's 12:36 message that he was abandoning Show 1 at about 1600 hours. Combined Fleet Headquarters sent its reply at 1647. When the response was received by Kurita and his staff at 1925, it confirmed that Toyota agreed with their assessment that Show 1 was indeed dead. Unlike Toyota's order the previous day that prodded Kurita to advance, trusting in divine assistance, this order was resigned to the fact that Show 1 had failed. If Toyota still believed in his plan, he could have given Kurita a direct order to change course and attack into the Gulf. Even Toyota knew such an order would have served no purpose. Some of his staff officers thought that Kurita should be ordered to head into the Gulf, where some portion of the American fleet and many transports could surely be found. Toyota decided against this because he had no way of understanding the situation Kurita was facing and did not want to restrict his freedom of action. Instead, he issued a vague order for Kurita to, if there is an opportunity to do so, the 1st Diversion Attack Force will contact and destroy what is left of the enemy tonight. The other forces will coordinate their action with the above. If there is no chance of engaging the enemy in a night engagement tonight, the main body of the mobile force and the 1st Diversion Attack Force will proceed to their refueling points as ordered by their respective commanders. At sundown, about 1830, Kurita turned to the west and headed for San Bernardino Strait. Unless the Third Fleet could intervene, Kurita looked assured of escaping through the San Bernardino Strait. In a last effort to block the strait, Halsey detached the fastest ships from his battle line at 1622. Designated Task Group 34-5 and comprised of battleships Iowa, New Jersey, light cruisers Biloxi, Vincennes, and Miami, along with 8 destroyers, this small but powerful force raced ahead to beat the Japanese to the strait. They arrived too late. At 2140, a night-capable aircraft from Independence spotted Corrida's force filing through San Bernardino Strait. The only ship not to make it was destroyer Milwaukee, loaded with survivors from Chikuma. Soon after arriving off the strait, the Americans detected the overloaded destroyer on radar at 0054 on October 26th. Light cruisers Biloxi, Miami, and Vincennes opened fire at the surprise destroyer from 18,300 yards. After a 4-minute barrage, the cruisers ceased fire to gauge its effectiveness. Seeing that the target was still moving, a second barrage began at 0101, joined by the 5-inch guns from 2 destroyers. This brought Milwaukee to a stop. The 2 American destroyers closed in to finish her off. A massive explosion at 0132 marked the end of Milwaukee, her crew of some 240, and all survivors from Chikuma. This forgotten action accounted for over 1,000 Japanese sailors, an amount equal to the total number of American dead in the battle off Samar. This was the final surface action of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, and was the only time surface ships from 3rd Fleet encountered a unit from the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. As Corrida's force transited to the west in the Sibuyan Sea on October 26th, Halsey planned another major strike from Task Group 38-1 and Task Group 38-2. Both groups launched strikes at 0600, and McCain followed with 2 more. During October 26th, Task Group 38-2 put up 83 aircraft, and Task Group 38-1 another 174. This was a comparable effort to that on October 24th that resulted in Musashi's destruction. Despite the huge numbers of sorties, little additional damage was inflicted on Corrida's fleeing force. Hancock's air group decided to attack Kumano, which was proceeding alone after being torpedoed by Johnston the day before. The tough cruiser survived 2 attacks by Task Force 38 aircraft on October 25th, and succeeded in getting through San Bernardino Strait before the arrival of Halsey's forces. Now, steaming south of Mindoro Island, she faced Hancock's strike of 12 Hellcats, 4 Helldivers, and 7 Avengers. In an attack from 0810 to 0850, the cruiser was hit by 3 bombs that knocked out 7 of 8 boilers and inflicted 40 dead or wounded. By 1000 hours, she was able to restore speed to 10 knots and was ordered to head to Manila. She arrived there on October 28th. Most of Task Group 38-1's strike decided to go after Corrida's main force. The initial strike of some 80 aircraft from Hornet, Wasp, and Cowpens lasted from 0834 until just before 0900. Yamato came in for the most attention from the American aviators, and at 0845 she was hit by 2 bombs. Both bombs hit forward of turret number 1, where they penetrated the forecastle to explode on the upper deck below. No flooding resulted, and overall damage was light. Nagato was also subjected to attack, but 4 near misses from bombs caused no damage. Haruna was attacked by Avengers, but the battleship evaded all 3 torpedoes aimed at her. Haruna was not attacked by the first wave. A single bomber attacked Haguro at 0855, but achieved only a non-damaging near miss. Inexplicably, many American aircraft selected Noshiro for attack as the light cruiser steamed at the front of the Japanese formation. The first blow against the cruiser was delivered at 0846 in the form of a bomb that hit near one of the 2 forward 6.1-inch turrets. The explosion started a fire, but the ship's speed was unaffected. The nimble light cruiser proceeded to evade 6 torpedoes, But at 08:52, a torpedo struck one of the port-side boiler rooms with devastating effect. Progressive flooding knocked out the propulsion system, and within minutes, Noshiro developed a 26-degree list to port, which was corrected to only 8 degrees by counter-flooding. A second wave appeared over Kurita's force at 10:31. Aircraft from Hornet decided to finish off the crippled Noshiro, which was dead in the water. A second torpedo hit the cruiser forward at 10:39, and the ship began to settle by the bow. At 11:13, Noshiro disappeared bow first. 2 destroyers rescued 628 men, but 82 men were lost, including her captain. In addition to the heavy air attacks by carrier aircraft on October 26th, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was subjected to attack by U.S. Army Air Force heavy bombers. The 307th Bomb Group dispatched 27 B-24 bombers that caught up with Kurita's force between Panay and Cuyo Islands. At about 10:55, the group commander conducted the attack from 9,500 to 10,000 feet and selected Yamato and Haruna as the targets. 2 squadrons were allocated to each target. Not surprisingly, the bombers failed to score a single hit, though near misses accounted for several personnel casualties on Yamato due to shrapnel. Among the wounded was Rear Admiral Kowanagi. Haruna suffered only minor splinter damage from the 6 bombs that exploded close on her port side. The Japanese fought back fiercely, opening up with Type 3 anti-aircraft shells from the battleship's main batteries at a range of almost 8 miles. Against the constant altitude and speed of the B-24 formation, the barrage fire of the Japanese 5-inch guns proved very effective, with 3 bombers shot down and 14 damaged. This was the last air attack on the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. Kurita's straggling destroyers were the final ships of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to come under air attack. By October 26th, some of Kurita's destroyers were down to their last few tons of fuel, forcing them to reduce speed. Due to hull damage on October 25th from air attack, Hayashimo was down to only 5 tons of fuel by the morning of October 26th. To make necessary hull repairs, the destroyer temporarily anchored off Semirara Island, south of Mindoro. She was attacked by Avengers from 10:45 to 10:50 and had her bow blown off by a torpedo. Okinami came alongside to transfer fuel, but was forced to depart when both ships came under air attack. The next day, October 27th, Fujinami was ordered to complete the refueling and bring Hayashimo to Coron Bay. The rescue effort was short-lived. At about 09:20, Fujinami was attacked by aircraft from Franklin and took a bomb amidships that resulted in the explosion of the torpedoes in the forward mount. The destroyer broke in 2 and sank. The entire crew was lost, as well as all survivors from Chokai. Destroyer Shiranui, originally assigned to Shima's 2nd Diversionary Attack Force, was then given the task of rescuing Hayashimo. At 13:30, carrier dive bombers sank her, trying to render assistance. Again, the ship's entire crew was lost. As the rescue attempts foundered, Hayashimo was subjected to additional attacks that rendered her steering gear inoperable and resulted in further flooding that forced her aground. Fires broke out which gutted her engine room. By October 28th, with the ship firmly aground on a reef, it was obvious she could not be salvaged. Eventually, most of her crew was saved and the hulk not totally abandoned until December 3rd. 5 other destroyers, Hamanami, Kishinami, Akishimo, Shimikaze, and Urikaze, reached Coron Bay and refueled. The last of Kurita's force, 4 battleships, 3 cruisers, and destroyers Isokaze and Yukikaze, both refueled by battleships, headed for Brunei Bay by way of the dangerous ground, instead of the Palawan Passage. Finally, on October 28th, the sojourn of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force ended, with the arrival of the last 9 ships at Brunei Bay. Of the 32 ships assigned to Kurita's force at the start of the battle, only 22 were afloat by October 28th. In addition to the 10 ships sunk, 3 heavy cruisers were damaged so severely that they never made it home or never again saw active service. In addition to the ships sunk between October 23rd and 27th, personnel casualties were very heavy. It is impossible to arrive at an exact count because of incomplete or conflicting records, but approximately 4,765 men were killed between October 23rd and 27th. It needs to be pointed out, though, that Kurita's decision to forego a suicidal attack into the Gulf saved another 15,000 Japanese sailors, at least temporarily. Chapter 9. Halsey's Race to the North. Folly or justified? Of the 2 key decisions of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, those being Kurita's decision not to attack into the Gulf and Halsey's decision to focus on Ozawa's carriers and leave San Bernardino Strait unguarded, Halsey's decision was clearly the most important. In the last chapter, Kurita's decision was analyzed, and it was made clear that even if Kurita had proceeded into the Gulf, the only thing that would have resulted was his own destruction. On the other hand, Halsey's decision had greater implications. By not guarding San Bernardino Strait, he created the conditions for the battle off Samar to occur, with the resulting heavy American casualties. Taking all of Task Force 38 north to fight Ozawa, only to bring significant parts of it back south to support Taffy 3, meant that the full weight of the United States Navy's most powerful force was never brought to bear against a single objective. Ozawa's force was heavily battered, but not annihilated, and Kurita never faced the combined power of Task Force 38's air and surface forces. Halsey's decision meant he threw away the potential for an epic victory in the largest naval battle in history. Worst of all, the success of the diversionary aspect of Show 1 set up the mythology that the Japanese came close to victory if only Kurita would have stuck to the plan. However clever the diversion of Halsey to the north was, it did not constitute victory, nor did it lay the foundation for victory. Nothing could save Show 1 from itself. The lack of a decisive victory by Halsey's immensely powerful Third Fleet and the battering of Taffy 3 had been used by many to paint the battle as an American defeat, in spite of the shattering losses suffered by the Japanese. The operations of Ozawa's mobile force main body. The operations of Ozawa's carrier force have been touched on only briefly. After inserting the mobile force main body into Show 1 and giving it a diversionary responsibility, Ozawa and his staff assembled scratch air groups for his 4 carriers. The main body possessed very little striking power. The 4 carriers committed to the operation embarked only 116 aircraft, and most of these were flown by very poorly trained aviators. Carrier Division 4, comprised of the hybrid battleship carriers Issei and Hyuga, carried no aircraft. Ozawa planned to use whatever striking power he had to contribute to the air attacks planned against Task Force 38 on October 24th. This was the key day for Ozawa. With the penetration of Leyte Gulf set for October 25th, it was crucial that Ozawa's force be detected the day before, so that Task Force 38 would focus on it and not Kurita's force. Ozawa was not very sanguine about his prospects of fulfilling his decoy mission. I had not much confidence in being a lure, but there was no other way than to try. I figured that you might concentrate and attack Kurita, or you might concentrate the attack on my carriers, and let events take care of themselves. I just assumed it would be 50-50 chance. I knew that the decoy operation, even using regular surface vessels, is a very difficult operation, and also that using carriers for decoy operations would be more difficult than regular surface forces as a decoy. After a late start caused by having to load the aircraft by crane instead of flying them on the carriers, Ozawa's force departed the inland sea on October 20th at about noon. Passing through the Bungo Strait, the force made a diversion east along the coast until turning south at about midnight. The American submarine Wolfpack, which had been positioned to monitor Japanese movements through the Bungo Strait, had been pulled off station after October 18th. Thus, Ozawa entered the open Pacific undetected. Things did not go according to plan for Ozawa on October 24th. Land-based Japanese aircraft generated multiple contacts on Task Force 38, but Ozawa declined to launch his strike until he could confirm the enemy's location with one of his own search aircraft. The necessary confirmation was received at 11:15, with a report of an American carrier task group only 180 nautical miles to the southwest. Ozawa launched his strike, and about half of the aircraft attacked Task Group 38-3. Before heading to Luzon, the strike reported seriously damaging 2 carriers. In fact, none were hit. Ozawa reported that he had launched his strike to both Toyota and Kurita. Neither ever received the message because of transmitter problems on Zuikaku. More important than the failure of Ozawa's only strike was that no American aircraft found the mobile force main body until late afternoon on October 24th. The Japanese had been making no attempt to maintain radio silence, sending messages from October 22nd, but the transmitter problems on flagship Zuikaku may have explained why none of these were intercepted and geolocated by the Americans. Ozawa's chief of staff thought it was very strange no American aircraft attacked on October 24th, but assumed they were busy attacking Kurita's force. After the launch of his strike, Ozawa formed an advance guard and sent it south by 1500 hours. This force, under Rear Admiral Matsuda Chiaki, commander of Carrier Division 4, was comprised of Issei and Hyuga, escorted by the 4 large Akizuki-class destroyers. Ozawa informed Kurita of his operations, but again the message was never received. Matsuda's force had the nominal mission of mopping up the remnants of the carrier task force just attacked by Ozawa's strike, but it also increased the likelihood of being detected as it approached the known location of the American carrier force. According to Matsuda, his force continued south to attack the damaged American task force. With 2 carriers damaged, the task force was reduced to 1 carrier and 2 battleships. His 2 battleships and 4 large destroyers could defeat them in a night battle. Halsey's decision. All of Task Force 38, but especially Task Group 38-3, had a tumultuous day on October 24th. Sherman's task force was the focus of Japanese air attacks during the morning and early afternoon, during which Princeton was crippled and later scuttled. Task Group 38-3 also managed to launch 2 strikes against Kurita's force. What it did not do was find Ozawa's carriers until late in the afternoon. Ozawa had done his best to allow the Americans to detect his force, including sending regular radio transmissions, launching morning searches, and then launching a full strike on October 24th. Sherman believed the Japanese carriers were located to his north, so he asked Mitcher if he could conduct a search in that direction. The aircraft took off at 14:05 and soon thereafter spotted Matsuda's advance guard at 15:40. An hour later, the search sighted Ozawa's carriers. The carrier force was identified as being comprised of 4 carriers, 2 light cruisers, and about 5 destroyers. A very close report. There were actually 4 carriers, 3 light cruisers, and 4 destroyers. The force was steaming west at 16 knots. Ozawa was sure that he had been detected, since the uncoded transmission of the American contact report was intercepted. Ozawa sent a message at 16:50 that he had been detected. This was a critical piece of information for the other Japanese commanders. But again, the defective transmitter on Zuikaku prevented it from reaching Toyota and Kurita. Once it detected the Japanese carriers, it was too late in the day for Task Force 38 to launch an immediate strike. Halsey now had time to decide how to employ Third Fleet the following day. The destruction of Nishimura's force in Surigao Strait left only 2 remaining threats: Kurita's force in the Sibuyan Sea and the carrier force to Halsey's north. Halsey had 3 possible courses of action. He could take Task Force 38 north to deliver a crushing blow to the Japanese carriers while ignoring Kurita's force. He could keep Task Force 38 off San Bernardino Strait to defeat Kurita's force if it tried to transit the strait into the Philippine Sea en route to Leyte Gulf and ignore the newly discovered carriers. He could divide his force in such a manner to deal with both Japanese forces at once. For the reasons discussed later, Halsey decided to order a full attack on Ozawa's force the next day. Task Group 38-2 and Task Group 38-4 were ordered north to join with Task Group 38-3 to attack the Japanese carriers during the morning of October 25th. All of the battleships and escorts that would make up Task Force 34 stayed with the carriers. Before the battle was joined, Task Force 34 would be formed and deployed in advance of the carriers so it could complete the destruction of the Japanese force. This decision meant that San Bernardino Strait was not just undefended, but entirely unwatched. Despite the obvious controversy of this decision, leading as it did to the costly battle off Samar, the reasons, at least to Halsey, were not complex. In his message to Nimitz late on October 25th, immediately after the battle, and before he had a chance to get his story straight, after making an apparent blunder, Halsey explained his action in the following manner. Searches by my carrier planes revealed the presence of the Northern Carrier Force, Ozawa's force, on the afternoon of October 24th, which completed the picture of enemy naval forces. As it seemed childish to me to guard statically San Bernardino Strait, I concentrated Task Force 38 during the night and steamed north to attack the northern force at dawn. I believed that the center force, Kurita's force, had been so heavily damaged in the Sibuyan Sea that it could no longer be considered a serious menace to 7th Fleet. Halsey should be taken at his word. He had been ordered to attack the Japanese fleet if given the opportunity, and now he was selecting the main threat to Task Force 38 and preparing to crush it with overwhelming force. To Halsey, perhaps inclined to view complex matters without finesse, his choice was clear and decisive. This choice has been condemned, certainly after the fact, as disastrous. As with any complex situation, there is important background to Halsey's decision. The outcome of the Battle of the Philippine Sea, fought just 4 months earlier, was important for 2 reasons. The battle resulted in a decisive defeat for the combined fleet. The Japanese carrier force, still seen as the most important element of the combined fleet, had been defeated. However, the full extent of that defeat was not knowable to the Americans, nor was the fact that the battle off Formosa, fought just days before the invasion of Leyte, had further devastated Japanese prospects of rebuilding its carrier force. All that was knowable after Philippine Sea was that as many as 3 Japanese carriers had been sunk by air and submarine attack, but that most of the Japanese carriers had survived. These survivors were set to be reinforced by new construction ships. At least numerically, the Japanese carrier force still looked formidable. Of course, the number of carriers possessed by the Japanese did not tell the whole story regarding the state of Japanese naval air power. As important as the number of flight decks was the state of training for the airmen flying off them. After facing extremely well-trained Japanese aircrew early in the war, the Americans witnessed the steady decline in the state of Japanese naval aircrew training. Philippine Sea seemed to represent the nadir of Japanese aircrew training. Nevertheless, it was not knowable to the Americans that the Japanese had no prospects of retraining enough naval aviators before the American invasion of Leyte to fully equip their remaining carriers. In fact, the once powerful Japanese carrier force was an empty shell. But this was unknown to the Americans, because the majority of the carriers themselves survived Philippine Sea, and the Americans knew other carriers were being added to the force. The Japanese carrier force was still considered a threat. In every other major battle of the war, the Japanese carrier fleet was the main threat. The Pacific War had become a carrier war, with carriers firmly supplanting battleships as a Navy's primary striking force. The Americans had no way of knowing that by necessity the Japanese had turned this paradigm around in their planning for Leyte Gulf. The second major implication from Philippine Sea was that the Pacific Fleet had only gained an incomplete victory. Nimitz wanted to complete the destruction of the combined fleet and thus gain increased operational freedom for future operations. He was disappointed that this did not occur at Philippine Sea, and thus had inserted the instruction to Halsey that the destruction of the Japanese fleet would be his primary objective if the opportunity was presented. This part of Halsey's orders was totally unnecessary, as Halsey needed absolutely no prodding to aggressively seek out and destroy the Japanese fleet. Halsey's desire to destroy the combined fleet was complicated by the geographic dispersion of the various elements of Show 1 and the sequence in which they were detected. Both Kurida's and Nishimura's forces had been detected early on October 24th. After briefly attacking Nishimura's force, Halsey decided it could be handled by Kinkaid's 7th Fleet. Kurida's force was clearly the bigger threat, so it was the focus of Task Force 38 attacks on October 24th. Reports from the aviators indicated this force was heavily damaged, so much that it turned to the west at about 1400. Halsey and other members of his staff believed the aviators, leading to the assessment that Kurida's force no longer posed a threat. No surface force could withstand that kind of pounding and remain a threat. With the information available to him, Halsey had no way of knowing that his strikes had over-concentrated on Musashi, leaving most of Kurida's force battle-ready. When Kurita turned back to the east after the air attacks were over and headed for San Bernardino Strait, his force was tracked by night-capable aircraft from Independence. Halsey received this information, but clung to his belief that this force had been so battered by airstrikes that it did not pose a major threat to the Seventh Fleet. By this point, the discovery of the Japanese carriers to the north had already captivated Halsey. The decision-making process used by Halsey and his staff was part of the problem. Halsey had demonstrated throughout the war that he was an aggressive and, at times, bold commander who was familiar with taking risks. He was a man of immediate action. From his time as a carrier task force commander early in the war, he felt he had nothing to learn about the art of carrier warfare. Even as a fleet commander, he seemed most comfortable playing the part of task force commander, much to Mitcher's dismay. The staff he had built, and then brought with him when he took over Third Fleet, was unable to check Halsey's rash impulses. In the discussion of what to do in the aftermath of the discovery of Ozawa's carriers, Halsey focused on his fear of Japanese land-based air power. Coming from a man who had just led Task Force 38 in a 2-month rampage in the face of Japanese land-based air power without damage, this was a curious fixation. To be fair, though, the loss of Princeton earlier in the day may have affected his calculations about the effectiveness of land-based Japanese aircraft. Nevertheless, this overinflated fear of land-based Japanese aircraft led to the discarding of the idea of sending Task Force 34 and a single carrier task force to cover San Bernardino Strait. It was safer to adhere to the principle of concentration of force. If Task Force 38 remained concentrated, it had the power to utterly destroy the Japanese carrier force. In turn, this could affect the future course of the war. During this discussion of the best course of action, Halsey and his staff failed to consult principal subordinates like Mitcher, and the staff did not come up with a viable alternative course of action to consider. When one staff officer failed to agree with the consensus to go after the Japanese carrier force with the entirety of Task Force 38, Halsey cut off debate. Given all these factors, it remains a foregone conclusion that at 1950 Halsey ordered his entire force north to crush what he assessed as the primary threat, Ozawa's carrier force. He decided to do so with the entirety of his resources, all 3 carrier task groups available to him and the battleships of Task Force 34. By so doing, he decided to ignore the threat posed by Kurita's force, which was headed toward San Bernardino Strait. Even if Kurita's force did advance through the strait, Halsey and his staff assessed that it lacked the power to conduct anything more than hit-and-run attacks. The Seventh Fleet should be able to contend with this force and its reduced capabilities. He kept Task Force 38 together, because that was how Task Force 38 fought, and because, as he stated after the war, he did not want to divide his force in the face of the enemy. It kept the initiative in his hands and increased the possibility of surprise, Halsey assessed. A decisive victory was most likely if the carriers of Task Force 38 worked with the battleships of Task Force 34. This was United States Navy doctrine, and Halsey fully supported it. The final destruction of the Japanese carrier force would constitute a decisive victory. Not only would it eliminate the main threat to the invasion, but it would cripple the Imperial Japanese Navy's ability to interfere with future operations. After making his decision, Halsey and his staff received word at 20:06 that an Independence night aircraft had spotted the Japanese force in the Sibuyan Sea, headed toward San Bernardino Strait at 12 knots. Halsey ordered that the contact report be sent to Kincaid, and then went to get his first sleep in 2 days. Some of Halsey's commanders did not agree with the 1950 order that sent Task Force 38 racing to the north to engage Ozawa. Rear Admiral Bogan, commanding Task Group 38-2 that included the light carrier Independence and its night-capable air group, was tracking the movement of Carida's force toward San Bernardino Strait with Independence's commanding officer. Not only was Carida tracking toward the strait, but the navigation lights in the strait were turned on. Bogan passed this information personally to Halsey's flagship, but was brushed off by a staff officer who indicated that the staff already had the information from Independence's aircraft. Bogan stated well after the war that he would have used Task Force 34 and Task Group 38-2 to guard the strait and sent the rest of Task Force 38 north to deal with Ozawa. He failed to pass that suggestion to Halsey. Vice Admiral Lee had a similar experience, sending 2 messages to Halsey that he believed Ozawa was a decoy and that Carida would attempt to come through the strait. He was also ignored. Mitcher took a much more passive approach. After his staff received the 2305 report from one of Independence's aircraft confirming the continued movement of Carida's force to the strait, they urged Mitcher to intervene with Halsey. After confirming whether Halsey was a recipient of the 2305 report, he told his staff, "If he wants my advice, he'll ask for it." Faced with 2 threats, Halsey should have divided his force to account for both. Certainly, Task Force 38 had the strength to do so, but he resisted this notion for several reasons. The first was his adherence to the military principle of concentration of force. To divide Task Force 38 meant it might be defeated in detail. This ruled out leaving Task Force 34 and Task Group 38-2 to cover San Bernardino Strait. Only if Task Force 38 remained concentrated could it deliver a decisive blow against the Japanese carrier force. There were other reasons why Halsey declined to fight 2 different battles several hundred miles apart, one against Carida's force and one against Ozawa's carriers. The simplest one is that there was no battle plan on how to do so. Existing doctrine focused on concentration of force at the decisive point, and there was no guidance on how to fight 2 major battles at once. Given Halsey's command style, it would have been difficult for Halsey and his staff to fight a distributed battle, since they were intent on performing as both fleet and task force commanders. A final reason was that Halsey was working under conditions of extreme fatigue. Just as Carida had not had any sleep for several days leading to his momentous October 25th decision, Halsey had not slept for nearly 2 days. The fatigue enveloping Halsey and his staff reduced the chances that they would step beyond existing doctrine and procedures to devise an entirely new approach for an entirely new problem. In the end, Halsey decided to take his entire force to go after Ozawa. Not a single ship was left to defend or even watch San Bernardino Strait. Though some of Halsey's principal subordinates had serious issues at the time with Halsey's plan to take his entire force north, most criticism against Halsey has been made with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. Knowing after the fact that Ozawa's force was toothless, that Carida's force was still combat effective and was intent on transiting San Bernardino Strait, and that Japanese land-based air forces had expended most of their capabilities on October 24th, makes it much easier to recommend a different course of action than the one Halsey selected. Given perfect intelligence of these factors, it becomes obvious that Halsey should have divided his force to engage both Ozawa's and Kurida's forces simultaneously. To defend the strait, Task Force 34 should have been formed and been provided air cover by Task Group 38-2. As Task Group 38-1 reached the battle area later, on October 25th, it could have joined those forces off the strait. Task Force 34 had been allocated 6 fast battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 5 light cruisers, and 18 destroyers, compared to Kurida's 4 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 11 destroyers. The Americans would have also had the benefit of air superiority, making it easy to find Kurida's force and to attack it incessantly during any surface engagement. Task Force 34, though it did not have any opportunities to work together and was rusty in the basic skills of surface warfare, was still superior in every measure of surface warfare compared to Kurida's force, which, just a few hours later, performed with alarming mediocrity off Samar. Meanwhile, Task Group 38-3 and Task Group 38-4 still brought about 450 aircraft to bear against Ozawa's force. This force could have mounted a similar level of sorties as Task Force 38 actually did on October 25th, since Task Group 38-2 was the smallest of the 3 task groups. This would have been sufficient to cripple Kurida's 4 carriers, but probably insufficient to completely destroy Ozawa's force, just as happened historically. Ozawa did have 2 battleships against none in the 2 American task forces, but air superiority would have made it extremely unlikely that these would have been able to employ their 14-inch guns against an American ship. In fact, the historical result. The aggressive Ozawa would probably not have fled as soon as he came under attack, but upon hearing of Kurida's fight off San Bernardino Strait would have attempted to go to his aid. This would simply have prolonged the period his force would have been exposed to air attack and increased his losses, perhaps to levels above that which he suffered historically. In any event, Task Force 38 clearly had enough forces to deal both Kurida and Ozawa crippling defeats. While it is interesting to explore this counterfactual, and even more compelling to explore what Task Force 34's battleships would have done against Yamato and Kurida's other 3 battleships, there was never a chance that Halsey was ready to employ such a nuanced approach. It was simply against Halsey's character, against existing United States Navy doctrine, and beyond Halsey's ability to command distributed forces. Once Halsey made up his mind that the Japanese carrier force was the primary threat, and that this was the golden opportunity the United States Navy had waited the entire war for to crush it, his actions were virtually preordained. The Battle off Cape Engano. The result of Halsey's decision was that the entirety of Task Force 38 headed north at 20:22 hours. McCain's Task Group 38-1 was not included, since it was still steaming west from Ulithi, but the other 3 task groups still possessed an overwhelming advantage against Ozawa's force. This is demonstrated in the table named Forces Participating in the Battle off Cape Engano, that can be found in the companion PDF in your library. With Halsey's 65 ships bearing down on Ozawa's 17, supported by an overwhelming air power advantage, Ozawa was going to pay a high price for successfully drawing Halsey away from Leyte. Ozawa expected that his force would be completely annihilated. Had Halsey been allowed to conduct the battle to its conclusion, Ozawa's force did face the real prospect of total annihilation. Finally, The fast carrier task force would get a chance to fight a set-piece battle according to doctrine. The battle would open with a series of airstrikes from 5 fleet and 5 light carriers. Following these crippling blows, Task Force 34, with 6 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 5 light cruisers, and 18 destroyers, would finish off the cripples and chase down any survivors. After the rendezvous of 3 of Halsey's 4 carrier task groups just before midnight on October 24th, Task Force 38 headed north, with every expectation of achieving a great victory. However, the Japanese had to be spotted first, and there had been no contact since the afternoon contact the day before. Just before 0100 on October 25th, 5 radar-equipped aircraft departed from Independence to search out to a distance of 350 nautical miles. Contact was gained at 0205 on Matsuda's advance guard, with contact being gained on Ozawa's carriers at 0235. Because of a transmission error, the reported position of the Japanese forces was incorrect. The erroneous position plotted out some 120 nautical miles nearer to Task Force 38 than was actually the case. At this point, Task Force 38 and Ozawa's carriers were actually about 210 nautical miles apart. Just before midnight, Mitcher assumed tactical command of Task Force 38. At 0240, Mitcher ordered Lee to begin the process of forming Task Force 34. It was an intricate and time-consuming process to pull the 6 battleships, 7 cruisers, and 18 destroyers that made up Lee's force from the 3 existing task groups to form Task Force 34, some 10 miles north of Mitcher's flagship Lexington. To safely form Task Force 34 in the middle of the night, the entire force slowed down to 15 knots. Formation of Task Force 34 was an urgent matter, since if Ozawa's force had maintained its course, it could have potentially run into Task Force 38 as early as 0430 hours. As this ballet was taking place, the Independence aircraft holding contact on Ozawa's force was forced to return because of engine problems. A relief aircraft was launched, but it developed problems with its radar. As a result, the location of the Japanese was unknown when Mitcher planned to launch his morning strike. Mitcher and his staff had a well-developed routine for conducting large-scale strikes. Fearful the Japanese might be trying to escape, Mitcher wanted to hit them as soon as possible. He ordered all carriers to have their first strike ready to launch at dawn. The strike would be launched concurrently with the morning search, and then be vectored onto the target when the Japanese were located. Accordingly, at earliest dawn, just before 0600, the 10 flight decks in Task Force 38 became a beehive of activity. First, the Combat Air Patrol was launched, then the search aircraft, and finally the first strike consisting of some 180 aircraft. Task Group 38-2's contribution was 8 Hellcats, 10 Helldivers, and 8 Avengers. The strike was ordered to head north, 50 to 70 nautical miles, and then orbit until the search aircraft reported contact. Things became very tense when the search aircraft failed to find anything at the expected time and place. The planned search was looking too far to the west. 2 members of Mitcher's staff thought that the Japanese were located to the east and were given permission to vector part of the Combat Air Patrol to look in that direction. Thankfully for the Americans, a Hellcat from Essex gained contact on Ozawa's now reunited force at 0710 and sent an accurate contact report. The Japanese were only 150 nautical miles away, headed to the northeast at 20 knots. Because of the proximity between Ozawa's force and Task Force 38, when the 0710 contact report was issued, the airborne strike was able to arrive over the target in an hour. At about 0830, the first of 5 strikes began. The overall strike coordinator of the initial blow was Commander McCampbell, Air Group Commander of Air Group 15 from Essex. By 0600, Matsuda's force had rejoined Ozawa's main force, and by 0700, the Japanese had assumed a daytime anti-aircraft formation. The mobile force main body was divided up into 2 sections. The lead group consisted of Zuikaku, Ozawa's flagship, Zuiho, battleship carrier Ise, light cruiser Oyodo, escorted by destroyers Akizuki, Hatsuzuki, Wakatsuki, and Kuwa. The second group, under the tactical command of Matsuda, contained Chitose and Chiyoda, battleship carrier Hyuga, Matsuda's flagship, light cruisers Izuzu and Tama, and destroyers Shimotsuki and Maki. The final 2 destroyers, Kiri and Sagi, had been detached on the evening of October 24th to rescue downed airmen. They never received the proper location of the rendezvous point between Ozawa's and Matsuda's sections and failed to rejoin the fleet. The Japanese were aware of the impending arrival of the initial strike, since lookouts on Hyuga had spotted American search aircraft at 0712 and radar aboard Zuikaku detected the American strike at 0804, about 110 nautical miles to the southwest. When the American aircraft were in sight, the entire fleet went to 24 knots. 4 Zeros were assigned morning combat air patrol. These were joined by the last 9 fighters on Zuikaku. 13 Zeros were totally inadequate for an effective combat air patrol. If Ozawa's ships were to survive, they would be totally dependent on the volume and accuracy of their anti-aircraft fire, and perhaps more importantly, the ability of their skippers to conduct adroit evasion maneuvers in the face of dive bombing and torpedo attack. With excellent weather in the area, the Americans had no problems spotting the Japanese formation at 0810, some 25 nautical miles ahead. McCampbell assigned targets after he observed the Japanese were operating in 2 groups. The northern group was centered on Zuikaku and Zuiho, with the southern group built around Chitose and Chiyoda. According to American pilots, Japanese anti-aircraft fire was heavy and began with a display of multicolor explosions at 15 nautical miles out, as Ise and Hyuga fired Type 3 Sanshiki-dan incendiary shells from their 14-inch main battery. The small Japanese combat air patrol raced toward the approaching American formation, but the escorting Hellcats prevented them from reaching the Helldivers or Avengers. Essex Hellcats claimed 9 Zeros, but one Hellcat was shot down, and its pilot left in the water to witness the unfolding attack. This unwilling spectator was rescued after the battle. For the next hour, Ozawa's ships came under unrelenting air attack, with the carriers serving as the main targets. The Helldivers went in first, followed by strafing Hellcats. Last to attack were the torpedo-laden Avengers. Once under attack, the Japanese ships began to maneuver individually. Zuikaku, by far the largest of the 4 Japanese carriers, came under attack from dive bombers from Intrepid and torpedo bombers from Intrepid and 2 light carriers. Within 5 minutes, Zuikaku was hit by 3 bombs amidships that created a fire on her lower and upper hangar decks. Only minutes later, a torpedo launched by an Avenger from either Intrepid or San Jacinto struck the big carrier on her port side. One of the engine rooms was flooded, and one of the shafts was damaged and had to be shut down. The ensuing flooding caused a severe list, but this was quickly corrected to a manageable 6 degrees. The veteran carrier's experienced and capable damage control team performed well. By 0850, the fires were extinguished, and 23 knots was restored using the starboard shafts. However, steering was uneven, and the ship's transmitters were out of commission. Since she was no longer suitable as a flagship, plans were made to transfer Ozawa and his staff to cruiser Oyodo, which was well fitted to act as a flagship, having just been converted to serve as Toyota's combined fleet flagship. It took much convincing to get Ozawa to agree to abandon his flagship. Before the transfer could happen, the second American strike showed up. Enterprise's strike group targeted the veteran light carrier Zuiho, which was known to her crew as a lucky ship since she had survived 3 earlier carrier battles. Reports from Enterprise aircrew stated the carrier was left dead in the water and on fire. One Enterprise Avenger was heavily damaged by anti-aircraft fire and had to be rolled over the side when it landed back on board. Another Enterprise Hellcat was lost to zero attack. Intrepid Helldivers also selected Zuiho for attack and claimed hits. According to Japanese records, Zuiho suffered 3 near misses, followed by a direct bomb hit on the aft section of the flight deck at 0835. The explosion caused fires on the hangar deck, but these were out by 0855. A minor list and steering problems were soon corrected. After the dive bombers did their work, torpedo bombers from Essex and Lexington attacked Zuiho, but no hits were gained. McCampbell assigned the Essex Air Group to attack Chitose. Beginning at 0835, Helldivers from Essex reported dropping 12 bombs and claimed 8 hits, leaving the carrier burning and listing. In fact, Chitose suffered 3 near misses along her port side. This was sufficient to rupture the carrier's unarmored hull. The resulting flooding knocked out 2 boiler rooms and caused a severe 27-degree list. Damage control efforts reduced the list and kept the power on, but steering was only accomplished by using the engines. At 0915, progressive flooding forced the starboard engine room to be abandoned, and speed fell below 14 knots. The crew was unable to stop the progressive flooding. 10 minutes later, all power was lost, and the list increased to a dangerous 30 degrees. Hyuga was ordered to tow the carrier, but her condition was beyond salvage. Chitose sank stern first at 0937, the first of Ozawa's carriers to go under. Isuzu saved 35 officers and 445 men, and Shimotsuki another 121 officers and men. The number of crewmen lost is unclear, but was probably 370. Chitose's obviously dire condition prompted McCampbell to redirect the Avengers he had originally ordered to attack the carrier. Of the 16 Avengers reporting an attack on carriers or battleships during the first attack, 10 claimed hits. This was another example of gross overclaiming, since the only successful torpedo attacks were the single hits on Zuikaku and Tama. In addition to the attacks on 3 carriers, the first attack also struck some of the escorts. Light cruiser Tama was attacked by torpedo bombers from Belleau Wood and San Jacinto. One torpedo hit the ship in her boiler room. After emergency repairs, the cruiser was ordered to proceed independently to Okinawa at her best speed of 14 knots. Oyodo was also subjected to attack and was lightly damaged. At 08:48, she was struck by a bomb and 2 rockets and recorded near misses from bombs. The cruiser's speed was unimpaired. Large destroyer Akizuki was also attacked in the first strike. At 08:42, the ship was struck amidships and set afire. Akizuki lost power and fell out of formation. Within minutes, a large explosion was observed amidships, and at 08:56, the ship broke in two and quickly sank. The cause remains unclear, but was probably due to a torpedo or bomb hit that detonated torpedoes in the amidships torpedo mount. The ship's commanding officer and 150 other officers and men were pulled out of the water before more air attacks forced destroyer Maki to abandon rescue operations. 4 more men were later killed when Maki came under attack. Akizuki's final personnel casualties were 183 men, but one was later rescued by the Americans. Task Force 38's second strike took off around 08:35 and arrived in the target area at about 09:45. This was comprised of 36 aircraft, 14 Hellcats, 6 Helldivers, and 16 Avengers from Lexington, Franklin, Langley, San Jacinto, and Belleau Wood from Task Groups 38-3 and 38-4. McCampbell remained active as target coordinator. When the small strike arrived in the target area, it found Ozawa's force already in disarray. McCampbell selected the undamaged carrier Chiyoda for attack. Dive bombers from Lexington and Franklin attacked first and claimed 4 hits. For once, this was not too far from the actual results of the attack. At 1000 hours, the carrier was hit by a bomb on the port quarter of her flight deck, while damaging near misses were recorded on the starboard side. The magazines were flooded as a precaution after fires broke out. Combined with the hull damage from the near misses, the carrier assumed a 13-degree starboard list. When the flooding reached the starboard engine room, Chiyoda came to a stop. Hyuga and destroyers Shimotsuki and Maki were ordered to assist. Hyuga was ordered to tow the 11,200-ton carrier, but the attempt was suspended when the third American strike was spotted. At 14:14, Isuzu returned to start a tow, but was hit by a bomb forward of the bridge. More air attacks and a lack of fuel forced Isuzu to give up, and steering problems made it impossible for the light cruiser to close and pick up Chiyoda's crew. Isuzu was later ordered to try again to pick up the crew and sink the carrier with torpedoes. At 15:48, as Isuzu approached Chiyoda's position, the carrier was observed to be under attack from American warships. Isuzu reversed course to the north, leaving Chiyoda to her fate. Launched between 11:45 and 1200 hours, the third strike was the largest and most effective of the day. It was active over Ozawa's force from about 1310 to 1400 with some 200 aircraft, 75% of which had taken part in the initial strike in the morning. The strike coordinator was Commander Theodore Winters from Lexington. Winters observed that Ozawa's formation was in a shambles. 2 carriers, Zuikaku and Zuiho, were located to the north with a battleship, and what was reported as 2 cruisers. Another carrier, Chiyoda, Chitose, had already sunk, was located some 20 nautical miles to the south, on fire and listing. A second battleship, a cruiser, and a destroyer were standing nearby the crippled carrier. Winters ordered Task Group 38-3's 98 aircraft from Essex, Lexington, and Langley to go after the 2 operational carriers. Aircraft from Lexington focused on Zuikaku. By 1100 hours, Ozawa and 11 members of his staff had departed Suikaku and transferred to Oyodo. The 9 surviving Zeros on combat air patrol were forced to ditch around 10:30, so for the rest of the day the Americans faced no air opposition. Upon spotting the third strike at 13:08, Suikaku worked up to 24 knots. Winters made Suikaku the focus of the third wave. On this occasion, the attack by Helldivers and Avengers was well coordinated, with the Avengers coming in from both bows in an anvil attack, at the same time as the Helldivers were conducting their attacks. 12 Helldivers from Lexington went in first, dropping 1,000-pound armor-piercing bombs and claiming several hits. On their heels were 9 Helldivers from Essex, who also claimed success. The follow-up attack by Avengers inflicted mortal damage on the Pearl Harbor veteran. In less than 10 minutes, Suikaku was subjected to 6 torpedo hits, 2 on the starboard side and 4 on the port side. The first was a hit forward on the port side at 13:15 that failed to detonate. Simultaneously, one hit the starboard side forward and did explode, flooding one of the boiler rooms. At about the same time, 3 bombs hit the flight deck aft. At 13:21, 3 torpedoes hit in quick succession, all on the port side. Another bomb hit between the center and aft elevators. The ship assumed a 14-degree list, and fires took hold on the hangar deck. A final torpedo struck the ship 2 minutes later on the port quarter. By 13:25, the attack was over, but it was clear that the ship was doomed. The list increased to 20 degrees, all power was lost, and flooding and fires were unchecked. At 13:27, with the list increasing to 21 degrees, the crew was ordered up to the flight deck. The captain gave a final address, and then the ensign was lowered. Only after this touch of the dramatic was the crew ordered to abandon ship at 13:58. The ship rolled over and sank by the stern at 14:14, taking her captain, 48 other officers, and 794 enlisted men with her. Destroyers Wakatsuki and Kuwa fished 47 officers and 815 men out of the water. After surveying the damage to Suikaku, Winters decided it was unnecessary for additional attacks to hit the obviously crippled carrier. Since nearby Zuiho looked to be steaming normally, he directed the strike groups from Franklin, Enterprise, and San Jacinto to attack her. When the aircraft from Task Group 38-4 arrived, including Enterprise's second strike of 6 Hellcats, 10 Helldivers, and 5 Avengers, they began their attack at 13:10, followed by another wave at 13:30. At 13:17, one torpedo hit Zuiho on her starboard bow, followed by a bomb hit on the aft elevator. In the second wave, another torpedo hit on the starboard quarter at 13:30, with a bomb hitting aft on the starboard side, joined by 7 more near misses. The Japanese claimed that 60 more near misses followed, but this was impossible given the number of aircraft involved. In any event, the near misses inflicted great damage on the unarmored carrier that had been converted from a submarine tender. Bomb fragments cut steam pipes and caused flooding of the starboard engine room, while shrapnel on the ship's port side flooded a boiler room and caused slow flooding of the port engine room. This reduced propulsion to a single shaft, dropping the ship's speed to 12 knots. The flooding created a 13-degree list to starboard. By 14:45, the port engine room had also completely flooded, and Zuiho came to a stop. A few aircraft, including some from Franklin, attacked the ship standing nearby the crippled Chiyoda. This attack prompted the remaining escorts to leave the stationary carrier at about 14:10. No aircraft were reported lost in the third strike, but at least one Essex helldiver returned so badly damaged it was dumped over the side. Mitcher's fourth strike of the day was launched at about 13:15 and reached the target area at about 14:45. It was comprised of 40 aircraft from Essex, Lexington, and Langley. 27 aircraft went after Zuiho despite the fact she was dead in the water. 10 more near misses inflicted more hull damage, which increased the carrier's list to 23 degrees. This prompted her captain to order abandoned ship at about 15:10. At 15:26, the carrier rolled over to starboard and disappeared. Casualties were fairly light given the pounding received, totaling 7 officers and 208 men. Issei and destroyer Kuwa saved most of the crew, 58 officers and 701 men. Essex dive bombers attacked Issei and claimed 8 hits, flying through what was described as a very heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire. The Japanese confirmed only 4 near misses. The next effort consisted of a large strike launched at 16:10 with aircraft from the 5 fleet carriers. The 85 aircraft in the 5th strike did their work between 17:10 and 17:40. Only 3 of the 13 Avengers in the strike carried torpedoes. Because no further air opposition was expected, Mitcher ordered the 52 fighters in the strike to carry bombs, or rockets. The strike coordinator was Commander Malcolm Wardle from Langley, who was in control of the 4th and 5th strikes. Because of the lateness of the hour, the aircraft attacked as soon as they encountered a target, with little coordination between air groups. Since they were the largest targets left, Wardle directed the last strike to hit the 2 hybrid battleship carriers, which were in 2 different groups separated by 10 nautical miles. For most of the pilots, this was their 3rd sortie of the day, and this was the 2nd day in a row of flying multiple missions. The results indicate that pilot fatigue was at work. Located further to the north, Issei received the most attention. Japanese accounts state that she was attacked by the impossible total of 85 bombers and 11 torpedo bombers. All 11 of the supposed torpedoes were evaded, and only a single bomb hit outboard of the port catapult. The Japanese recorded 34 near misses, which caused the outer hull plates to rupture and resulted in minor flooding. 5 crewmen were killed and 71 wounded. American pilots reported that the Japanese ships put up a tremendous volume of anti-aircraft fire. Adept maneuvering by Issei's skipper, combined with pilot fatigue, prevented major damage. Sister ship Hyuga was also attacked. The Americans gained 7 non-damaging near misses, but not a single bomb hit its target. The American aviators were sure they had seriously damaged both ships. After trying to eliminate duplicate claims against Issei and Hyuga, the official tabulation was 22 hits on one and 15 on the other, and these included 10 torpedo hits. In reality, both ships had suffered only minor damage and retained full combat effectiveness. At the conclusion of the final strike, Ozawa's force was in a shambles. 3 of the 4 Japanese carriers had sunk, and destroyer Akizuki had also been dispatched. Issei, Oyodo, and 3 destroyers were recovering Zuikaku and Zuiho survivors. Some 10 nautical miles south was another group consisting of Hyuga, light cruiser Isuzu, and a couple of destroyers. The wounded Tama was proceeding independently, trailing oil. To the south, by another 60 nautical miles, was Chiyoda, still dead in the water with her entire crew on board. Ozawa's force had been subjected to a total of 527 sorties from Task Force 38. No other force in naval history had ever been subjected to such massive air attacks over such a compressed period. The level of effort against Ozawa's force on October 25th was twice that directed at Kurita's force the day before. As was the case against Kurita's force, the overall damage inflicted on Ozawa's force must be seen as disappointing. Once again, Task Force 38 strike aircraft faced virtually no air opposition and heavy, but generally ineffective, anti-aircraft fire. The 4 carriers present were all sunk or crippled. In addition, a destroyer was sunk. Major damage was inflicted on a light cruiser, and several other ships suffered various degrees of light damage. Ozawa's chief of staff stated after the war, "I saw all this bombing and thought the American pilot is not so good." 3 reasons contributed to this relatively modest return on what was a massive effort: heavy anti-aircraft fire, good ship handling, and fatigue on the part of Task Force 38 aircrew. American after-action reports confirmed that pilot fatigue was a major factor in operations. It must be kept in mind that many Task Force 38 pilots had flown 5 missions in 2 days against the heaviest anti-aircraft barrages in naval history. Also noteworthy was the ineffectiveness of Japanese anti-aircraft fire throughout the day. Despite the impressive barrage of fire put up by the Japanese, only 10 American aircraft were lost to anti-aircraft fire throughout the day. Japanese fighters also accounted for a handful of American aircraft. Halsey changes his mind. The start of the battle went extremely well for the Americans. Against a very weak Japanese combat air patrol, the first waves of Mitcher's aviators methodically went about attacking the 4 Japanese carriers. With Task Force 34 already formed and ready to be unleashed, it seemed that Halsey would get his wish of fighting a battle of annihilation. This began to change at 0822, when Halsey received the first message from Kinkaid, sent without being encoded, that Taffy 3 was being attacked by Japanese battleships and cruisers. Kinkaid sent another message at 0725 that Taffy 3 came under attack by Japanese battleships and cruisers at 0700. An immediate airstrike was requested, and support from Task Force 38's heavy ships, since Kinkaid's 6 old battleships were low on main battery ammunition. This reached Halsey at 0922. This was followed at 0727 by an even more urgent request, also sent without being encoded. Our CVEs being attacked by 4 BBs, 8 cruisers, plus others. Request Lee cover Leyte at top speed. Request fast carriers make immediate strike. Halsey got this message at 0900. Sprague sent a direct plea to Halsey at 0735. This was followed by 2 more urgent requests for Kinkaid at 0739 and 0829, the last of which read, "Situation critical. Battleships and fast carriers strike wanted, to prevent enemy penetrating Leyte Gulf." At 1000 hours, Halsey received another plea from Kinkaid. "Where is Lee? Send Lee." None of this fazed Halsey. He remained focused on his battle of annihilation. His only response, sent at 0927, was that he was engaged with the Japanese carrier force, but that he had ordered Task Group 38-1 to assist Kinkaid. This all changed at 1000 hours when Halsey received a message from Nimitz, who had been following the action from his headquarters in Pearl Harbor and had become alarmed when he learned that San Bernardino Strait had been left unguarded. It was brief, repeat, where is Task Force 34 RR, the World Wonders? Nimitz meant it as a reminder to Halsey. Because of an error in handling the message, the last 3 words of padding were left in after the double consonant, meant to mark the end of the message. When Halsey read what looked like a direct insult from Nimitz, he went into an emotional tirade. Throwing his cap to the deck, he yelled, "What right does Chester have to send me a goddamn message like that?" Halsey's chief of staff led him off the flag bridge to cool off. This dramatic episode has been the focus of many accounts of the battle. But within minutes, Halsey knew that the message had been mishandled and was not meant as an insult. After his tantrum, Halsey got to business on formulating a new battle plan. While this was occurring, Task Force 38 continued north at 25 knots. Nimitz's reminder had the desired effect, but it was not until 10:55 that Halsey broke off his battle of annihilation. He ordered Task Group 38-2, less 8 destroyers, and the 4 battleships originally in Task Group 38-3 and Task Group 38-4 to steam south. According to Halsey's battle report, at this point, Task Force 34 was only 42 nautical miles away from Ozawa's shattered force. At 11:15, the battleships and Bogan's Task Group 38-2 executed the order to turn south. By waiting until 11:15 to turn his battleships around, Halsey made it unlikely that he would be able to intercept Kurita before he retreated through San Bernardino Strait. The only chance of catching the Japanese force before it escaped was that it would not move directly for the strait. But as we have already seen, Kurita did not linger and entered the strait at about 21:40. Compounding the fact that the Americans got a late start, Vice Admiral Lee did not move with alacrity. The battleship force was limited to a top speed of 27 knots, the maximum speed of Alabama, Massachusetts, and South Dakota. But Lee set his speed at a somewhat leisurely 20 knots. From 1345 until 1622, this was reduced to 12 knots, when the battleships slowed down to refuel destroyers in need of replenishment. Finally, when the refueling was complete, Lee formed a fast group of battleships, Iowa, New Jersey, 3 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers, designated Task Group 34-5, under the command of Rear Admiral Oscar Badger. Halsey did not give the order for Task Group 34-5 to take off for San Bernardino Strait at 28 knots until 1701. Halsey's and Lee's lack of desire to bring Kurita to battle meant that Badger's force arrived off San Bernardino Strait at 0100 hours on October 26th. Since Kurita had slipped through some 3 hours earlier, Badger followed his orders to sweep south along the coast of Samar. The only Japanese ship in the area was destroyer Nowaki, which had fallen behind Kurita's main body after rescuing the survivors of heavy cruiser Chikuma. Nowaki was sunk by gunfire, but this was the only time in the battle that Third Fleet surface ships encountered any part of Kurita's force. It is curious why neither Halsey nor Lee moved with urgency to cut off Kurita's force before it escaped through the San Bernardino Strait. Had they done so, it is likely that elements of Task Force 34 would have arrived off the strait before Kurita. Of course, this would have taken a much different sequence of events. Halsey would have had to decide to break off Task Force 34 as soon as he received the first distress calls from Kincaid, and then he and Lee would have had to push the battleships south at top speed, leaving the destroyers behind if need be. The prize was worth the effort. The first reports indicated that Sprague was being attacked by 4 battleships and numerous cruisers. Surely, this was the bulk of the Imperial Navy's remaining strength, and a much more appropriate target for Lee's battleships than the crippled escorts of Ozawa's force. If Halsey's decision to go north with the entirety of Task Force 38 was inevitable, as this author believes, and that this decision was an error, as was demonstrated beyond a doubt when the first reports were received that Sprague's force was under attack, then Halsey's half-hearted and tardy efforts to address his mistake are even harder to defend than his original error. If Task Force 34 had arrived off San Bernardino Strait before Carita, it had the capabilities to give Halsey the battle of annihilation he so desperately sought. As it was, the big guns of Task Force 34 remained silent during the largest naval battle of the war. Task Force 38 Surface Forces in Action. The climax of Halsey's battle of annihilation against the Mobile Force main body should have featured an engagement by Task Force 34 with 6 of the world's most powerful battleships. This dream came to a disappointing end at 11:15 when the bulk of Task Force 34 turned around only 2 hours steaming time from the Japanese to go to the assistance of the 7th Fleet. Another indication of the stubbornness of Halsey to give up his dream of completing the destruction of Ozawa's force with surface units was that he kept elements allocated to Task Force 34 with the carriers as they continued the battle with Ozawa. This was a strong force consisting of heavy cruisers New Orleans and Wichita, light cruisers Mobile and Santa Fe, and 9 destroyers. Mitscher had to be careful how to use this force because of the presence of the 2 Japanese battleships. At 13:30, when Task Force 38 was only 60 nautical miles from the nearest Japanese ships, he ordered that the carriers go no farther north. He discussed with Rear Admiral Lawrence Dubose when to unleash his cruiser force, but Dubose was hesitant, given the fact he would be outgunned by the 2 battleships. When Winters reported that the battleship standing by the southernmost cripples was headed north, Mitscher ordered Dubose to begin mopping up. Dubose's force consisted of the 4 cruisers mentioned earlier and a total of 12 destroyers. As the Americans streaked northward, they were vectored into their first victim by Winters, who was headed back to Lexington. He spotted the crippled Chiyoda dead in the water, with light cruiser Isuzu nearby, preparing to rescue survivors. Alerted to the presence of the Japanese, Dubose headed into action with his cruisers in a column led by Santa Fe. Isuzu quickly fled, leaving heavy cruiser Wichita to open fire with her 8-inch guns at 1625 from 19,000 yards. Chiyoda responded weakly with a few salvos from her 5-inch dual-purpose guns, but against the stationary carrier, American cruiser gunfire scored quickly and often. After a 15-minute barrage, the carrier was reduced to a mass of flames. Chiyoda's final moments were marked by a towering column of black smoke. The carrier capsized at 16:55. Many survivors were seen in the water, but the destroyers were denied permission to conduct any rescue operations, and Dubose's formation continued north. As a result, there were no survivors from her crew of about 970 men. After finishing off Chiyoda, Dubose reformed his column, launched 2 float planes for a night search, and continued north, with the destroyers arranged in 4 groups of 3 on each quarter. Strike Coordinator Wardle, still airborne, reported 2 groups of Japanese ships ahead. Dubose chose to go after the group with 3 ships. The other contact was Isuzu, operating by herself. At 18:33, Wichita gained distant radar contacts at 35,200 yards. These contacts were large destroyers Hatsuzuki and Wakatsuki, and the smaller Kuwa, in the process of picking up survivors from Zuikaku and Zuiho. Once again, radar proved an incalculable advantage. Dubose ordered his light cruisers to open fire on the surprised Hatsuzuki at 1852. The outgunned destroyer returned fire at 1905, with her 3.9-inch guns as she fled north. The heavy cruisers, with their longer-ranged 8-inch guns, opened up on Wakatsuki and Kuwa at a range of 28,200 yards. But at that range, they failed to hit anything. Surprised by a superior force, the Japanese fled, with the Americans in hot pursuit at 30 knots. The cruisers kept the Japanese under fire, and at 1911 scored a hit on Hatsuzuki. The destroyer turned broadside several times to feint launching torpedoes and laid smoke to slow down her pursuers. These maneuvers allowed Isuzu, Wakatsuki, and Kuwa to make their escapes, but Dubose's ships continued to gain on Hatsuzuki. 3 of Dubose's destroyers took the lead to close the range for a torpedo attack. Launched just after 2000 hours from a range of 6,800 yards, all 15 torpedoes missed. Eventually, the unceasing barrage from the cruisers decided Hatsuzuki's fate. During this action alone, Santa Fe fired 954 6-inch rounds, and Mobile another 779. The heavy cruisers were not as prolific with their 8-inch rounds, but Wichita fired 173 shells. As the cruisers closed the range, eventually down to 6,000 yards, observers noted the destroyer was literally being torn apart by shells. Hatsuzuki fought back gamely and placed shells near 2 of the American cruisers without scoring a hit. After her desperate fight, the destroyer slipped under at 20:59. From her crew of about 330, 25 men survived, reaching Formosa 2 weeks later in a small boat. Among the survivors were 8 men from Hatsuzuki and 17 from Zuikaku. After the tough Hatsuzuki was finally dispatched, Dubose's search aircraft reported that the next group of Japanese ships was 46 nautical miles to the north. With his destroyers running low on fuel and the nearest Japanese ships steaming north at 22 knots, Dubose decided to break off his pursuit at 21:30. Hatsuzuki had issued a call for help at 19:15, which prompted Ozawa to head south with Ise, Hyuga, Oyodo, and destroyer Shimotsuki at 20:41. Wakatsuki joined the force at 22:30 and reported that the Americans had attacked with the strength of 2 modern battleships, 2 cruisers, and a destroyer squadron. In spite of this exaggeration, Ozawa continued south, seeking battle. Finding nothing, he ordered a retreat at 23:30. The 4th and final large engagement of the Battle of Leyte Gulf was over. Submarine attacks on Ozawa's force. Air attacks and Dubose's surface ships accounted for 6 of Ozawa's 17 ships. The final obstacle facing Ozawa before he could get his surviving ships back to Japan was a large force of Pacific Fleet submarines under Vice Admiral Charles Lockwood. To support the Leyte invasion, Lockwood deployed 22 submarines around the Philippines. Several of these were positioned in the choke point of the Luzon Strait, which was rich in Japanese merchant traffic. Their proximity to the area where the battle off Cape Engano was fought placed them in a potential position to strike Ozawa's retreating force. On the day of the action off Cape Engano, Mitcher informed Lockwood of the upcoming battle, and provided a breakdown of the Japanese force. That morning, Lockwood had already ordered 2 wolf packs, each with 3 submarines, to establish scouting lines across Ozawa's predicted path of retreat. By 1830, on October 25th, they were in position. Pintado, Yalo, and Atule were stationed along the eastern part of the line, with haddock, tuna, and halibut manning the western part. The second group was so well positioned it was close enough to hear explosions and radio transmissions of pilots conducting the last strike of the day. Following the end of the airstrikes, halibut spotted Ise at 31,000 yards, coming toward her at 1742. As the Japanese approached, halibut went to periscope depth, and also sighted Oyodo and a destroyer. A full salvo of 6 torpedoes was fired at the battleship carrier at 1844. Despite the Americans hearing what they thought were 5 explosions, followed by the noises of a ship breaking up, Ise was undamaged after making a last-second zig. Haddock also chased Ise and Hyuga, but could not get into firing positions. Halibut reported contact on a group of 5 ships at 2300, but also failed to get into firing position after a 7-hour chase. After taking a torpedo in the first air attack, light cruiser Tama was proceeding independently to Okinawa at 14 knots. At 20:04, the wounded cruiser was detected by radar on submarine Yalo from a range of 27,000 yards. Yalo was a brand-new boat on her first war patrol, but by 23:01, her captain and crew set up for a submerged attack from 1,000 yards on the oblivious Japanese. The first 3 torpedoes from the bow tubes all missed, so the skipper brought the boat around and fired all 4 stern tubes from 800 yards. This time, 3 of the 4 hit, and 2 exploded. Tama broke in 2 and sank within minutes. There were no survivors from her crew of some 450 men. Ozawa predicted that his force would be annihilated in the course of its mission to draw the power of Task Force 38 onto itself. Of all the Japanese forces in Show 1, Ozawa's was the only one to accomplish its mission. The cost of doing so was high, but it was not the annihilation that Ozawa feared. Of his 17 ships, 7 were sunk, including all 4 aircraft carriers. Almost miraculously, given the weight of air attacks directed at them, both of Carrier Division 4's hybrid battleship carriers survived. They played little part in the rest of the war other than transporting a load of petroleum products and specialists from the Singapore area to Japan in February 1945. Ozawa's operations as part of Show 1 were the last time the Imperial Navy employed a carrier force during the war. Chapter 10. Final Actions. The birth of the kamikaze. Aside from being the world's largest naval battle, the Battle of Leyte Gulf included the first formal Japanese endorsement of a radical new tactic. For the first time in the war, the Imperial Navy organized units with the express purpose of deliberately crashing bomb-laden aircraft onto the decks of American ships. Of course, this had happened many times earlier in the war, but these were acts of self-sacrifice by individual pilots and were not the result of an endorsed policy. For example, on October 13th, a G-4M Betty bomber crashed on carrier Franklin in the air-sea battle off Formosa. The pre-planned attacks were conducted by the Special Attack Corps and soon took the label of kamikaze, or divine wind attacks. The first formal suicide attacks were endorsed and created by the officers in command of the land-based air forces in the Philippines. Adoption of these tactics was the final recognition that the war had turned badly against Japan, and that conventional tactics, flown by poorly trained aviators, had no chance of reversing the tide of war. The ensuing suicide attacks during the Battle of Leyte Gulf gained great initial success. Their use increased later in the Philippines campaign and became the centerpiece of Japanese strategy to defeat American naval operations for the remainder of the war. The prime proponent of suicide tactics was Vice Admiral Onishi. He was among the Imperial Navy's most vocal air power zealots. At the start of the war, he was the Chief of Staff for the 11th Air Fleet, the combined fleet's principal land-based air formation. After serving in 2 shore billets, he was assigned command of the 5th Base Air Force on October 2nd, but was not able to fly to Manila to assume his new command until October 17th. What he found upon taking command gave him no confidence. Responsible for defending the Philippines, his formation was totally inadequate for the task. In 1943, Onishi argued against adopting suicide tactics. After the debacle in the Philippine Sea, during which the futility of using conventional tactics against the United States Navy was fully demonstrated, the increased calls for the necessity of suicide tactics convinced Onishi to support them. Using the veiled language of special attacks, he sounded out Chief of the Naval General Staff, Admiral Oikawa Koshiro, and Navy Minister Yonai Mitsumasa on his desire to shift tactics. Oikawa instructed that all pilots taking part in such attacks should be volunteers, but neither man objected. Upon arriving in the Philippines, Onishi became more determined to implement the use of special attacks. The state of the 5th Base Air Force left him no other choice. He was known as a man of action, and he believed that quick action was necessary before the situation for Japan got worse. Onishi believed that if he demonstrated how the actions and sacrifice of a small number of airmen could achieve disproportionate results against the superior might of the American Navy, then his ideas would catch fire. He intended to organize fighter units first, hoping that other land-based naval air units would follow. If the Imperial Navy embraced the notion of sacrificial attacks, the Imperial Army would follow. Onishi wasted no time taking his new concept to the flyers who would have to execute it. The unit Onishi selected to be the first to employ suicide attacks was the 201st Air Group based in Mabalacat. This was a fighter unit flying the once formidable but now obsolescent Zero. Onishi arrived at the unit on the evening of October 19th, called the officers together, and issued the following statement. The situation is so grave that the fate of the Empire depends on the outcome of the show operation. Missions have been assigned. A naval force under Admiral Kurita is to penetrate Leyte Gulf and there annihilate enemy surface units. The 1st Air Fleet has been designated to support that mission by rendering enemy carriers ineffective for at least 1 week. In my opinion, this can be accomplished only by crash diving on the carrier flight decks with Zero fighters carrying 250-kilogram bombs. With little debate, the officers of the 201st Air Group agreed to Onishi's proposal. 23 pilots were assigned to the 1st Suicide Group, led by an experienced aviator, Lieutenant Seiki Yukio. All were volunteers. The initial group was named Shinbu, after the divine wind that saved Japan from invasion from the Mongols in the 13th century, and was divided into 4 sections, each with a patriotic name: Asahi, Shikishima, Yamato, and Yamasakura. By October 20th, they were organized and ready to conduct missions. On the evening of October 20th, Onishi informed his superior, Vice Admiral Mikawa, of his plans and gained his approval. The first suicide operations did not go smoothly. On October 21st, the Shikishima section took off from Mabalacat to attack American carriers located north of Leyte, but failed to find a target. On the same day, the Yamato section deployed to Cebu with 8 Zeros. They were under orders to organize another special attack unit at Cebu. After 5 aircraft were destroyed that afternoon by strafing Hellcats after being prepared for a mission, the other 3 aircraft were launched to attack a carrier group located in the approaches to Leyte Gulf. After finding nothing, the flight leader ordered the other 2 aircraft to return to base while he pressed on to find something to attack. He disappeared, and there is no record of an Allied ship being attacked at this time. The Asahi section was sent to Davao to organize a special attack unit there. This resulted in the creation of the Kikushui, floating chrysanthemum section, being established. A similar pattern of frustration repeated itself over the next several days. Due to bad weather, American attacks on Mabalacat, Cebu, and Davao, and a lack of scouting aircraft, the Special Attack Unit failed to find suitable targets. Not any target would do. Suicide attacks were reserved for high-impact targets like carriers. Nevertheless, on October 24th, 2 suicide attacks were made on shipping in Leyte Gulf. In the morning, a group of G-4M bombers attacked ships in the anchorage. One bomber, already on fire and perhaps out of control, made a suicide dive on freighter Augustus Thomas, with fleet tug Sonoma nearby. The bomber crashed between the 2 ships, but bomb explosions damaged both ships. The freighter was saved by beaching her, but Sonoma sank a few hours later. Also hit the same day was the small landing craft LCI-L 1065. This attack was conducted by an Imperial Army Ki-21 bomber. Again, the bomber was ablaze before it hit the landing ship, but the impact took the ship down quickly, killing 7, wounding 9, with 5 more sailors missing. Neither of these attacks were conducted by the designated Special Attack Unit, which flew only Zeros. In any event, the first American ship lost to a suicide attack in the largest naval battle of the war was a mere fleet tug. Failure of conventional and suicide attacks against Task Force 38 before October 24th resulted in Halsey's aviators pounding Kurita's 1st Diversionary Attack Force. On the following day, Kurita ran into Taffy 3 and for over 2 hours subjected it to intense gunnery attacks. Taffy 1 and 2 were not involved in the surface battle, but all 3 Taffy task units were operating just east of Leyte and Samar and were easily detected by Japanese aircraft. By fate and not design, the first target of a pre-planned suicide attack was Taffy 1. The attackers from the Asahi and Kikusui sections came from Davao with 6 Zero fighters with bombs, with 4 Zeros without bombs acting as escorts. Coming from Mindanao, the first group of carriers they spotted was Taffy 1, the southernmost group of escort carriers. Taffy 1 consisted of 3 Sangamon-class escort carriers and 1 Casablanca-class escort carrier, plus escorts. The Sangamons were converted oilers, with the capacity to take much greater damage than the escort carriers converted from smaller cargo ships or built on hulls to merchant standards. The Japanese spotted Taffy 1 at about 0730, just as Taffy 3 to the north was doing battle with Kurita. Radar aboard the ships of Taffy 1 had detected hostile aircraft, prompting the crews to go to general quarters. But scattered clouds above the carriers prevented the Americans from spotting the incoming suicide aircraft. Using this cover well, the Zeros began their attacks. Santee was the first ship to be attacked. At 0740, a kamikaze commenced its dive out of a cloud above the carrier. Complete surprise was achieved, so no anti-aircraft guns engaged the aircraft. The Zero hit the forward part of the ship and blew a large hole in the flight deck. The bomb aboard the Zero penetrated to the hangar deck and exploded. Avengers were being armed for their next mission on the hangar deck, but in a stroke of very good luck for the crew of Santee, the explosion failed to start a fire. By 0751, the flight deck fire was out. The ship suffered relatively light damage, but the crash had killed 16 and wounded 27 crewmen. Immediately on the heels of the first kamikaze, the second selected Suwannee for attack. The Zero came in from astern of the carrier and was engaged by anti-aircraft fire. The damaged aircraft turned away from Suwannee and headed for Sangamon. Hit by additional anti-aircraft fire, it crashed alongside the carrier's port bow and exploded. Damage was very minor, and 3 men were wounded. Another was killed by strafing. At the same time, a third Zero went after Petroff Bay. This aircraft was also hit by anti-aircraft fire and crashed short of its target. The fourth Zero to attack began its dive at 0804 and also selected Petroff Bay. After this attacker was hit by anti-aircraft fire and set ablaze, it switched targets to Suwannee. The Zero scored a direct hit on the starboard side of the flight deck, just forward of the aft elevator. After leaving a 10 by 20-foot hole in the flight deck, the Zero's 551-pound bomb penetrated to the hangar deck and exploded. The explosion created damage to the hangar deck and the main deck below, but the ensuing fires were quickly extinguished. Personnel casualties were heavy, with 32 men killed immediately and another 39 dying of their wounds. After temporary repairs to the flight deck, the carrier was able to resume flight operations just 2 hours later. Only 4 of the 6 suicide aircraft in this first attack have had the efforts recorded. The fates of the other 2 are unknown. The first formal kamikaze attack had achieved limited results, but the second attack was more deadly. 9 Zeros from the Shikishima section took off from Mabalacat. Led by Seiki, the section was comprised of 5 Zeros with bombs and 4 escorts. Flying from the west, the first group of carriers they spotted was Taffy 3. By this time, the 5 remaining carriers of Taffy 3 were turning into the wind to recover aircraft. Seiki led his group in at low altitude to avoid radar detection. Only when they increased altitude to about 5,000 feet to gain altitude for their attack dives were they detected on radar. By this point, a successful interception by the Wildcats on combat air patrol was impossible. Kalinin Bay was attacked by 3 Zeros. The first to dive on the carrier was Seiki's aircraft. According to American observers, it was hit several times by anti-aircraft fire but remained in control. The Zero hit the flight deck at a shallow angle and skidded off the flight deck without penetrating. Though the impact caused an intense fire, the aircraft's bomb did not explode. After the fire was put out, all that was left was a gouge in the flight deck. 2 more kamikazes followed Seiki down against Kalinin Bay. The second aircraft was engaged by anti-aircraft fire, which appeared to spoil the pilot's aim. The Zero crashed on the catwalk on the carrier's port side. The third kamikaze missed the ship altogether, despite not being engaged by anti-aircraft fire. The two glancing blows to Kalinin Bay killed 5 and wounded 55. Kitkun Bay was attacked at 10:49. 1-0 crossed ahead of the ship, climbed, and then headed directly toward the bridge. It missed the bridge, only to hit the port catwalk before crashing into the sea just off the port bow. The bomb exploded upon impact, causing minor fires and damage. 1 man was killed and 16 wounded. The last 2 Zeros selected white planes for attack. The first came in from astern. Though undamaged, it missed the ship and hit the water close aboard the port side. Only 11 crewmen were injured by the debris that rained down, but the bomb explosion caused considerable shock damage. The second Zero was deterred by white planes' anti-aircraft fire and headed toward St. Lou. This attack was the most skillful and the deadliest. At 10:53, the Zero came in over the stern of St. Lou, almost as if he was trying to land, according to an observer, and dropped its 551-pound bomb before performing a shallow dive into the flight deck amidships. Because of the shallow angle, the aircraft failed to penetrate the flight deck. The aircraft slid off the bow, leaving a trail of fire on the flight deck from its fuel tanks. The fire was dealt with quickly, but damage from the bomb was much more troublesome. It penetrated the flight deck and exploded in the hangar deck, where 6 aircraft were being fueled and armed. As the fire mains serving the hangar were damaged by the explosion, the crew was unable to contend with the series of explosions from the aircraft on the hangar bay. One explosion was so powerful it blew a hole in the flight deck and threw the aft elevator hundreds of feet into the air. When the conflagration reached the magazines, more explosions ensued. Only 32 minutes after being struck, St. Lou rolled over and sank. 114 crewmen did not survive. The first day of kamikaze attacks had rendered promising results. One of the escort aircraft from Seiki's group returned to Cebu and reported that he had witnessed one carrier and a light cruiser sunk and another carrier set ablaze. The next day, kamikazes returned to attack Taffy 1. This was mounted by the Yamato section from Cebu, which was reinforced by 3 surviving escort Zeros from the Shikishima section's attack the previous day. From these slender assets, the Japanese organized 2 attack groups. The first was comprised of 2 suicide aircraft and 1 escort fighter. The second was comprised of 3 kamikazes and 2 Zero escorts. The first group took off at 10:15 and simply disappeared. No record of any attack on an Allied target was recorded. The second group took off after the first, headed east, and found Taffy 1. Taffy 1 was down to 3 carriers: Suwannee, Sangamon, and Petroff Bay. Despite detecting the approaching Japanese aircraft on radar at 14 nautical miles and having combat air patrol up, the suicide aircraft avoided interception and began their dives at 12:37. Suwannee was the first to be attacked and was caught in the middle of flight operations. 10 aircraft were on the forward part of the flight deck after landing, including an Avenger on the forward elevator. 10 more aircraft were sitting on the hangar deck, ready to be brought up to the flight deck for launch. 1 Zero appeared above the carrier and commenced a dive from about 3,000 feet. It survived the ship's anti-aircraft fire, hit the flight deck, and skidded into the elevator, where the just-landed Avenger was sitting. A huge fireball resulted. Soon the flames engulfed the other 9 aircraft located on the forward part of the flight deck. Even worse, the flames spread down the elevator to the hangar deck, where the other fully fueled aircraft were sitting. With the help of the hangar deck fire suppression system, and with the good luck of the ordnance aboard the Avengers not exploding, the hangar deck fire was contained and then extinguished. The flight deck fire took longer to bring under control. After the fires were finally put out over 2 hours later, the crew could count the toll for saving their ship. Another 17 men were killed instantly, and another 22 died later from the wounds. In addition, 162 crewmen were wounded over the course of the 2 days. This was the highest casualty list yet, resulting from a kamikaze attack, and was a portent of things to come. The other kamikazes selected a different carrier to attack. Sangamon reported being near-missed by a suicide attack. The after-action report from Petroff Bay stated she was missed by a Zero 15 feet off her fantail, and by another just 20 yards off her starboard bow. Neither ship was damaged. Following this initial burst of activity, suicide attacks slowed to an intermittent pace, while the Japanese organized more special attack units. When Fukudome's 6th Base Air Force moved to the Philippines on October 22nd to the 23rd, the pool of potential suicide attackers grew. On October 26th, the 5th and 6th Base Air Forces merged into the 1st Combined Base Air Force. Fukudome assumed overall command, and Onishi became his chief of staff. Onishi immediately began efforts to convince Fukudome to endorse suicide attacks. To sustain his kamikaze campaign, Onishi needed additional aircraft and volunteers. Fukudome resisted the shift to suicide attacks, fearing it would destroy the morale of the aviators. After the obvious success of the initial suicide attacks on October 25th, Onishi pressed Fukudome for the 3rd time to embrace the kamikaze spirit and allow his men to conduct suicide attacks. Early on October 26th, Fukudome relented. Additional special attack units were quickly set up from the large numbers of volunteers available. Kamikaze attacks became a staple for the remainder of the Philippines campaign and for the rest of the war. Over the 2 days of suicide attacks, the success of this new tactic was undeniable. The debut of the kamikaze enjoyed a stunning initial success. 2 groups of escort carriers were attacked over October 25th to the 26th. Of the 9 carriers present, 1 was sunk and 5 were damaged to varying degrees. In the companion PDF in your library, there is a table that provides an overview of the carnage, named Results of Suicide Attacks on American Escort Carriers, October 25th to the 26th. This was just the opening phase of the kamikaze storm. Much worse was to come. The Japanese counter-landing operation. The combined fleet's effort to land reinforcements on Leyte in response to the American invasion are usually lost in the shadow of the 4 major battles fought between October 24th and the 25th, 1944. The actions of the small Japanese force assigned to make a counter-landing operation were relatively unimportant, but they did set a pattern for the next 2 months of Japanese reinforcement missions to reinforce their garrison on Leyte. These operations were very costly in terms of ships and men, but they were successful enough that the battle for Leyte was extended until late December. Cruiser Division 16, comprised of heavy cruiser Aoba, light cruiser Kinyu, and destroyer Uranami, and under the command of Vice Admiral Sakanjo Naomasa, originally constituted the 4th section of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. As plans began to firm up for the movement of Imperial Army forces to Leyte in response to the American landing there, on October 18th, Sakanjo's force was removed from Kurita's command and placed under Shima's 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. The force arrived at Brunei at 1200 hours on October 20th and was instructed to remain at Brunei on alert. Orders came the next day for Cruiser Division 16 to lead the counter-landing operation. It departed Brunei at 1700 en route to Manila to rendezvous with 5 transport ships slated to carry the 41st Infantry Regiment from Cagayan, Mindanao to Ormoc on the western side of Leyte. At this point, Sakanjo's force was designated as the Southwest Area Guard Force, and the transport mission was named No. 1 TA Transport Operation. Once in Manila, Cruiser Division 16 would escort 3 T-1 class fast transports, the Japanese version of destroyer transports, and 2 LSTs. As Sakanjo's force was approaching Manila, it was detected on radar by submarine Bream in the approaches to Manila Bay. After tracking the Japanese force for over an hour, at 04:24, the submarine fired a full salvo of 6 torpedoes at Aoba. One hit the cruiser in one of her engine rooms. This brought the cruiser to a stop and created a 13-degree list. Light cruiser Kinyu managed to tow her into Cavite Navy Yard for emergency repairs. In November, Aoba departed Manila for Japan. She arrived at Kure on December 12th, at which point her damage was deemed too extensive to repair. In April 1945, American carrier-based aircraft heavily damaged Aoba, which settled on the bottom of Kure Harbor. In July, the hulk was destroyed by carrier and B-24 attack. After losing his flagship, Sakanjo took Kinyu, Uranami, and the 5 transports out of Cavite on October 24th, bound for Cagayan. Beginning at 0700 and for the next 3 hours, the force was attacked by aircraft from Lexington and Essex of Task Group 38-3. No direct hits were suffered, but the ships were heavily strafed. 47 men were killed on Kinyu and 25 on Uranami. The force arrived at Cagayan the same evening where T-6, T-9, and T-10 embarked 350 men each, and T-101 and T-102 400 each. All transports departed Cagayan on the morning of October 25th. Kinyu and Uranami, delayed by the necessity to repair damage to Uranami, departed at 1730 for Ormoc, after the cruiser loaded 347 men and the destroyer 150. Since Task Force 38 and the aircraft from the escort carriers were occupied attacking higher priority targets on October 25th, all the Japanese ships and their embarked troops arrived safely at Ormoc early on October 26th. After unloading their troops, Kinyu and Uranami departed with 3 of the transports for Manila. Only 2 hours after leaving Ormoc, Kinyu and Uranami were attacked by aircraft from Taffy 2. A total of 23 Avengers and 29 Wildcats from Manila Bay and Natoma Bay struck the Japanese, followed by a second wave from Taffy 1 with another 13 Avengers with torpedoes and 15 Wildcats. The American aircraft launched repeated attacks on Sakanjo's 2 ships, which were completely without air cover. Uranami was heavily strafed and hit by a bomb in a boiler room, reducing her speed. A second bomb, hit at 11:10, caused flooding severe enough that the captain ordered the ship to be abandoned. Uranami sank just after noon. 103 of her crew were killed, and only 94 were rescued. Kinu took a direct bomb hit and 3 near misses near the aft engine room at 11:30. The cruiser went dead in the water, took a minor list, and began to settle by the stern. The flooding could not be checked. By 1400, the stern was underwater, and by 1700, the list reached a dangerous 26 degrees. The order to abandon ship was given at 1720. 10 minutes later, Kinu sank by the stern. Most of the crew was saved by the 3 transports, but another 83 men were killed and 51 wounded. In exchange, the Americans lost only an Avenger and a Wildcat. This first Japanese transport mission to Leyte set the pattern for future Japanese reinforcement operations that extended into December. These missions were necessitated by the need to support the Imperial Army's efforts to fight the decisive ground campaign in the Philippines on Leyte instead of Luzon. The Japanese mounted another 8 convoy operations to Leyte from Manila and other points in the Philippines to move 4 divisions to the island. Many of the surviving destroyers from the 1st Diversionary Attack Force were used in these missions. In spite of heavy losses in ships and men, the Japanese delivered an estimated 45,000 troops and 10,000 tons of supplies and equipment to Leyte. Though the Americans had won a decisive victory in the Battle of Leyte Gulf, they did not exploit the opportunity to gain control of the waters west of Leyte. This failure extended the ground campaign, just as MacArthur feared. The Japanese Submarine Offensive. Another forgotten aspect of Show 1 is the operations of the Combined Fleet's submarine force. The Imperial Navy spent considerable resources to develop its submarine force before the war and gave it a prominent role in its planning against the United States Navy. Because of a doctrine of focusing on heavily defended United States Navy main fleet units, faulty tactics, and an insufficient number of submarines, the Japanese submarine force had badly underperformed up until October 1944. When the Americans landed on Leyte, the Japanese submarine force was at a low point. The dedicated submarine command, the Sixth Fleet, was caught on Saipan when the Americans invaded the Marianas. The commander and his staff were killed. Vice Admiral Miwa Shigeyoshi was given the task of rebuilding the fleet headquarters. He also faced the problem of insufficient submarines to meet all his mission requirements. On paper, the Sixth Fleet possessed the impressive total of 55 boats. However, of these, 15 were training boats. The availability of the remaining boats was reduced by other factors. 7 boats were working up after joining the fleet or following refits. 4 subs were being converted to carry Kaitens, manned torpedoes. 4 were conducting operations against merchant shipping in the Indian Ocean. 7 were operating as transports to isolated Japanese garrisons, and several were unaccounted for. Miwa formed the first submarine group to support Shogo. This was comprised of 15 boats, 11 fleet-type, called I-boats, and 4 short-ranged coastal defense subs, RO boats. Combined fleet orders issued in August gave Miwa 6 pre-planned deployment zones and target priorities. Miwa convinced the combined fleet to authorize patrol areas instead of using picket lines, which had proved so disastrous for the Sixth Fleet in the defense of the Marianas. Attack priorities were aircraft carriers, battleships, and then troop convoys. Confusingly, this was not in accordance with Show 1, which focused on attacking the invasion force. The combined fleet reserved the option to order the submarines to make a dash to the location of the American landing. When Halsey attacked Formosa, Miwa was ordered to deploy his submarines. The 4 units comprising the A Unit departed first. I-26 and I-45 sortied on October 12th, followed by I-54 and I-56 on October 15th. On October 21st, after the activation of Show 1, 7 boats of the B Unit departed. I-38, I-41, I-44, I-46, RO-41, RO-43, and RO-46. The C Unit, RO-109 and RO-112, departed the inland sea on October 23rd. All boats were assigned patrol areas stretching along the coasts of Samar and Mindanao, and in the approaches to Leyte Gulf. By October 27th, the patrol areas were modified so that all 5 RO boats were operating off southeastern Luzon and Samar, leaving all the fleet boats off the approaches to Leyte Gulf. The first group of boats had worked their way down to Leyte Gulf by the time the Americans landed on October 20th. The Americans had tracked the movement of these boats through decrypted communications and direction finding of their radio transmissions. On October 21st, I-26, one of the most successful Japanese boats of the war, having already sunk light cruiser Juno and damaged carrier Saratoga, attacked Taffy 1 and fired torpedoes at Petroff Bay. The torpedoes missed, and a counterattack by one of the escorts probably accounted for I-26, since she was never heard from again. I-54 had a similar fate. On October 28th, the boat actually penetrated the formation of Task Group 38-4. However, 2 destroyers detected her before she could launch an attack, sinking her with depth charges. As far as Miwa knew, another boat had disappeared. I-56 was the most active Japanese submarine during the battle. She reported making an attack on a convoy off Leyte Gulf on October 24th, and the following day made an attack on Santee in Taffy 1. The attack occurred just 16 minutes after the ship was hit by a kamikaze. While the Americans were focused on the air threat, I-56 approached undetected and fired a spread of torpedoes against the escort carrier. At 07:56, one struck the carrier amidships on the starboard side. The blast created a large hole, flooded 4 compartments, and created a list. Being a converted tanker with good compartmentation, Santee was not crippled by a single torpedo, and after emergency repairs was actually able to shrug off all her damage and resume flight operations. I-56's captain managed to survive the attacks of the escorts by going deep. The submarine returned to port, making her the only A-unit boat to survive. The final A-unit boat enjoyed some success, but it was after the period of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. During the early morning hours of October 29th, I-45 put 2 torpedoes into destroyer escort Eversole, 60 nautical miles off Donagat Island, which sank immediately. Within hours, destroyer escort Whitehurst detected and sank I-45. The only other success gained by any of the boats that deployed before or during the battle was recorded by I-41. On November 3rd, the submarine hit light cruiser Reno, part of Task Group 38-3, while the task group was operating off Leyte. A single torpedo hit aft caused severe flooding. The ship was saved by good damage control and was towed to Ulithi by November 10th. This was the first time in almost 2 years that a Japanese submarine had successfully attacked a ship operating with the Fast Carrier Task Force. I-41 enjoyed her success only briefly, being sunk on November 18th. Another B-unit boat, I-38, was sunk on November 12th. During the course of the Imperial Navy's last attempt to fight a decisive battle, its submarine force contributed almost nothing. It was able to record only a handful of attacks against the hundreds of Allied ships active in and off Leyte Gulf. Its only success was a single hit on an escort carrier, which caused minimal damage. Compared with the operations and impact of American submarines during the battle, it was just another example of the Imperial Navy being unable to perform on a modern naval battlefield. Chapter 11. The Reckoning. In most battles, it is said that the side that makes the fewest mistakes wins. In the Battle of Leyte Gulf, both sides made many mistakes, but there was never any possibility that an American misstep was going to hand the battle to the Japanese. Leyte Gulf was the most decisive naval battle of the entire Pacific War. After October 1944, the Imperial Navy was finished as a force capable of large-scale operations. The United States Navy gained control of the Pacific and prepared to launch the final offensives of the war against Japan without fear of a response from the Imperial Japanese Navy's surface fleet. Leyte Gulf, the cost to the Imperial Navy. Toyota committed virtually every operational major combatant in the combined fleet to Show 1. Even with this level of effort, the Japanese failed to achieve their objectives. They neither sank the American amphibious invasion fleet, stopped or slowed the invasion of Leyte, nor inflicted severe losses on the Pacific Fleet. From any perspective, Show 1 was an abject failure. In the process, the combined fleet suffered extremely heavy losses. Over the span of 5 days, October 23rd to the 27th, the Japanese lost more ships in combat than any other navy in modern naval history. Losses totaled just short of 310,000 tons, or about 45% of the total tonnage involved. Losses during the 5 days of the battle constituted some 26% of total Imperial Japanese Navy losses suffered during the entire war. Of the 69 ships involved, 28 were sunk, and another 4 were so heavily damaged that they never saw action again. In the companion PDF in your library, there is a table that details the carnage, named Combined Fleet Losses during Show 1. The 28 ships lost included 1 fleet carrier, 3 light carriers, 3 battleships, 6 heavy and 4 light cruisers, and 11 destroyers. This represented the heaviest losses ever suffered by a navy in combat in such a brief period. In contrast, the Imperial Navy lost only 18 principal combatants over the entire period of the Guadalcanal campaign, which encompassed 6 months. Of the 28 ships sunk, most, 17, were sunk by American air power. Of these, all but 1, light cruiser Abukuma, were sunk by carrier-based aircraft. Interestingly, of the 16 sunk by carrier aircraft, 9 were sunk by Third Fleet, and 7 by the hard-fighting escort carriers. 8 Japanese ships were sunk by American surface forces. Third Fleet surface forces accounted for only 3. The remainder were sunk by the 7th Fleet at Surigao Strait. The final 3 Japanese ships lost, all of which were cruisers, were sunk by submarines. Submarines also accounted for 2 of the 4 ships irreparably damaged, with the other 2 being split between surface and air attack. All of these were also cruisers. Those ships that escaped destruction, primarily the 6 battleships, did not constitute a balanced force. Most of their supporting ships were destroyed, and the combined fleet's carrier force was definitely destroyed. In the words of Ozawa, after this battle, the surface forces became strictly auxiliary, so that we relied on land forces, special attack, and air power. There was no further use assigned to surface vessels, with the exception of some special ships. Of the 69 ships committed to Show 1, only 24 ever returned to Japan. Personnel casualties were extremely high. On the 28 ships that were sunk, at least 12,943 men were killed. This was, by far, the highest number of sailors lost during a single battle of the war. An extraordinary fact was that the entire complement of 6 ships was lost. Another 6 ships lost all but a handful of their crews. Only 20 men survived from the over 3,250 on board Fuso and Yamashiro. Japanese sailors paid an appalling price for the vanity of their leaders. Following its devastation at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the combined fleet was only able to mount a handful of operations for the remainder of the war. One of these was the result of the Japanese decision to make Leyte the place of the decisive battle for control of the Philippines. To support their defense of Leyte, the Japanese ran a series of troop convoys to the island between October and December. With little air cover, these were very costly affairs. 7 of the destroyers that survived Show 1 were used to escort these high-priority convoys, and most were sunk. 2 minor surface engagements were also fought inside Ormoc Bay between Japanese and American destroyers. In late December, the Japanese caught the Americans by surprise by sending a surface task force of 2 cruisers and 6 destroyers from Cam Ranh Bay in Indochina to attack the beachhead at San Jose on Mindoro Island. Facing only PT boats and air attacks, the Japanese force conducted a brief and ineffective bombardment of the beachhead before fleeing, losing a destroyer in the process. The only fleet operation conducted by the combined fleet for the remainder of the war was the most controversial. Following the American invasion of Okinawa on April 1, 1945, it was decided to use what remained of the Second Fleet to attack the invasion force. The operation had many similarities to Shogo. A massive air operation had been pre-planned to respond to an American invasion of Okinawa. It was named Tengo, Heaven Operation, and was scheduled for April 6th. Toyota, still in command of the combined fleet, was convinced by April 4th that Tengo needed a surface component. By adding Yamato to the operation, the Imperial Navy could refute charges of cowardice from the Imperial Army, answer the Emperor's query from March 29th as to why no surface ships were included in the operation, and avoid the embarrassment of having Yamato remain intact as the nation struggled for survival. Although not formally considered a suicide mission, there was little likelihood that Yamato would survive a mission to Okinawa in the face of overwhelming American air power. Tengo, just like Shogo before it, was not a serious plan with any hope of making a real contribution to victory. Instead, it was another ceremonial vehicle for the Imperial Navy to demonstrate its willingness to die fighting. In addition to Yamato, all that was available was light cruiser Yahagi and 8 destroyers, 6 of which were Show 1 veterans. Predictably, the operation ended in utter disaster. Departing on the afternoon of April 6th, Yamato was spotted by American submarines and then aircraft and brought under air attack in the early afternoon of April 7th. After 2 hours, the attack was over. Yamato, Yahagi, and 4 destroyers were sunk. On Yamato alone, 3,055 men perished. Another 1,187 died on the escort ships. This massive sacrifice was pointless. The sortie was not even coordinated with the planned air attacks. On April 7th, only 54 kamikaze sorties were mounted, and only half of these found a target. The combined fleet's carrier fleet was largely inactive after the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Never again did a Japanese carrier with an embarked air group leave the relative safety of home waters. Devoid of aircraft, Japanese carriers were used as transports, mostly for carrying troops and equipment to aid in the defense of the Philippines. On December 9th, on her second mission with high-priority cargo to the southern area, Junyo was hit by 2 torpedoes. She was able to return to Japan, but was never fully repaired. On December 19th, in the East China Sea, the new fleet carrier Unryu was torpedoed. The carrier was en route to Manila with high-priority cargo, including suicide rocket bombs. The ship quickly sank after receiving a second torpedo. Ryuho made a delivery of 58 suicide rocket bombs to Formosa in January 1945, the last time a Japanese carrier ventured outside Japanese home waters. Counting the number of Japanese ships that survived the Battle of Leyte misses the larger point. As Toyota had foreseen, the remaining elements of the Imperial Navy were crippled by a lack of fuel. This was especially true with those ships sent back to Japan. In July 1945, Halsey made a point of destroying the last major Japanese ships idled in harbor. Task Force 38 air attacks destroyed many of the survivors of Leyte Gulf, among them battleships Hyuga, Haruna, and Ise, heavy cruisers Tone and Aoba, and light cruiser Oyodo. The new carrier Amagi was also sank, and Katsuragi damaged. Halsey had finally achieved his battle of annihilation. Leyte Gulf, the cost to the United States Navy. 5 days of intense combat only cost the Americans 6 ships sunk. Task Force 38 lost light carrier Princeton. The other 5 ships were all from Taffy 3, escort carriers Gambier Bay and St. Louis, destroyers Hole and Johnston, and destroyer escort Samuel B. Roberts. The total tonnage of these ships was 36,600, or about 12% of the losses suffered by the Japanese. The tonnage lost represents about 3% of the overall tonnage of American ships involved in the battle. Clearly, these losses were insignificant to a navy with the resources and shipbuilding capability of the United States Navy in late 1944. Personnel losses were another matter. Total American naval casualties were 473 killed, 1,110 missing, 1,220 wounded, a total of 2,803 men. The vast majority of these casualties, 75%, were suffered by Taffy 3, 311 dead, 877 missing, and 914 wounded. Had Taffy 3 not been exposed to surface attack, overall American personnel casualties would have been extremely light. To put these losses in perspective, they were only surpassed by those suffered during the Guadalcanal campaign, in which 4,770 sailors were killed or missing, and the fierce battle off Okinawa, in which 4,907 were killed and missing. Given the scale of losses, the Battle of Leyte Gulf was a great American naval victory. If any naval battle in the Pacific War can be considered decisive, the closest would be Leyte Gulf. While a case can be made for calling Midway, Guadalcanal, and Philippine Sea decisive battles, they were not decisive in the sense that the Imperial Navy, even after having suffered defeats in those battles, was still a viable force and still exerted strategic influence on the course of the war. From this perspective, Leyte Gulf was the decisive naval battle of the Pacific War. It was conclusive in that after Leyte Gulf, the Imperial Navy ceased to exist as a force capable of large-scale naval operations. Through a combination of heavy losses and the creation of a situation in which the Japanese were unable to replace their naval losses or even provide fuel for the remainder of the fleet, Leyte Gulf was the death knell of the Imperial Navy. The small scale of American naval losses had no impact on future operations. With command of the seas established, the occupation of Leyte was concluded in December. The Philippines campaign came to a climax in January 1945, with the massive landing in Lingayen Gulf. In April 1945, even under a barrage of Japanese suicide attacks, the Americans advanced to the doorstep of Japan with a landing on Okinawa. The decisive Battle of Leyte Gulf, designed by the Japanese to stop the onslaught of the American Navy, made no difference to the pace of the American advance during the last months of the war. The Imperial Navy at Leyte Gulf. An evaluation. Even given the fact that the combined fleet had no hope of victory, it is still worthwhile to examine the performance of the Japanese. In the area of strategic and operational planning, the shortcomings of Shogo have already been detailed. On the strategic level, it was a plan without a purpose. There was no hope of defeating the invasion before it occurred, and without this, the entire operation lacked a strategic rationale. Toyota failed to synchronize his force employment at the strategic level. He decided, actually his chief of staff, but he was carrying out Toyota's intent, to employ his air forces first during the air-naval battle off Formosa, without the involvement of the combined fleet's surface forces. When he employed his surface forces a week later, it was with a weakened air arm. At this point, the employment of the surface fleet was too late to achieve the strategic objective. On the operational level, Show 1 was a complex plan that required a high level of timing, reliable and timely communications, accurate intelligence, and excellent coordination to have even a chance of success. None of these were present, but Toyota wished away all these potential issues. All of these problems were exacerbated by Show 1's dramatic division of forces. During the battle, the combined fleet was divided into 4 main forces. None of these were in a position to provide mutual support to the other. The division of the 2 main forces, Kurita's and Ozawa's, was unavoidable due to fuel issues, but it does not change the fact that they ended up fighting different battles hundreds of miles apart. The Japanese realized this was a severe weakness and planned to reunite the fleet as soon as conditions allowed. Perhaps the battle should not have been fought at all until the fleet could fight as a single entity. The decision by Kurita to divide his force, as recommended by Combined Fleet Headquarters, was against the principles of war, and only increased the likelihood that the first diversionary attack force would be defeated piecemeal. However, in this case, the decision to split Nishimura off from the main force was correct, since it meant only a minor reduction in the offensive power of Kurita's fleet and provided a useful diversion that occupied the bulk of the Seventh Fleet. If this secondary attack through Saragao Strait was worthwhile, then it should have been allocated all available forces. The second diversionary attack force was in a position to easily provide support to Nishimura's force, but never did so. The refusal of Toyota and his combined fleet staff to rectify the curious situation in which two forces operated in the same water space almost at the same time with the same objective, but with no attempt to coordinate their actions, adds another level to the inchoate planning surrounding the implementation of Show 1. The Japanese demonstrated almost no ability to coordinate operations during the battle. This was most apparent in the lack of coordination between air and naval attacks. At a superficial level, the Japanese should have had an advantage in this area, since they enjoyed a unified command structure during the battle, but this did them little good. Because of command ineptitude and poor communications, the Japanese exhibited a very limited ability to coordinate forces and benefit from mutual support. Command and control in general was a glaring problem. From the faulty transmitter on board Zuikaku to the general inability to share timely information among the principal commanders, communications proved to be an Achilles heel. The lack of information affected the way Japanese commanders conducted their operations, as evinced by Kurita's actions on October 24th and 25th. The linchpin of large-scale fleet operations is logistics. The combined fleet fought the battle on a logistical shoestring. Logistical issues affected the Japanese across the board. The nature of Show 1 itself was shaped by logistical constraints, as were tactical actions. The fuel status of their units was a constant worry for every Japanese commander. Not only were they constantly monitoring ships' fuel states, but they were concerned if the next planned fueling was even going to occur. In particular, this had an impact on the operations of Kurita's force. It is worth underlining the extreme peril the combined fleet was in with regard to logistics. Logistics decided when, where, and how the combined fleet could fight. It is critical to keep in mind that even if the Japanese had scored a decisive victory during the battle, it would not have translated to sea control of the region. Lack of fuel and munitions meant that it would have been weeks or months before the combined fleet could have mounted another major operation in the Philippines area. By this point in the war, the combined fleet had been reduced to a raiding force, not a power projection force. Intelligence was never a strength of the Imperial fleet, and this was again the case at Leyte Gulf. This was a critical weakness, since the entire Show 1 plan was highly dependent on accurate intelligence. At the strategic level, the Japanese did a good job of discerning overall American intentions. At the operational level, they understood the basic American order of battle and how the Americans planned to fight. However, the critical date of when the Americans would land on Leyte was unknown, which impacted when Show 1 could be activated. At the tactical level, lack of reconnaissance gave the Japanese an abysmal level of situational awareness. This had a huge impact on operations, from Kurita's inability to determine which American naval force he was fighting on October 25th, to Nishimura's rash charge up Saragao Strait against overwhelming odds, to Ozawa's failure to divert the Third Fleet earlier in the battle. On the tactical level, the combined fleet was outclassed in every warfare area. The common theme throughout these areas was the lack of modern radar. The lack of air capabilities by October 1944 was the central weakness of the Imperial Navy in general, and of Show 1 in particular. The total weakness of the carrier fleet left the burden of air combat to Japanese land-based air forces. The weakness of the land-based Air Force was perhaps the key Japanese weakness in the entire battle, as both Kurita and Ozawa remarked after the war. The weakness was not just in attack, but also for reconnaissance. Tasked to neutralize the American carrier force, Japanese land-based air forces failed spectacularly. They did register an unusual success by sinking light carrier Princeton, but this fell far short of what was required to protect Kurita's force from attack. This weakness drove the Japanese to employ suicide tactics. After a spectacular debut on October 25th, the Japanese thought they had a game-changing tactic. Early results from October and November 1944 demonstrated that the kamikaze was 7 to 10 times more likely to cause damage compared to conventional attacks. But it was not the game-changer the Japanese hoped. For the entire Philippines campaign, the Japanese expended between 500 and 600 suicide aircraft, causing some degree of damage to 140 ships and craft. 17 of these were sunk, with the largest being an escort carrier. These were significant losses, but were not on the level to generate an operational or strategic impact. Even so, it is interesting to ponder what the result would have been if the Japanese had been prepared to unleash massive suicide operations at the beginning of Show 1. Air defense was a critical weakness for the Japanese during the battle. Over the period of 4 days, American carrier aircraft pounded 3 of the 4 major Japanese forces, inflicting heavy losses. Air attack was the primary agent of destruction of Japanese ships during the battle. Japanese anti-aircraft was voluminous, but was generally inaccurate. Since Show 1 focused on the striking power of Japanese surface forces, an examination of the Japanese performance in surface warfare is warranted. The focus of this examination is the battle off Samar, where the Japanese have been criticized for not making short work of Taffy 3. For the most part, this criticism is unfair and fails to put this battle into proper context with other Pacific War surface battles fought during the day at long ranges. For any navy, it is difficult to hit a target at long range with gunnery. The battle off Samar was fought during the day, which was unusual during the Pacific War. However, there are a few comparable battles that we can use to place the battle off Samar into proper context. The Imperial Navy stressed long-range gunnery and trained hard to master this skill. It was Japanese doctrine to engage targets at long range. Actions at extended range reduced the likelihood of an effective response by the enemy. Nevertheless, hitting a target at extended ranges is extremely difficult. Even the Japanese expected very low hit rates, in the area of 6% for heavy cruisers. Even this turned out to be exceedingly optimistic. Using this doctrine of long-range gunnery, a Japanese force led by heavy cruisers Nachi and Haguro engaged an Allied force of similar size in the Java Sea on February 27, 1942. During this multi-hour clash fought under the best possible conditions for long-range gunnery, only 5 of 1,619 8-inch shells from Nachi and Haguro hit a target. A couple of days later, Ashigara and Myoko fired 1,171 rounds at a British heavy cruiser, of which 2 shells hit. On neither of these occasions were the Japanese ships under air attack. Comparable results were recorded in the Battle of the Komandorsky Islands, fought on March 27, 1943. On this occasion, heavy cruisers Maya and Nachi opened fire at 20,000 yards on an American heavy cruiser. Over several hours, Maya fired 904 8-inch rounds, and Nachi fired another 707 8-inch shells. Exactly 2 shells hit their target. On October 25, 1944, in the battle off Samar, the gunnery crews of the Japanese battleships and heavy cruisers faced the worst possible conditions. Their ships were under incessant air attack. Maneuvering to avoid air attack makes it much more difficult to generate a target solution. The Japanese were firing into smoke and bad weather without the benefit of radar. Given the innate difficulty of long-range gunnery and the severe conditions, the gunnery results should have been marginal at best. Nevertheless, the Japanese have been criticized for not sinking every ship in Taffy 3 within minutes. This was clearly impossible. In fact, Japanese gunnery performance was not as bad as has been portrayed, though it is very difficult to get an accurate count of the number of hits scored by the Japanese. An accepted figure is 45 hits on the escort carriers. Most of these, 26, were on Gambier Bay after she was damaged. It is much easier to hit a target dead in the water at reduced range. Hits on the American escorts are even more difficult to calculate. Hull was sunk by at least 23 hits, and Samuel B. Roberts by 6. Johnston was crippled by 6 shells fired from long range, 20,000 yards, and then sunk by an indeterminate number of hits at shorter ranges. Destroyer escort Dennis was also hit 3 times. On the other hand, on many occasions, American escorts came as close as 4,000 yards to heavy Japanese ships and were not hit by fire. Overall, Japanese gunnery was a mixed bag during the battle. It was not as atrocious as is often portrayed, but to claim it should have had much greater success is not based on an examination of prevailing conditions. More telling than the performance of the Japanese gunnery crews at Samar was the lack of success by the torpedo crews. Torpedo combat was an essential component of Japanese surface combat doctrine. Of the 40 torpedoes fired during the battle, not a single one found a target. Another Japanese weakness was in the area of anti-submarine warfare. Whenever they gained contact on a Japanese force, American submarines attacked with near impunity. The 5 cruisers sunk or severely damaged by American submarines during the battle accounted for more total tonnage than the combined fleet sank during the entire battle. Japanese commanders performed with varying levels of effectiveness. All were forced to wield blunt instruments against an American Navy nearing the peak of its power. Based on whether or not their force achieved its mission, Ozawa must be judged as the most effective Japanese commander. He not only performed his decoy mission effectively, but did so at a fairly low cost. However, his actions would have been more effective if his force had been discovered earlier. This was not really due to his shortcomings, but to lackadaisical Task Force 38 reconnaissance efforts. Kurita is a hard figure to judge. On the one hand, he fought his way through the most unrelenting series of attacks ever faced by a naval commander. On the other hand, he did so while committing a series of errors. His inattentiveness to anti-submarine preparations on October 23rd is hard to explain. As has already been explained, his tactics on October 25th off Samar were understandable given the fact he believed he was facing a carrier force capable of high speed. His pivotal decision not to go into the Gulf and be destroyed for no reason was an act of conscience, not one of cowardice. However, the overall performance of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was his responsibility, and it was mediocre at best. It displayed poor anti-submarine tactics, poor anti-aircraft gunnery, atrocious ship recognition abilities, and only average gunnery skills. In the final analysis, Kurita was the victim of a bad plan and of the combined fleet's declining tactical skills. Nishimura was a man focused on his mission, and he did everything he could to accomplish it. Of note, He was the only Japanese commander to press his attack to the point of destruction. In moving his force with haste, he allowed his force to be discovered early, which gave the Americans ample time to prepare an elaborate ambush. In the darkness of Surigao Strait, he failed to appreciate the nature of the threat he was facing, which meant his force was almost annihilated before the main phase of the battle had even begun. Shima's performance was inexplicably bad. With his small force, he had no ability to strike a powerful blow by himself. Nevertheless, he refused to join up with Nishimura's larger force or even coordinate his actions. Shima fought hard to get his force into the battle, but when he actually had the chance to engage the Americans, he squandered it. After firing a desultory torpedo barrage, he left the battle. Onishi must also be given mention. Though talk of the need for adoption of suicide tactics had been floating around Japanese command circles for months, he had the determination to implement them. By doing so, he transformed the nature of the war in the Pacific just as the ships of the Imperial Navy were disappearing from the surface of the world's largest ocean. Kamikazes were a fearsome weapon, but one that caused widespread carnage without affecting the course of the war. Overlooking the fact that kamikazes only increased the human toll of the war without influencing its decision, Onishi can be faulted for not taking all steps necessary to introduce the new tactics in a more massive scale, instead of with just 24 initial pilots. With there being so little chance that Show 1 would achieve a strategic result, and so high a probability that the combined fleet would be sacrificed in the process, the Japanese should not have fought the battle at all. Combined Fleet Headquarters was more concerned about the image of the Imperial Navy instead of what was best for the nation. With the loss of the Japanese fleet, Nimitz gained the strategic flexibility he sought. Planning for the invasion of Luzon, Okinawa, and for Japan itself went ahead without concern for a Japanese naval threat. The United States Navy at Leyte Gulf. An evaluation. The decision to invade Leyte directly and skip the Mindanao operation was bold. It undoubtedly sped up the pace of the war. Halsey must be given primary credit for this. It was bold because it was the first time MacArthur had conducted an operation beyond the range of land-based air cover. The size of the operation required that Nimitz provide significant reinforcements to MacArthur's 7th Fleet and tasked the 3rd Fleet with providing overall cover to the invasion. This was the cause of the divided command structure that bedeviled the Americans during the battle. The United States Navy's principal weakness going into the battle was the divided command structure and the unresolved command relationships between supported and supporting commanders. This laid the foundation for the troubles to come. The split command structure was the result of a compromise between the Army and the Navy in spring 1942. The fact that it was still in effect in October 1944 was the responsibility of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The only possible solution to the convoluted command structure was if the Joint Chiefs of Staff had intervened to solve it. This would have required the appointment of an overall commander, who would have been either MacArthur or Nimitz. Given the intense service rivalries at play, even the Joint Chiefs might not have been able to arrive at a solution palatable to both services, making this an issue that only President Roosevelt could have addressed. Had there been a unified command structure, it is impossible to believe that San Bernardino Strait would have been left unwatched and undefended. Nimitz also held part of the blame for the events of October 24th to the 25th. Instead of making clear to Halsey that support for the invasion was his top priority, he inserted an additional task in his orders that gave Halsey free range to channel his overriding desire to attack the Japanese fleet whenever the opportunity arose. By October 1944, Nimitz knew exactly who he was dealing with in Halsey, but he failed to take the necessary steps to channel his aggressiveness. Though it was not his style to meddle in the operations of his fleet commanders, Nimitz did intervene when he became concerned over Halsey's handling of the battle. He should have done so earlier. A corollary to the divided command structure was the poor communications between the 3rd and 7th Fleets. Because of the time delay getting information between fleets, neither Halsey nor Kinkaid fully understood what the other was doing. Since the two fleets were under different commanders, they could not communicate directly. Getting a message from one fleet to the other was an arduous and time-consuming process. If Kinkaid wanted to communicate with Halsey, a message was drafted, then encoded, and then sent to the radio station at Manus in the Admiralty Islands. It was then transmitted on the Fox Fleet broadcast, which was monitored by all units. Each ship or command would copy and decode only those messages addressed to it. In order to understand what 3rd Fleet was doing, Kinkaid's staff monitored and decoded all of Halsey's communications against orders. Adding to the problem was the time delay between transmission by the originator and its receipt. It is human nature to think that whatever you are doing is important, so many messages were incorrectly prioritized as urgent. This meant that the truly urgent messages were mixed up with ones that really were not. At Manus, communications personnel handled urgent messages in the order they were received, or made a rudimentary attempt to triage truly important messages. This led to messages being received out of order, or taking hours to be received at all. Most urgent messages were received within an acceptable 30 to 60 minutes, but even this lag was an issue in a crisis situation. Another layer of difficulty was the imprecise wording of key messages. Writing clear messages was not a skill possessed in abundance by either of the staffs of 3rd or 7th Fleet. All these factors led to American commanders making decisions on late or incorrect information. The American advantage in intelligence has become one of the underlying assumptions of Pacific War battles. This was not the case at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The combined fleet made its biggest effort of the war since Midway, and Allied intelligence completely failed to provide details of the Japanese operation. The fundamental error of Allied intelligence analysts was examining Japanese intentions rather than their capabilities. The combined fleet clearly had the capability to mount a major operation to contest the operation, as well as the intention to do so. The Allies failed to discern Japanese intentions while glossing over their capabilities. This had real implications for the battle. Despite the fact that ultra-intercepts were generally not useful in tracing the movements of Japanese naval forces because they usually maintained radio silence at sea, Ultra was very useful in tracing the movements of land-based air units and logistics arrangements for naval forces. These indications were present in the days leading to the battle, but American naval intelligence analysts failed to connect the dots. As a result, the massive Japanese reaction caught Halsey by surprise, as evinced by his sending 2 carrier task groups to Leyte just days after the invasion. Obviously, the Japanese intent to use their carriers as a diversion and the extremely limited capabilities of those carriers was a major intelligence failure. There was evidence for this tactic as well, but it was also missed by intelligence analysts. As a result, American naval commanders had to respond to Japanese moves as they occurred without a high degree of insight into the overall Japanese plan. On the operational level, American commanders can be faulted for poor battle management. Despite bringing the largest fleet yet assembled to the battle, they were unable to bring the full power of this superior force to bear. If anything, they adhered to existing doctrine, and were guilty of over-concentration of force, both at Surigao Strait and during Halsey's abortive attempt to annihilate Ozawa's force. An overlooked area of excellence was the United States Navy's proficiency in amphibious warfare. The initial assault force landed on Leyte, comprised of 4 divisions, was bigger than the initial American assault at Normandy, with only 3 divisions. The invasion was conducted without major difficulties. Also overlooked was the speed of the assault. By the end of the first day, half of the invasion fleet had unloaded and departed, with most of the second half following the next day. This impressive performance undermined the very purpose of Show 1. Another area of excellence was the American submarine force. Not only did submarines sink or damage 5 Japanese cruisers during the battle, but they continued the ongoing massacre of Japanese merchant shipping. In October 1944, American submarines accounted for 314,906 tons of shipping, out of a total of 511,643 tons sunk that month, much of it in the Luzon Strait. This was a fraction of the 2,388,709 tons sunk by American submarines in 1944. By the end of the year, the flow of raw materials to Japan had virtually stopped, just as Toyota had feared. This was not due solely to the loss of the Philippines, as shipping losses to American submarines had already become prohibitive even before the Philippines were invaded. But the loss of the Philippines was the final nail in the coffin of Japanese dreams of keeping their sea lines of communications from Japan to the southern resource areas open. However, the performance of American submarines during the battle could have been enhanced by better deployment. The problem was that the number of submarines devoted to direct support of the invasion was inadequate to cover all major choke points. The deployment of those submarines available was wanting. The Wolf Pack, covering the major exit from the Inland Sea, the Bungo Strait, was removed before Ozawa's departure. Even more hard to explain was the fact that not a single submarine was assigned to watch Linga Roads, where the main Japanese fleet was based. The United States Navy reached high levels of proficiency in the fundamental warfare areas by October 1944. In the area of air defense, existing tactics and doctrine provided a high degree of protection from conventional Japanese air attacks. Only Princeton was hit by conventional attacks during a period of maximum effort from Japanese land-based air forces. The single hit was well placed, though, and led to the loss of the ship. Defense against kamikazes was much more problematic. The first use of these caught the Americans by surprise. Of all the various fleet elements, the escort carriers were the least capable in terms of defense and damage resistance, so initial damage from kamikaze attacks was significant. The striking power of American carrier air groups was unsurpassed by this period of the war. A case can be made that the 1,043 offensive sorties by Task Force 38 on October 24th to the 25th against Japanese surface forces without air cover should have inflicted greater damage, but during the period of the battle, American carrier aircraft still sank 16 ships. The Third Fleet accounted for 9 of these, including one of the world's biggest battleships, 3 carriers, 1 light cruiser, and 4 destroyers. On a level of effort basis, the aviators from the escort carriers were much more efficient. Though attacking Japanese warships was not their primary mission, they still sank 4 heavy cruisers. To be fair, one of these, Mogami, was already heavily damaged by surface action. 1 light cruiser and 2 destroyers. In the area of surface warfare, the Americans were also successful, sinking 8 Japanese warships and losing 4 in return. All but one of the 8 ships sunk were engaged at night. 5 were sunk at Saragao Strait, and the other 3 were dispatched by the Third Fleet on October 25th to the 26th. American naval gunnery was generally good because of modern fire control radar. Torpedo combat was even more deadly, since American destroyer tactics fully exploited the offensive potential of those ships. Evaluating the performance of American naval commanders. Any discussions of how American naval commanders performed at Leyte Gulf begins with Halsey. It seems most accounts of the battle make Halsey the scapegoat for a lost American victory, or even an American defeat. Of course, Leyte Gulf was not an American naval defeat, but a tremendous victory. Halsey's controversial decisions often overshadow that fact. In trying to assess Halsey's performance, 2 key decisions are held up for examination. His decision to go north after Ozawa Late on October 24th, and his decision to bring his battleships and a carrier task force back south late in the morning of October 25th. These certainly were key decisions that shaped the entire battle. But focusing solely on them leaves out the bigger issue of Halsey's handling of Task Force 38 for the entire period of the battle. Even more damning than his shortcomings in the two decisions mentioned is the fact that the full power of Task Force 38 was never brought to bear at any time in the battle. Before the full scope of the Japanese response to the invasion was known, Halsey decided to send 2 of his 4 carrier task forces to Leyte for replenishment. One of these was so far along the way to Leyte that even after being recalled, it was unable to play any role in the operations of October 24th, and no meaningful role in the next day's operations. Halsey's decision to fragment his force before it was clear that the Japanese had decided not to oppose the largest American amphibious operation of the war up to that point was based on poor intelligence, but remains beyond comprehension. Halsey's decision to go after Ozawa and leave Kurita alone was the correct one, given what he believed at the time. The problem with this decision was that it was based on the assessment that Kurita's force had been severely damaged by Task Force 38's airstrikes on October 24th, and that it was no longer a threat, even if it came through San Bernardino Strait. This stemmed from the fact that Halsey and his staff chose to believe the reports from his aviators that they had delivered severe blows to Kurita's force. Attacking a surface force without air cover was bound to result in severe damage, but Halsey and his staff should have known from experience that basing decisions on unfiltered aviator damage assessments was not wise. Even if Halsey was correct in his assessment that the 7th Fleet could have dealt with Kurita's force, the only correct reason to pursue Ozawa's force was because it posed the greater threat to the invasion. In this assessment, Halsey was entirely correct. Not only were there 4 carriers to his north, but also 2 battleships. The fact that the carriers were practically devoid of aircraft by the evening of October 24th was unknowable to him. Without knowing that the carriers carried no aircraft, they were a bigger threat than Kurita's force led by 4 battleships. In addition, the destruction of the carrier force promised the removal of the primary Japanese threat to future operations. Another factor in Halsey ignoring the potential threat from Kurita was his desire to keep his force concentrated. This is a principle of war much valued by the United States Navy, but concentration of force meant certain things to Halsey at certain times. He kept his force together to attack Ozawa's fleet with overwhelming power, but only 24 hours later the 3rd Fleet was splayed all over the Philippine Sea. Mitcher and 2 carrier task groups were about 250 nautical miles east of the northern tip of Luzon, Cape Engano, where the battle got its name from. North of Mitcher was a large surface force under Dubose. To the southwest of Mitcher was Halsey on New Jersey, leading Task Group 34-5 to cut off Kurita at San Bernardino Strait. Behind Task Group 34-5 was Task Group 38-2 and the other 4 battleships of Task Force 34. Finally, far to the south, and only able to launch a very long-range strike against any target on October 25th, was Task Group 38-1, the most powerful of any of Halsey's forces. This deployment provides powerful evidence that Halsey had lost control of the battle. During the crucial period of October 24th to the 25th, only a fraction of Halsey's forces contacted the enemy. His largest carrier task force and all his battleships were not engaged on October 24th. Task Group 38-1 was able to launch an ineffective strike late on October 25th, But the battleships were never able to fire a single shot at a Japanese surface target. Halsey had mismanaged his forces to such a degree that he engaged 2 Japanese forces on consecutive days without bringing his full power against either one. The perfect solution of dividing Task Force 38 into 2 sections to take on both Ozawa and Kurita concurrently can only be arrived at with hindsight. If Halsey had allocated 2 carrier task forces and 2 modern battleships to engage Ozawa's 4 carriers and 2 old battleships, and the other carrier task force with Task Force 34's other 4 modern battleships had been sent after Kurita's force, Halsey would have had a measure of superiority over both Japanese forces. Halsey wanted to achieve an overwhelming advantage leading to a decisive victory, not just a measure of superiority. Dividing his force was a risk, and it was not a risk Halsey was prepared to take. With what Halsey knew at the time, his decision to focus his efforts on Ozawa's carrier force was justified. Halsey believed this until he died. On his second major decision, turning Task Force 34 south, as it was on the brink of a great victory, Halsey made an error. The mass of Task Force 38, with Task Force 34 in the lead, was on the verge of closing with Ozawa's force. It was only at this point that Halsey changed his mind and turned a big part of his combat power south to catch Kurita. If Halsey had made the right decision to concentrate his force and crush Ozawa, then he should have not broken up his force on the verge of achieving his objective. If he was going to change his mind, the time to do so was upon receipt of the first indication that Taffy 3 was under attack. Waiting until 1100 hours to detach Task Force 34 after receiving the prompt from Nimitz meant Task Force 34 would engage neither Japanese force. The last-minute detachment of Task Group 34-5 was also a wrong decision. While the 2 battleships were the best in the world, had they arrived off San Bernardino in time to engage Kurita, they would have faced 4 Japanese battleships. Though the Americans had the speed to disengage if required, without fear of pursuit, sending 2 battleships to fight 4 was more evidence that Halsey had a variable definition of concentration of force. It is important to point out that Halsey was never called to account for his actions by his superiors. Nimitz never criticized Halsey for his performance. When Halsey met King for the first time after the battle in January 1945, King put him at ease with, "You've got a green light on everything you did." On balance, though, Halsey's performance at Leyte was poor. While Halsey receives the most criticism for his actions during the battle, Kincaid's performance has been largely overlooked. As previously mentioned, he and his staff may have been expert in the conduct of amphibious operations, but they had no experience in large fleet operations. This showed during the battle. On the positive side, he oversaw the destruction of Nishimura's force in Surigao Strait. This was a function of Kincaid's assumption that Halsey would cover San Bernardino Strait. Having made that assumption, he could allocate almost all of his combat power to Oldendorf to take on the Japanese threat from the south. The battle plan he provided Oldendorf was sound. The fact that Kurita was able to transit San Bernardino Strait and surprise the escort carriers off Samar was as much Kincaid's fault as it was Halsey's. Kincaid had the forces and the responsibility to provide direct protection to the landing, and this meant keeping the strait under observation, or at least confirming that Halsey was going to perform that key function. Kincaid did neither. He simply assumed the strait was being defended when in fact it was not. His assumption was based on the skimpiest of facts. Halsey issued battle plans at 1512 on October 24th to his principal commanders. Included in the order was a list of ships that would form Task Force 34. This was meant as a battle plan, not the actual order to form Task Force 34. Kinkaid, who was not an addressee on the battle plan message but had intercepted it, interpreted the order very differently. Not only did he assess that Task Force 34 had actually been formed, but that it was assigned responsibility for guarding San Bernardino Strait. Halsey clarified when Task Force 34 would be formed later in a message sent by voice radio. If the enemy sorties, Task Force 34 will be formed when directed by me. Because this message was sent by line-of-sight voice radio, it was not picked up by Kinkaid. When Halsey sent his order to 3rd Fleet at 2022 on October 24th, detailing plans for the attack against Ozawa's force, there was no mention of Task Force 34. The reason was because it had not been formed, and all the ships allocated to form it were still in their respective task groups. This should have made clear that Task Force 34 did not exist, and that 3rd Fleet had made no plans to guard the strait. By Kinkaid's latter admission, sometime between 0300 and 0330, a discussion with his staff raised the critical point that they had based their planning on the presumption that Task Force 34 was in place off San Bernardino Strait, but that they had never confirmed this. Only at 0412 on October 25th did Kinkaid send a direct question to Halsey regarding the status of Task Force 34. Halsey got his message at 0648. Within minutes, he and his staff sent a response at 0705. Task Force 34 was with the carriers headed north. For the first time, Kinkaid understood the strait was unguarded. Of course, Kurita had already taken advantage of the situation by using it to enter the Philippine Sea some 6 hours earlier. Kinkaid's placement of Taffy 3 was an error. Any Japanese force coming through San Bernardino Strait on its way to Leyte Gulf was bound to encounter it. In the event of surprise, as happened on October 25th, there was no opportunity to move Taffy 3 out of danger. Having placed Taffy 3 in potential danger, Kinkaid's response to the worst case of Taffy 3 being caught by surprise was poor. When Kurita fell upon Taffy 3, Kinkaid sent a series of panicky messages, some in the clear, to Halsey. There was no possible way Halsey could provide immediate aid to Taffy 3, as Kinkaid knew. This put Halsey in a tough position. He was eventually forced to turn away from the destruction of Ozawa's force to come to the aid of Kinkaid, even though there was little chance he would get there in time. In the final analysis, Kinkaid's 7th Fleet had the resources to protect the beachhead from Japanese forces approaching from both the south and north. He failed to deploy his forces to do both. By not covering or monitoring San Bernardino Strait, which he clearly had the resources to do, he sacrificed the chance to move the escort carrier groups out of the way of Kurita's heavy ships. Failure to do so led to the majority of American losses in both ships and personnel during the battle. Another blemish on Kinkaid's performance during the battle was the botched effort to save survivors from Taffy 3. Immediately after the battle, Sprague informed 7th Fleet headquarters that he had lost 4 ships and requested the commencement of rescue operations. Because of an incorrect initial report of the survivors' position and a lack of coordination between searching aircraft and surface ships, the first contact with Gambier Bay survivors was not made until midnight on October 26th, 39 hours after the men went into the water. Men from the 3 sunken escorts were subsequently discovered, but it was not until 1000 hours on October 27th that all survivors were picked up. The delay resulted in the death of at least 116 men from Johnston, Hole, and Samuel B. Roberts, who had been seen in the water alive but did not survive until rescue. The ambush set up by Oldendorf in Saragao Strait was nearly perfect, as were the attacks executed by the forces under his command. What was not perfect was his uninspired pursuit that allowed Shima's force to escape. In retrospect, however, it was beneficial that Oldendorf did not order a full pursuit, as this would have taken his forces farther away from the Gulf as the threat from Kurita was looming. Clifton Sprague gave by far the best performance of any American commander. He kept his calm and used every advantage he had to defeat a more powerful enemy. Using smoke, rain, interior position, air and surface attack, he and his valiant sailors and airmen turned a survival situation into victory. Every decision he made was right, and all were made under intense pressure. The other two escort carrier commanders, Stump and Thomas Sprague, provided prompt and able assistance to Taffy 3. A critical review of the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea. All accounts of this battle focus on the death of super battleship Musashi. It was a remarkable feat for carrier aircraft to destroy such a well-protected ship. But the simple fact is that Task Force 38 failed to accomplish its mission in this encounter. Though an American strike coordinator was present during the attacks on Kurita's force, this failed to avoid the over-concentration on Musashi. The battle resulted in what was the best possible outcome for Kurita. A maximum effort by Task Force 38 resulted in only 2 ships from his force being sunk or damaged enough that they were forced to turn back. Combat actions before the battle off Samar also forced Kurita to detach 4 destroyers to escort crippled ships or conduct rescue operations. The fact that Kurita's force remained combat effective made this battle a tactical defeat for the Americans. A critical review of the Battle of Saragao Strait. Though not fully apparent to Kinkaid and Oldendorf at the time, they possessed an overwhelming numerical and firepower advantage over Nishimura's and Shima's combined force. Added to this was favorable geography that restricted Japanese maneuver room and forced them to run the gauntlet of Oldendorf's set-piece battle plan. Also not apparent to the Americans was the fact that the 2 Japanese forces were operating independently and therefore were ripe for destruction in detail. Finally, the degree to which Japanese night-fighting skills had atrophied and the resulting gap between the Americans and Japanese navies in night combat was not fully appreciated. Given all these factors, a decisive Japanese defeat was the most probable outcome. In the last major night surface battle of the war, the Japanese fought very poorly. Despite having radar on all their ships, the Japanese were caught by surprise at every turn by American ships with much better radar. The usual Japanese prowess with night optics was also not in evidence. The result was a series of shattering blows by American destroyer-launched torpedoes. Compared to the daring attacks launched by American PT boat and destroyer commanders, both Nishimura's and Shima's forces fought with little aggression. The only survivor from Nishimura's force, destroyer Shigure, left the battle without firing a single torpedo. Shima's 4 destroyers exhibited the same timidity. Japanese gunnery was lackluster, with only Yamashiro's secondary battery being able to hit a target. Kinkaid and Oldendorf devised a simple plan to maximize their firepower and geographic advantages. Radar gave the Americans a decisive edge by providing a degree of situational awareness never possessed by the Japanese. and critical targeting data for torpedoes and guns. The most effective American weapons at Saragasso Strait were destroyer-launched torpedoes. Destroyers and torpedo combat were highlighted in Oldendorf's plan, and the result was that Nishimura's force was shattered before it came into contact with Oldendorf's main force. A critical review of the Battle off Samar. Almost 80 years after the fact, the Battle off Samar has not emerged from the shroud of mythology surrounding it. In this engagement, the cream of the combined fleet's surface force battled with an American force never intended to fight a surface engagement. According to all observers, including the American participants at the time, the result should have been the immediate destruction of Taffy 3. But the battle did not turn out as predicted. The American force took a beating, but inflicted more losses, at least in tonnage, than it incurred. How could such a result be possible? The outcome should have surprised nobody. Since the first day of the Pacific War, aircraft had established mastery over surface ships. Why should it be any different at the battle off Samar, just because the aircraft were flying off slow and unprotected escort carriers? The situation that both sides found themselves in off Samar on the morning of October 25th was unlike any other in naval history. A force of surface ships engaged a carrier force while under air attack. Two primary reasons were responsible for the Japanese defeat. Long-range gunnery against surface targets is difficult. As outlined earlier, the Japanese demonstrated this difficulty earlier in the war, when long-range cruiser fire scored microscopic hit rates in day actions. And this was under ideal conditions. On October 25th, conditions were far from ideal. Without the benefit of radar good enough to direct gunnery, for much of the action the Japanese were forced to shoot through squalls and smoke without having direct visual contact on their targets. Accordingly, hit rates were low. When the Japanese worked their way around to the east and south of Taffy 3, thus gaining a better view, hit rates went up. Another factor affecting Japanese gunnery was the fact that their heavy ships were being subjected to constant, though not continual, attack by aircraft and surface ships. Gunnery control is always difficult, and the degree of difficulty increases if the ship is constantly maneuvering to avoid air attack. Given all these issues, the Japanese should be given credit for what they did manage to hit, not what they failed to hit. They managed to sink 4 ships by gunfire and damage another 3. Under the circumstances, this was a creditable achievement. Expecting more would be unrealistic. Japanese torpedoes should have added to the damage done by gunfire. But in the largest surface action of the Pacific War, the Japanese failed to score a single torpedo hit. Only 40 torpedoes were fired, and all missed. Even a single hit on an escort carrier or a destroyer could have been fatal. The lack of aggression on the part of the 2 destroyer squadrons at the battle was noteworthy and defies explanation. Kurita decided to hold back his destroyers from the action. This was either driven by fuel concerns or a desire to hold them in reserve. However, if this was the decisive battle against a portion of the Third Fleet, as Kurita believed, the aggressive employment of the destroyer squadrons was essential for victory. The battle off Samar was not just a surface battle. It was an air-sea battle. The primary American weapon was not the brave and much heralded attacks by the escorting destroyers, but the aircraft aboard the escort carriers. The almost 500 aircraft aboard all 3 Taffy task units was a real threat to surface ships, and as outlined previously, Taffy aviators were more efficient ship killers than their Third Fleet brethren. All 3 Japanese ships sunk during the battle were claimed by Taffy airmen. It should be no surprise that aircraft carriers defeated surface ships, even if the carriers concerned were slow and poorly armed. A critical review of the battle off Cape Engano. Halsey's strikes against Ozawa's carrier force resulted in an undisputed American victory, but it was clearly an incomplete one. Just as Nishimura's force was almost annihilated in the face of a much more powerful opponent, Ozawa's force faced the same prospect. Given the disparity of forces, and Halsey's intent to fight a battle of annihilation, it is not hard to envision a scenario in which most, if not all, of Ozawa's 17 ships would be destroyed. In fact, only 7 were sunk, so the battle must be viewed as only a tactical American victory. With over 500 sorties thrown at the Japanese by Task Force 38, the haul was not commensurate with the effort. 3 carriers sunk, 1 carrier damaged, 1 light cruiser damaged, and 1 destroyer sunk. The reason the aviators did not account for more destruction was simple: exhaustion. Task Force 38 had been in constant action since October 6th. Just over the period of October 24th and 25th, most of the aviators had flown 4 and sometimes 5 missions, all in the face of indescribably heavy anti-aircraft fire. The escape of Issei and Hyuga can only be chalked up to utter exhaustion on the part of Task Force 38 aircrew, since neither ship was fast or nimble. The general ineffectiveness of Japanese anti-aircraft fire was evinced again. Throughout the day, the Japanese only managed to shoot down 10 American aircraft with anti-aircraft fire. The surface action between Dubos's cruisers and destroyers provides additional evidence that superior radar made the Americans deadly in a night engagement. The unfought Battle of Leyte Gulf. The Battle of Leyte Gulf featured 4 major engagements. However, there was another battle that was never fought, and is never even considered as possible in accounts of the battle. This was the unfought Battle of Leyte Gulf, an attempt by Kurita to enter the Gulf on the afternoon of October 25th. Since most accounts of the battle condemn Kurita for not doing this, it is necessary to examine what would have happened if he actually had. Most accounts of the battle, and even participants in it, simply assume that Kurita was in a position to waltz into the Gulf and deal a serious blow to the Americans. MacArthur's view is typical. He refrained from giving advice to his naval commanders during the battle, but after the war he framed the situation on October 25th as such. Should the naval covering forces allow either of the powerful advancing thrusts to penetrate Leyte Gulf, the whole Philippines invasion would be placed in the gravest jeopardy. It was a dramatic situation fraught with disaster. Should the enemy gain entrance to Leyte Gulf, his powerful guns could pulverize any of the eggshell transports present in the area and destroy vitally needed supplies on the beachhead. The thousands of U.S. troops ashore would be isolated and pinned down helplessly between enemy fire from ground and sea. Then, too, the schedule for supply reinforcement would not only be completely upset, but the success of the invasion itself would be placed in jeopardy. The Sixth Army's Operations Report, inserted into the U.S. Army's official history of the Leyte campaign, takes an even more dramatic tone. Had the Japanese plan succeeded, the effect on the Allied troops on Leyte, in all likelihood, would have been calamitous, for these troops would have been isolated and their situation would have been precarious indeed. If it had been victorious in the naval battle, the Japanese fleet could have leisurely and effectively carried out the destruction of shipping, aircraft, and supplies that were so vital to Allied operations on Leyte. An enemy naval victory would have had an adverse effect of incalculable proportions, not only upon the Leyte operation, but upon the overall plan for the liberation of the Philippines as well. In 1995, the Royal Navy's History of the Pacific War stated the following: "The damage his, Kurita's, battleships could have done to the invasion shipping and on shore was enormous. Kinkaid, with his ships low on ammunition, could have put up little resistance, whilst the 150,000 men in the beachhead and command posts ashore were all within range from the sea." The British were not alone in this assessment. As late as 2020, a respected naval historian wrote, "Kurita had held a smashing victory in his grasp, and let it slip through his fingers. That was an egregious command failure, never convincingly justified by the array of rationales offered later. Prevailing mythology is that with nothing in his way, Kurita would have destroyed all shipping in the Gulf. Of all the myths surrounding the battle, the origin of this one is hardest to understand, but it is also the easiest to refute. Kurita's force did not have unblocked access into the Gulf. In fact, had it attempted to move in that direction, it faced a force larger than itself. The 7th Fleet was waiting for Kurita in the approaches to the Gulf, and possessed a multitude of advantages. This is demonstrated in the table named 7th Fleet versus 1st Diversionary Attack Force, 1200, October 25th, that can be found in the companion PDF in your library. The ammunition situation for Kinkaid's ships is often cited as a reason they stood no chance against the Japanese. This has been overblown. The American battleships certainly had enough ammunition for an ambush as Kurita tried to push his way into Leyte Gulf, but not enough for a prolonged running gunfight. Maryland, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania had 24, 27, and 30 rounds of armor-piercing rounds remaining for each of their guns, respectively. West Virginia had almost 14 rounds per gun, California almost 15, and Mississippi almost 16. The count for high-explosive rounds was higher. West Virginia, 31.5, Maryland, over 55. Tennessee, almost 22, California, 6.5, Mississippi, over 45, and Pennsylvania, just over 1. 7th Fleet was in position to contest a potential Kurita attack into the Gulf. At 0850, Oldendorf received orders from Kinkaid to take his entire force to a position north of Hibison Island, located near the southern approaches to Leyte Gulf, and await further orders. At this point, he received an important reinforcement in the form of 5 destroyers from Destroyer Squadron 21 and 4 from Destroyer Squadron 49. At 10:15, the other 5 destroyers from Destroyer Squadron 49 were ordered to proceed back to the Gulf. These were important additions, since all of these ships carried full torpedo tubes. At 09:53, Oldendorf was ordered to take half his force north to assist the escort carriers, but this was cancelled when it appeared Kurita was breaking off his advance. The order was reissued at 11:27 when Kurita made his abortive move toward the Gulf. At about 1300 hours, the order was cancelled for good. In positioning his forces, Oldendorf would have enjoyed favorable geography, just as he had at Saragao Strait. A glance at a chart of the eastern approaches to Leyte Gulf reveals the problem that Kurita would have faced. There were 2 ways into the Gulf from the east, either north or south of Homohon Island that sits astride the eastern entrance. The northern passage between Homohon and Samar was less than 10 nautical miles wide. The main entrance south of Homohan was less than 20 nautical miles across, to Denagad Island. In a day engagement in which every American ship was equipped with radar, there was no possibility that Kurita could have slipped undetected into the Gulf. Oldendorf would have used this geographic advantage to set up another ambush. In addition to superior numbers and a superior position, the Americans would have enjoyed a huge advantage in gunnery conferred by their superior fire control. Their biggest edge was plentiful air support. Though Taffy 3 had lost 2 carriers sunk and 2 damaged, and Taffy 1 had 2 carriers damaged and forced to leave for repairs, this still left Taffy 2 with all 6 of its carriers and the remaining air power of the 2 battered Taffies. In total, this represented 10 escort carriers and some 300 aircraft. This is how Halsey saw a hypothetical clash inside the Gulf playing out. That Kurita's force could have leisurely and effectively carried out the destruction of shipping, aircraft, and supplies in Leyte Gulf was not in the realm of possibilities. Kurita would have been limited to a hit-and-run attack in the restricted waters of Leyte Gulf. He would further have been subjected to the attack of the cruisers present in Leyte Gulf. He would have been limited to minor damage. The statement that an enemy naval victory would have an effect of incalculable proportions can only be premised on the thought that our naval forces would be almost totally destroyed. The prognostication of such a condition could be reasoned on none of the facts existing during this 3 days' engagement. Kurita's force was not a juggernaut at this point. His men must have been exhausted after 2 straight days of action. His fuel supplies were low, at least for the destroyers. What would have probably ensued if Kurita had pressed into the Gulf was an even larger version of the battle off Samar, with the Japanese facing battleships instead of destroyers. Oldendorf had fought a tightly controlled battle defending Saragao Strait. He would have tried to replicate this in the eastern approaches to Leyte Gulf, perhaps even gaining the tactical advantage of capping Kurita's T as he entered the Gulf. In any event, he almost certainly would have been successful in denying Kurita's entrance. Possible insight into how a Japanese attack against the Leyte beachhead would have developed is provided by a real-world example later in the Philippines campaign. Following the landing at San Jose on Mindoro Island on December 15th, the Japanese decided to attack the beachhead. Rear Admiral Kimura Masanori, formerly one of Kurita's destroyer squadron commanders, was given command of the operation and ordered to sink Allied shipping off the beachhead and to shell the installations ashore. Collecting heavy cruiser Ashigara, light cruiser Oyodo, and 6 destroyers, Kimura departed Cam Ranh Bay in Indochina and headed across the South China Sea. The so-called San Jose intrusion force gained almost complete surprise. It was not spotted until 1600 on December 26th, when it was only 180 nautical miles from its objective. There were no American naval forces able to intervene, so defense of the beachhead rested with Army Air Force aircraft flying from the airfield at Mindoro and 20 PT boats. The approaching Japanese were first detected on radar by the PT boats at 2048. Kimura's force was harassed by the Mindoro-based Army aircraft, 8 Navy flying boats, and the PT boats. Under continual air attack, Kimura braved the PT boats and headed toward the beachhead. According to Army accounts, at 21:30 the Japanese began a brief bombardment, 20 to 40 minutes, of the airfield, the beach, and the town of San Jose. The bombardment was inaccurate, inflicting only superficial damage on the airfield. It was impossible to conduct an accurate bombardment while under air attack and surface harassment. To add further insult, the PT boats managed to torpedo and sink destroyer Kiyoshimo in the early morning hours of December 27th. Every other ship was damaged to some degree by air attack. Though obviously on a much smaller scale than a hypothetical Kurita attack against the American beachheads on Leyte, this incident replicated what Kurita would have had to deal with. He would have faced continual air attacks, combined with attacks from surface ships that were much more deadly than PT boats. In these conditions, any sustained and accurate bombardment of the beachhead would have been impossible. Locating and destroying shipping in the Gulf, probably hidden behind smoke screens, would have been a difficult task, as Kurita had already experienced in the battle off Samar. At the point Kurita planned to storm into the Gulf, there was considerable shipping remaining inside. This included 23 LSTs, 28 Liberty ships, 2 medium landing ships, 1 attack cargo ship, and 3 amphibious command ships. Assuming some portion of Kurita's force had managed to get into the Gulf, it might have sunk a handful of the shipping present and shelled targets ashore, inflicting minor damage on the supplies ashore and killing personnel. It would not have changed the fact that the invasion force was fully established ashore with enough supply for a full month of operations. The delay caused by such an attack could probably have been measured in hours, or perhaps days, but would have had no significant impact on the Leyte invasion or future invasions. The Final Reckoning. The Japanese fought a hopeless battle at Leyte Gulf. There was never a prospect of a Japanese victory in any real sense. Toyota knew this, as did Kurita, and every other Japanese naval officer in a position to understand Japan's position in October 1944. Show 1 was an exercise in total stupidity. Even Japanese naval officers had a limit on following idiotic and hopeless orders, as Kurita and Shima demonstrated. As a military operation, Show 1 was a complete failure. For the Americans, the loss of 6 ships and 2,803 casualties was painful, but by no means significant. It in no way changed the correlation of naval forces in the Pacific. If the point of the operation was to employ the combined fleet to get better peace terms, this was also a failure, since American losses were so low. Of all the decisive battles in the Pacific War, only the Battle of Leyte Gulf lives up to its name. After the battle, 1 navy was destroyed, and 1 gained virtually unfettered operational flexibility for the remainder of the war. This is the definition of decisive. Within a little over 5 months, the Americans were landing on Okinawa, the last Japanese bastion before Japan itself. In the final analysis, the Battle of Leyte Gulf was the last gasp of a dying navy and an empire unable to defend itself. Under no circumstances was there a chance for any meaningful Japanese victory. Leyte Gulf was a battle fought by a navy too proud to admit defeat, and too irresponsible to decline a hopeless last battle. However, it will always remain a testament of the willingness of brave men to fight for a cause, whatever the cost. That was Leyte Gulf, A New History of the World's Largest Sea Battle, by Mark E. Stille, read by John Chancer, produced by Reese Maslin at the RNIB for Bloomsbury Publishing, plc. Text copyright Mark E. Stille, 2023. Recording copyright Bloomsbury Publishing, plc, 2023. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.